Ask you a series of who is the most likely to questions. You have to point at who you think it applies to and explain why it applies. Ask you a series of who is the most likely to questions. You have to point at who you think it applies to and explain why it applies to that person.
Okay.
I love this.
Who is the most likely to pull receipts from their purse?
Pull receipts? I would say Sutton for sure.
Yeah.
Well, you can take that one.
Yes, Sutton
Remember
loves
Harry Hamlin's
receipts.
birthday party?
On February 23rd. Thanks so much, Sutton. We've successfully processed both. For the 2 seats, it was $11,500.
She paid for the table, y'all.
And she has so many receipts.
Who is the most likely to make the cameraman or woman laugh?
Oh. Y'all know it is true, and don't even lie. They're already laughing.
I think definitely could be either one of us.
Yeah, I don't know. That was not an easy one.
I'd like to think I'm funny too.
You're
but
not
y'all-
that funny. You're not.
I'm not
We
that
can all make them laugh.
Who is the most likely to ask for glam for a touch-up?
Definitely.
I mean, even I'm pointing at you.
Yeah, no, I feel like everybody's
First 30
finger.
seconds in.
Who's most likely to accidentally spill some major tea?
I would say probably, nope, me.
Yes,
Accidentally.
yes.
I've never
you.
spilled any
accidentally.
tea at all.
Accidentally, yes.
Yes.
I don't recall spilling
Yes.
any tea at all on camera. The streets were saying he was staying in the Beverly Hills hotel. I don't know how he can afford it. That's a really expensive hotel.
Damn, did you hear that?
Accidentally, I don't know
I
about...
think everything is gonna be Dorit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
I'm over here.
Yeah.
Lockbox.
First year. First year.
Maybe that's true.
Who is the most likely to interrupt and talk over the other one?
Dorit?
Yeah.
Oh, Dorit's not here.
Are you talking about the people that are here? Wait, me? No, what? I would say,
You're just
Oh, wait, I gotta do this. I gotta do this. I gotta do this.
You're just.
Bosie comes when we're going to Santa Lucia.
Hush, this is exactly.
Okay, wait, all right.
And lastly, who's most likely to have the best one-liners?
I've heard you say quite a few.
Have I?
Yeah.
Oh, that makes me happy because I always think that, like, I'd love a few more.
Yeah, you have some good comebacks.
Oh,
that's what
good.
it is, actually. You know what? That's what it is. It's like you're a good comeback queen.
Really?
Can you let me talk?
It's okay, Kyle. It's time for you to listen.
That makes me so
Yeah,
happy.
yeah,
Are
yeah.
you just saying
Yeah.
that?
No, I'm not.
I really want to be a good comeback queen.
Sutton. No, who said let,
Oh, she
who
does
said
have
let the
good.
mouse go?
She does have good one-liners.
Who said name him?
Oh, she did.
Name them.
Well, what
Name
you
'em.
did was ridiculous.
Name 'em.
Not having.
Name 'em.
Well, be quiet. So
Name
let me
'em.
talk, Jesus.
Name them.
Who said jealous of what? Ugly yellow pants.
Jealous of what? Your ugly leather pants?
No. Okay, we got it.
Okay, I'm gonna say your humor is more sophisticated than Sutton's humor. Sutton's humor is like homespun. It's like homespun, like Southernisms, which no one's ever heard before. They're like, wow,
Yeah,
I never heard that. But Garcelle's just
I'll
snarky.
say things
Her
quietly.
interviews are really good.
Your interviews are great.
But Boz always says she catches me saying things underneath my breath.
Yes. Garcelle is really funny, and Sutton's really funny. I feel very fortunate to be here with the funny crew. I'm sure Dorit, when she heard she's getting divorced from PK,
That's what
said,
she heard.
Coming up on the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills after show.
PK and I have agreed to separate. I actually thought everyone would kind of lend some type of support. Oh boy, was I wrong.
They've made the decision to take some time apart.
The streets were saying he was staying in the Beverly Hills hotel. I don't know how he can afford it. That's a really expensive hotel.
Damn, did you hear that?
It's like a condom.
What the is that?
And meanwhile, Sutton said, anyone got any antlers?
I think she went through a lot of effort. That's actually the problem. Oh. Okay.
She sends me a text. It was so manipulative. It was so calculated.
That's the lowest thing I've ever seen somebody do on the show.
If you think that you can trust her,
No.
you cannot.
I don't regret it at all.
I don't regret it either.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. I'm getting too excited.
The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills after show starts right now. This year, I had just reached a place where I was fed up. I didn't care. And this was what was going on, and there was no way I was going to try to hide it, bury it. This is what it is. Good news or bad news?
Okay, I want the bad news first.
The bad news. PK and I have agreed to separate. It was really empowering, sharing something so vulnerable and so big in your life, something that, you know, is gonna be left for people to judge and comment and weigh in. And what? Bring it on. I can handle whatever comes my way.
To me, they were just such a sweet couple who really leaned on each other. They were very codependent, PK more so than Dorit, but still they did everything together.
Yeah.
You know, it was initiated by him. We had had a rough few years. It wasn't consistently a rough few years. It was just like good and bad and good and bad. And then it started to get progressively worse.
She keeps a lot in because we didn't know anything until she told us when we went to your show in Vegas. She told you, Lisa Rinna, and me.
The four of us spoke very openly, and she confided in us then. But I didn't
But she didn't say everything. She didn't tell us there was a separation coming.
I wasn't surprised. I heard on the streets, as Sutton would say.
The words were, the streets were talking.
The streets were talking. The rumor was that they've been separated for quite a while. Anybody who's seen them interact, like in the last year or so, you're like, ooh, they really are not happy with each other. So I don't think it was too much of a surprise to anybody.
I was surprised that they put it out there, but when we were at the reunion, Andy had asked about PK staying at a hotel. And Dorit went around the bow saying Boy George was staying at the hotel. We all knew that wasn't true.
Yeah.
Even though I would hear rumors, remember we'd hear things like, I heard PK was living in a hotel, but we didn't know. We didn't want to ask.
I would never ask.
I would never ask that, even though we're friends, but
That's none of my business.
sad too. I was like, this is sad. You guys love each other. And then I'm like, but look at the position I'm in. Like, who am I to talk?
Well, that's why I started to cry. Who am I to, I just was thinking the absolute worst for her. And I was just like, no.
I used to see him at the Beverly Hills Hotel in the bar where we like to hang out because my friend's looking for a new rich husband. And
Is that where to go?
Yes, that's the place to go. We like to sit in the bar when we're in the
We've
back.
been there, and I haven't seen one.
Yeah.
And it's certainly not PK.
The Beverly Hills bar,
God,
but
why
I would
do I
see
say
PK
things
in the
like
bar
that?
a lot, but without Dorit. The streets were saying he was staying in the Beverly Hills Hotel. I don't know how he can afford it. That's a really expensive hotel.
Damn, did you hear that?
I am going to, honestly, when it comes to PK, I'm going to sew my lips shut.
So I didn't hear anything, and just the rumblings about he was in a hotel. But then
so
I would see him,
what?
and then they would post a picture, and they were together at the house. I was like, oh, I guess that's not true. And then I'd hear about a hotel again, and then I'd hear 2 different hotels. I'm like, is that a lie, or did he move from one hotel to the next?
Or he was gone all the time.
And Mo wasn't living with me anymore. He had just moved out. So if I would say to him, what's going on with Dorit and PK? He was like, man code, you know, he'd be like, I don't know. And he'd say,
As he should.
Right, and then he'd say things like, I don't think it's great, but nothing like that.
We definitely needed to make a change, and that was the, you know, the best way to do it, I suppose. It's like ripping off the Band-Aid.
Yeah.
Perhaps the robbery made her feel not supported in the marriage because he was in London when it happened, and then he seemed like he was sort of impatient over her post-traumatic stress syndrome.
The reality is when does high maintenance blend with PTSD?
Perhaps she was sort of like thinking like, maybe I want somebody that supports me more.
He didn't seem very sympathetic about it, and I think that probably put a wedge. And you know Dorit, she tends to milk things too.
I was struggling so much being in a place that I didn't feel myself. I didn't feel like myself. I was desperate to feel confident. And when it started to come, I grabbed at it like it was, this is the air I need to breathe. Because it was like being on a merry-go-round.
Yeah.
It was like being on a merry-go-round, and I had to get off the merry-go-round.
Yeah.
Were you surprised to hear about the separation on social media?
Oh, not surprised. Come on now. She's not, come on.
I'm sure Dorit, when she heard she was getting divorced from PK,
That's what she heard.
She said, I'm gonna text my closest friends, Dorit and Sutton. I'm sure they want to hear from me before anybody else.
Naively, I actually thought going into the group, because so many women in the group had this experience.
Yeah, everybody.
That I would
Yeah.
be around support.
Yes.
Like
That would make sense.
Everyone would kind of put in and at least say, listen, I know I've been there, so lend some type of support. And oh boy, was I wrong.
Wow.
I wrote a text to both of them, and I was in a total panic about what to do. And then when I heard that I sent it to PK, and I was like, I want to send this, but I'm so scared. A, she's going to show it. B, she's going to think I'm being manipulative by sending her a nice supportive text because I'm supposed to see her at Sutton's house. So I called Erika. I'm like, I'm really in a pickle. I don't know what to do.
And I said,
then she
"Send
told me
it."
that none of the cast had reached out.
Yeah, no one had reached out.
Nobody had reached out to her, and it really broke my heart. So
And I said, and she said to me, and Kyle said, I've written this text. I sent it to PK. I haven't sent it to Dorit. And I said, you must send it. Do that.
Yeah, because once I knew that, I was like, I don't care what she thinks about this text from me. I'm sending it.
Yeah.
Kyle did eventually end up reaching out. by text. And would you believe that that was actually more than 90% of the ladies did?
Oh.
Yeah.
No way. What do you mean?
Yeah.
No, nobody reached out?
Nope.
When they read it?
Nope.
They didn't?
Nope. Nope.
I found out from Avi. They've made the mutual and difficult decision to take some time apart.
We hear most things from Avi.
I wasn't surprised at all.
I was shocked. Putting an announcement means like it's really real. I was like, wow, it's really happening. And then I gotta go back to work.
The lack of compassion that was shown by the same ladies that didn't reach out after the home invasion.
Okay, yeah.
The day after.
Yeah.
It was very public.
Yeah.
And
I think I heard this.
Yeah, and Kyle was talking to Sutton about it.
Just after what happened today with Dorit,
It's weird.
it's terrifying.
Yeah.
And Sutton's remark was,
I've got this French designer that I'm bringing in immigration is, listen.
That doesn't seem like a fire after what.
Well, these are, it's all relative.
I know.
I mean, I wasn't held at gunpoint, I'm sorry.
We're talking about something very, very serious.
like she
this
had
is
to
like
tell her that.
life-threatening.
I know.
You can't make light of it because in the same situation,
I know.
believe me, you wouldn't want that at all.
I know.
And I think even in case of like this separation, I am equally surprised just because they've both been in it.
I know.
And so regardless of how they feel about you, I think that at least,
I know.
hey, I read this, are you okay?
I know. That's why, Bose, if you could understand why it meant so much to me, that
Right.
first time ever meeting you, you lent more support to me in one of the hardest times of my life in that hour than the women combined that I had known for 5, 6, 4 years. It's just mind-blowing.
Garcelle, you and Kyle have a heart-to-heart.
First of all, I was shocked that she was sharing something so personal with me.
I wanted to talk to everybody tonight, and since you're sitting here and I feel safe with you, I'm gonna start with you. Yeah. All like the tabloids, all the stories, out there. I know there's a lot of curiosity about the person they always talk about. I'm not using her name intentionally right now. There's just nothing to say.
So you're not with her, I can say that? I can ask
No, I'm not.
In one way, I felt like, oh, wow, I must be in her inner circle that she's sharing this with me. And on the other end of it, I thought, is she being honest?
I'm still not using her name. I think that even though there was rumors out there, some were true, some were not true. I have addressed it like I did at the reunion.
Is there anything going on with Morgan?
In that way?
Yeah.
No.
Are you a couple?
No. So, I was trying to be as honest as I could be this whole season with also respecting people that are not, part of this. So it's difficult.
I think Kyle was at the time still trying to figure out her life.
You're going through divorce and there's children involved and everything. I think you don't want to throw something else in the middle of the divorce.
Well,
like
she shouldn't have done the music
possibly
video.
having
She shouldn't
this
be at the airport. She
I think
shouldn't be at the concert.
I
She
think
shouldn't be at the thing.
pulled back, way back from the.
But it's okay for
Morgan-
him to spray girls' tits with champagne? I don't know.
Well, it's very, very difficult to extricate yourself emotionally from a very long marriage like that. So I think she's a
Apparently.
little bit confused about, which way to go next.
I do think that Morgan came in at a time where Kyle needed a safe place of friendship. And I don't know if Kyle was thinking that Morgan was going to be the kind of friend that you're attracted to, but I think it happens. Listen, was I attracted to my co-star and wanted to? Okay, her too.
Why do you think I build the Pillow Bridge?
The
chemistry. Oh gosh, I'm losing snaps everywhere. I'm getting very bothered.
Garcelle, the power, the woman that you are.
Okay. No, it's just Kyle and I had this conversation. She was in Aspen, and Kevin Costner was there, and she was like, no, she was like trying to hook up with Kevin Costner.
Well, you want Kevin Costner.
I know. So this is what I'm saying. Like, I don't think that Morgan's the end all be all, because she really was. I was like, wait a minute, hang on. It's not all about Morgan.
Right.
There's some Kevin Costner mixed in there.
Listen, we'll get it the way we can get it.
It's fun to be single.
Yeah.
Exactly. Is it though?
It's a never-ending smorgasbord.
It's a never-ending story, that's for sure.
You and Dorit got to sit down and talk for the first time. How did you feel going into that conversation with her? What were your expectations?
I hope they were low.
They were pretty low, I have to say, because after I saw her read my text at the reunion, I thought, okay, I'm not dealing with the person I thought Dorit was.
Did you feel kind of betrayed or just kind of?
Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
that's what I said. That sealed the deal. So my expectations were low, but I wasn't expecting her to be that aggressive.
I'm not gonna put up with this anymore, Kyle. I'm not.
When we had the reunion, I didn't get off my chest what I really needed to and wanted to with Kyle. So it feels like coming into this season, it was like, oh, no. No better time like the present.
I remember you saying, wow, and I was like, yeah, she's really mad.
But see, when you say she's really mad, that implies that she had a reason to be upset. She knows I actually did not do anything to her.
From my perspective, knowing these women for a decade, it felt like little kaboom, only because, in my opinion, their relationships at home were so stressed that everything meant something more than it should have, meaning that the things between, and the friendship gets lost in all of that. That's how I felt.
But to me, I'm sure to a certain degree, yes. However, it started with me at BravoCon. Like, you never would have done the things that she did at BravoCon. You just wouldn't have. And I don't have another friend that would do the things that she did at BravoCon.
I know what you're saying.
And, questioning me, crying about my husband, who I've been literally with 30 years. I'm sorry that you don't shed a tear over your husband, but guess what? That really affected me. And for you to insinuate that, you would not say that.
No.
And
well, listen, I still cry over somebody that, we already know. It's
and then
bad.
also the drink, asking which is your favorite Richards sister, you would have said 100% Kyle.
Rank the Richards sisters in order from your favorite to least favorite. There goes the shot. Oh.
Well, Kyle's definitely last. Kathy's definitely first.
But she does little things like that, and it was all these little things together.
And she would say the same about you.
Well,
I really think
it was like she likes to say, it was death by 1,000 paper cuts. Like by the time I did that, I'm like, you're not my friend. My friends wouldn't do that stuff.
It's like death by 1,000 paper cuts. And then there were a couple of bigger moments, and I knew that I wanted to talk about it, because when you start to not feel good about a friendship and it's just getting worse and worse. And, she used to ice me out. She'd get upset and then not speak to me for months. But then all of a sudden, there was her declaration that I exaggerated our friendship over the years.
These two women that have been like very close friends and tell each other everything, go on vacations together all the time, and then all of a sudden...
One vacation.
Oh. She did say that. Kyle said one vacation.
Not only makes me sound cuckoo, it's mortifying, it's embarrassing, it's
Yes,
shocking.
of course. Like, it makes you look so thirsty.
Thirsty, pathetic,
Yes.
and also it said to me, oh, this girl, she doesn't give a about me. Excuse my language, but this is, when I talk about the straw that broke the camel's back, this was it.
All of those things, yes, I did do after she was mistreating me as a friend. So, of course I said those things. What am I going to sit there, my feelings were different toward her. But what led her to do those things to me to start with? Listen, she didn't sleep with my husband. I didn't sleep with her husband. It wasn't huge like that, but
that's
she
why
just
I
put
kept
herself in
saying-
another category. And then the text, I was like, I'm out. That's just not a friend. You've just sealed the deal for me.
This is the most vindictive thing that you can do, to take a very personal text and blast it.
I haven't heard from her in a couple of months. She sends me a text yesterday, basically trying to silence me. It was so manipulative. It was so calculated.
It's so
Also because Erika read it out
vindictive,
loud.
and it really shows who this person is.
Yeah.
It shows who Dorit is. Y'all go back to this fact.
Oh, can you louder,
That's who
Sutton?
she is. If
Got
you
it.
think that you
Yes.
can trust her,
No.
you cannot.
No.
In all of these years, I have never spoken badly about her behind her back. In public, I always say, oh, she has the biggest heart and she's been, misunderstood. I've only spoken kindly about her and share very private things with her. So when she showed that text to Erika on camera when I was in a very dark place, you knew the place I was in.
Yeah, I do.
And I didn't know when I left the reunion that day. And I had given her a hug and I said, I really want to, talk and see you. And I was like, oh, I feel so much better that we're on our way to fixing things, because when you're dealing with so many difficult things in other parts of your life, the last thing you want is to not, be okay with your friends. And then I saw that, clip from the reunion, and I felt like, who is that girl? Who is that girl? I even said, that's the lowest thing I've ever seen somebody do on the show. I actually texted that to her.
Erika's somebody that knows Kyle. And I was talking to a friend and telling her, my position. You don't answer texts, you don't have any communication the day before the reunion. When, suddenly, this is after you've already declared that
that we're not friends.
Yeah, exactly. And then I get this loving text message of like, oh, and yeah, whatever issues we have, let's just not talk about it tomorrow.
You're like, what?
Like, and I said, you read this text message, you tell me, how would you feel? Do you think this is manipulative?
Yeah.
And Erika said point blank,
but that's a
I would
normal
feel
thing to
manipulated.
do. I talked to Kyle about this, and I don't think it was manipulative.
If you felt like it was, then you would show it to a friend.
Would you though?
Well, not on camera. Not on camera.
Even if you
Not on
felt
camera.
like you were being manipulated, would you still do that? Because that is like, that's between you and one other person.
Right.
I would never, ever, ever share anything that she confided in me.
Yeah, of
or
course.
any intimate secrets. It was very much.
Yeah, you were trying to show the fact that you were being manipulated.
Exactly.
Well, I also knew, and I tried to explain this to her, that Crystal was going to be coming for her. So I thought, you're going to be dealing with a lot, I'm going to be dealing with a lot. Do we really need this too?
I see.
I've already lost relationships here. I wasn't trying to buy her silence, because I don't think she's such a shitty person that she would actually betray any deep, dark secrets of mine.
She's not.
So I knew that. So I was like,
She's
so
not
you
going
must think
to.
that I think you're that bad of a person and that's what you would do.
Yeah, I think you guys
Be
still need
manipulative.
to sit down and talk that out in a really calm moment, because I know they're close. And I know that this is not where they need to be. And I know they both really like each other, and they're both going through the worst time of their lives. And I'm over here like trying to make it work. But,
I've got a heart of gold, and I've got a lot. But you fucking go too far and you cross. Oh, are you kidding me? Yeah. No, I don't regret it at all.
You better say that.
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't.
I don't regret it either.
Well, I also,
no, I'm kidding. I'm getting too excited. Okay.
When you said surrealism ball, I thought, what the is that?
What is surrealism
I
to
still
you?
don't know. When I looked at pictures, everything looked so weird. I didn't know what to do.
Okay.
so it has to do with your subconscious and your dreams.
Surrealism is about the escape from the real.
It's the awakening of the subconscious mind.
It's an exaggerated reality.
And who doesn't like a little animal running around?
Is that a llama? Imagine your dream state, which is like violent and crazy and doesn't make any sense, kind of like Sutton. So it was right up her alley.
That's the artsy take on it. I had other people telling me it was evil and I shouldn't go to the party. And I was like, why am I wearing antlers on my head?
Oh, antlers are the theme.
Don't get too close.
We
She
had
had
the
made-
outfits to talk about.
Yes, we did. She had that made in Ghana. That
Yes,
was
that's
the
true.
first I remember.
Exactly. Flown in.
Yes.
In its seat.
So you had to pay like an adult fare
Yes.
for the dress.
What am I gonna do? It's gonna be like close in with somebody? I'm sorry. Mm-mm.
It was a gown, which was not surreal. I mean, I'm sorry.
With a train.
It was beautiful.
She looked beautiful.
She was gorgeous.
Just saw it, just really a fantastic excuse to wear a giant black swan on my head.
Like people really showed up and showed out. What was that?
Now, I thought that Dorit was going to actually
Be the most.
not the most, but I thought she would be one of the third people. And I just think Dorit missed the mark. It was like a condom
Like a
met a
flying
diaphragm.
saucer.
Yes.
you're free from STDs.
What? What?
It's like a condom.
It's plastic, not rubber. I mean...
Oh.
You could never, ever find a world where you look like a condom is actually a compliment, right? So
well, is it used or not used?
Ooh, still, it almost looked wet. So I would say, if anything, it'd probably be used. Moving on.
Wow.
I thought she looked good. Maybe she wasn't quite sure the
Well, she
concept.
looks beautiful.
No, but she looked odd, which is the most important thing, to look odd.
Oh, but the hat was giving, though.
Oh, hell
The
yeah.
hat gave,
I
honey.
know.
It gave what was supposed to be given.
Absolutely.
Yes, it did.
She should have put some sandwiches on there and walked around and served everyone. Lost opportunity there.
And meanwhile, Sutton literally pulled something out of her closet and then said, anyone got any antlers?
Oh my God, first of all, this headdress.
I know.
I can't.
Don't get too close to it. I'm
Eyesight.
gonna poke somebody's eye out. I'm sure of it.
I mean, it was just aggressive. She'd try to hug people and the horns would be in the way. I was like, you can't even greet people properly. I feel like if you're the host of the ball,
Thank you.
you need to come out swinging.
It was so disappointing. It was so like, really?
Now, that's the worst thing you could say about somebody's outfit. That's
Well,
disappointing.
It is, the whole.
You know, I'm disappointed in your outfit. Ouch.
Disappointed. It was like when someone doesn't go to a lot of effort, when someone is really
But I think she went through a lot of effort. That's actually the problem.
Oh.
Okay.
You're the host.
Like, you need to make the dress somewhere else and have it flown in. That kind of energy.
In first class, nonetheless.
Wow.
With its own seat.
That's right.
No, not her.
I can't believe that, one, I've been in the industry for so long. Two, that at my age, I feel like I'm thriving more than when I was in my 20s.
She's a badass.
I mean, it's crazy. When I started this industry, I was told women who are in their 40s will not work. And if you're black, it's practically in your 20s, right? So for me now to be producing and acting and doing all these things, it's unbelievable. I'm working on 2 productions. One is Abducted at an HBCU, a Black Girl Missing movie, which is our 2nd movie in the franchise. I'm an executive producer. And then the other one is Tempted by Love, where I'm executive producer, but I'm also starring in.
It was so wonderful.
So good.
Where you played the chef and you had the young hottie chauffeur and everything. It was so delightful. I loved
Thank
it.
you. I love that you guys
Can
supported me
I
on
be
that.
in the sequel?
Yes.
Yes, there has to be a sequel.
I said I could sweep up hair behind you. If you do a scene in the hairdresser's, I'll just be like this.
You got the role.
But the thing that's really great too is it's such a good example to your boys, to see their mama out there kicking ass.
I don't think they get it. The little ones don't get it yet.
No, yes, they do.
It's hard to balance because you always feel mom guilt. You know, her and I, we talk about it on the phone late at night. And it's hard because you want to be there for your kids, but at the same time, as a woman, as a person, I want to feel fulfilled too because these boys are going to go out and have their own life, and I feel like I can't just be empty when they're gone. So it's sort of hard, but at the same time, I also think that it's important for kids to see their moms be whole as well. You know, doing things, not just all about them.
And it teaches them autonomy, that you're not going to be there after school to make them the little cheese sandwich with the, that they understand that you have your own life and you're there and mothering when they really need it.
Yeah.
But then also too, it teaches them to be more self-sufficient, I think. I think kids whose parents are just so much there for them. I think sometimes it's not good for them to be so pampered. You're wonderful, Mom.
Yeah, I agree.
Your kids are really
Well, thank you.
great
But I
too.
think also with this, it shows boys that are going into men to respect women.
Yes.
And to respect women who want to have careers, and that you can have a career and be a mother, and raise beautiful, thriving young men.
Agree. And so that they can accept their wives if they want to work as well.
And your boys are wonderful. They have beautiful manners.
Thank you.
Yep, they text me all the
gorgeous.
time.
Yeah.
They do.
Nice.
You suggested that she file for divorce.
Sutton, can't leave you alone for a minute.
Are we rolling? Coming up on the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills after show.
We're talking like 5 times a day.
I know, but we're not going to.
I'm not going to fight to stay married to someone who doesn't want to be married to me. They think daddy's working, he's staying at a hotel because of work.
I know that that's what she thinks is best for them. That is not what I would choose.
You know, Mauricio has moved out.
He has aged.
I knew that Kathy was very worried about Kyle.
I don't need anyone to put him down to make me feel better.
He replaced the picture of the two of them with a picture of him and the woman from Dancing with the Stars.
Where? I don't like it now. I don't like it then. I don't like it.
I think that you need to pile.
I trust him.
Hope that skied down the slope. The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills after show starts right now.
Mo had replaced a picture of him and you with a photo.
I did not like this.
Mauricio, he replaced the picture of the two of them with a picture of him and the woman from Dancing with the Stars.
Where? What are you talking about?
In the office in their house.
What? I don't like it now. I don't like it then. That is not cool. I'm sorry.
Didn't love that.
Well, you know what? I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry. I don't like it.
Yeah,
now
no,
that's
not okay.
That's shots
Yeah,
fired.
no.
That is deliberate.
Yeah.
That's like a passive aggressive thing. Because
Yeah.
he's got to know that she is going to walk into his office at some
Thank
point
you.
and see that and get some sort of
Get
message.
reaction about that.
That is very.
That's cold-blooded.
Yeah,
That's
cold-blooded.
hurtful.
I'm
That's
selling the
harsh.
house. I'm getting an attorney. This is going real fast.
Replace it with a picture of you and the kids.
Yes.
Not you and your dance partner.
You and your
That's not
dog,
okay.
yes.
That's well.
Especially since, there was some sort of like kerfluffle about the dance partner.
I understand to a certain degree because, no, I only understand part of this, hold on. Because that's his desk, and right in front of his face is an 8x10 of him kissing my cheek, staring at him all day. So I can understand him kind of not wanting to stare at that if it hurt him or, it was difficult for him putting that away. But did you need to put up the photo on the
I
shelf?
did Dancing with the Stars, and I have an 8x10 of myself and my very handsome partner, and it is nowhere in my house. It was nowhere in my house. It was in my office, and it's not in my house now that it could be up, okay? So I did not like him doing that. And if you're looking, Mo, I still don't like you for doing that. I'm sorry. All shit aside.
It was a dumb.
Or put it
was
in
a
the
really
bag.
dumb thing to do.
Put it in the
honestly,
bag.
It was like,
Did you speak to him about it or ever mention it?
I still haven't.
And is
Well-
it still there?
You should have told me because I'd have said
No.
it to his face the other night.
No.
I think Kyle was surprised when he did Dancing with the Stars, and he
was too.
enjoyed.
Weren't you surprised?
He liked the fame, though.
Yes.
She was surprised that
And
he
I
liked
was
the
surprised
fame.
he had no rhythm.
Erica, you talked about how Tom had a picture of the person he was hooking up with at his desk.
Oh, she was more than a hookup. And Tom had a picture of, who he was underneath his desk, and there she was. So, who am I to judge, So, imagine this. I don't know what it's called. You have the big desk, right? You're sitting behind your desk, and then there's like this leather, for lack of a better term, mat that goes over. So, okay, up underneath that mat, right here at his right hand, was a picture of her.
Oh, so not standing up, he had it hidden so you could look at it during the day?
Yeah.
How'd you find that?
I picked it up. I know all the tricks.
Oh, God. I may be applying for a job with the CIA, actually.
Yeah, like you know what, CIA?
That'll be
Let me
my
tell you something,
exit.
CIA. You're really passing over a great pool of talent here.
Yeah.
We could pull some serious off and nobody'd ever know.
Oh my gosh.
Because nobody thinks we're smart.
Dorit, what did you tell the kids when PK moved out?
It was always that Daddy's working.
How are you with the kids right now?
They think Daddy's working, he's staying at a hotel because of work.
Ooh, that's hard too, though. You got to keep up this sort of
I know.
pretense.
But, even when we hadn't had a fight, PK was traveling for work, and then obviously it was a very good excuse when we had a
became
fight
easy.
because that's what he was doing all the time.
Yeah.
So that's why it was so easy.
Yeah.
The
best lies are based on half-truths.
Absolutely.
They're little. Her children are small. So that will be accepted for a while. He's gone away, he'll come back. At some point, children are not dumb. They figure it out.
Especially those kids, they're very smart.
I remember when I was little and my mom was going through like this, I just knew, and that's the only problem is that I know Dorit's trying to protect them, and that's the right thing to do. But at some point, these little ones, they figure it out. They just do. And I remember telling my mother, I was like, I really hope you get that divorce soon because you're both on my nerves. And that's just right around the corner, I feel like. Kids figure it out, they know. At some point, Daddy's at work is not gonna work.
They're 8 and 10. So if they start asking me questions, I'm not going to lie to them and I'm not going to make something up. I will answer their questions and judging by, the types of questions they're asking and the information that they want to know.
You could then
Exactly.
give that. Yeah.
And that's how I would sort of, introduce them to the situation.
Even though I think she's obviously trying to do the right thing. She's a great mom.
She's a great mom.
So regardless, I know that that's what she thinks is best for them. That is not what I would choose.
What would you choose?
I would say right now, Daddy and I are not getting along very well, and we're working through some things. And while we do, he's going to stay at a hotel. We're going to stay here. He loves you very much, and he's going to come back and forth. And,
I don't know. I'm going to defer to a therapist. I need a professional.
I'm not professional either. I'm just saying what I would do. And I know she's trying her best too, and that's what she thinks is best for her kids.
When my first husband, because I've had two, and I separated, and my son said, I don't understand why you guys got a divorce. You never fight. You've never fought in front of me. And, then you have to, how do you explain to a child,
that to me is
adult
responsible.
things?
Like, kids don't need to hear fighting.
No, they don't.
But I also think it's not like he was going away, coming home late, and they said that he's at work. He's gone for a long time.
Weeks
and she's
at
saying
a
that.
time.
So are they thinking, I don't know.
PK and I separated under the guise that we were going to take some time apart, but it was very amicable, and we were going to work through our issues in therapy.
Mm-hmm.
So for me to have told the kids, taken them on this journey, listen, I think if there were different kids, if it was a different situation, I don't think there's one right or wrong answer. I think you have to make a judgment call based on the kids, the situation, I felt instinctually that PK and I, once we have more answers, that it'll be easier to be able to bring them on the journey, because then when they have all these questions, I've got more answers.
Here's the thing too, nobody knows how to do it right. It's an impossible situation. It's very individual. What you went through is different than what Dorit's going through. It's like, there's no one size fits all for any of this.
I actually had said to PK before the dinner, be honest, be open. Whatever you're feeling, whatever you need to say it. Because I also wanted that clarity. So of course there's gonna be really, really difficult things.
Single PK.
He's a single PK? What's that mean?
Like, he was a single free man.
No, you're not single. You were still married, my friend. Who's single?
Yeah, I know. I felt secure enough and at least strong enough to be able to deal with whatever was going to come my way. And I was being honest and open and vulnerable.
At that point, you can't just listen to reply. You've got to listen to hear what he's saying. And I can imagine that some of what he said was hard to hear.
If the server came over and we spoke to the server how we speak to each other, we'd be thrown out of this restaurant. But we stopped liking each other.
Do you feel like you don't like me? We're talking like 5 times a day.
I know, but we're not going to.
Oh,
that shocked me.
That's so difficult.
It shocked me because, I went into it not like, oh, as long as we talk, there's a chance we're getting back together. That wasn't my thought process. We have 2 children, right? Yeah. And I had said to him multiple times still, whatever you need, whatever you want, you can have. Mm-hmm. Like, you need for us to have time apart, fine. I'm not one of those women that is going to fight to stay married to someone who doesn't want to be married to me.
No.
I'm just not going to. If that's how you feel and that's what you want, will I fight for our marriage if we both want to fight for it? Of course. And see whether it's worth, staying together, of course. But equally so, if he wants to go out and his desire is to go date other women, it's...
No, we fighting.
I mean...
Let me tell you. Don't think you're gonna be still legally married to me and be outside dating people.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, that would hurt royally. But it was I'd
be sitting in the side of the booth like this.
Oh my God.
Drop the pin.
Yes. Oh.
I'll be right over there.
Let me tell you that. Now that would be hard. We are speaking today, but you could ask me tomorrow and I could have a different answer.
Damn.
Jagger being in the hospital, we weren't talking before that. And again, these are his decisions. And I'm still trying to get clear on what exactly precedes that.
Yeah.
So, there's also just a personality difference, and some people are very extreme and they, other people, kind of, it's a little bit more gray area.
Did he really feel emasculated, or was he saying that to make you feel bad?
I know.
And
what do you do with that?
Girl, no.
It was me that was the global entrepreneur. It was me that had built the businesses. It was me that brought you with me, and you made me feel less than.
Had he ever voiced feeling less than before?
Yes.
And you made me feel less than so many times.
I've never heard it like you said it tonight. I've
Word,
heard it
emasculate,
screaming.
you've heard.
I've heard emasculate. I heard I'm a man. I think when I had heard it, I was listening to respond. And I don't think that I ever listened to let it sit with me and contemplate, not contemplate, but accept these are his feelings.
When did these feelings come up?
Like whenever I would take over something. So if he was going over a contract that I had, and that's his domain, that's the truth. And it reached a point that, because I had known more about whatever it was that I was getting into, I wanted to intervene and take over. And for PK, that made him feel less than. It made him feel like he wasn't the best at it, and I didn't have the trust or the respect. That's just one example.
Bose, have you experienced this in a relationship?
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, I'd love to hear this.
I have to be a boss in the office, and I would say, I'd have to take it to the extreme because I'm a woman, because I'm Black.
Yep.
And so that becomes a difficult thing then to come home and not still be that.
Right.
And the thing is that when you get to senior positions, there is no 9 to 5. It is 24 hours a day. And so I can come home and still have to deal with things that are happening in the business. And so I am never not a boss.
Yeah.
And so if you can't deal with me in my bossness, then there is no relationship because I'm going to be that. I don't know that I've ever been in the position where I've made a man feel like he's not a man.
Right.
But he has felt that way because I don't need him.
Right.
By the way, let's be very clear, I don't need you.
Right.
I don't need you,
Right.
but I want you.
Yeah.
I think that's a much better way of
isn't
being.
that better?
I would think so.
There was a lot of that PK felt like I didn't need him as much as, let's say, I once did.
Because that changes in the relationship and then the dynamic changes. Because you could have needed him at one point.
I am upset because I'm watching you gang up on my wife, so I am upset.
I'm not.
Erika.
I needed you to help me get to the next phase in my life, or the next level. And I got there and I didn't need you anymore.
Well, so that's his
But now we're still here in this relationship.
Because I know what I feel.
Yeah.
I spent a lot of time thinking about it, and I can tell you, it never changed. I feel like I needed him exactly the same amount like I did.
But maybe in different ways.
But in different ways.
But that's what I'm saying. Is
Yes.
that he
It
could be
didn't drop
very
off.
used to you needing him in a particular way.
Yes.
And then that changed.
Yes. And
then you needed him in a different way, but he's still over here looking at you in this way and saying she doesn't need me. But you're like, no, I need you over here. But he can't see over there because all he's doing is busy looking at the fact that you don't need him right here.
Yes. 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 Oy.
You had some pretty strong words of advice for Kyle about her marriage, and you suggested that she file for divorce.
Sutton, can't leave you alone for a minute. Oh dear, you did that?
Did you do that?
Are we rolling?
Do tell.
I think that you need to file. Why? Because if you go on to do something from the date of filing, that's yours.
Did she really tell you that?
Yeah,
Did I know
she was
this?
very much like, you need to get a lawyer and file. You need to get a lawyer and file. And
But if you're not ready to do that, what difference does it make to her?
I got a bit bamboozled with my ex-husband.
You know, I had a husband who was really, really powerful. And I was like deer in the headlights.
So I want to just impart my wisdom to my friend who I'm seeing going through this very strange separation in my eyes. And I want to tell her, look, just file. I want her to do it first before he does it to her.
That's understandable to a certain extent. At the end of the day, I have to do what feels right to me. And I did not feel ready to go do that. And I'll know when that's time to do that.
I have seen all of these photos of Mauricio having fun in Aspen, like spraying girls down with champagne that don't have tops on. And it looks to me like Mauricio has moved on. And Kyle seems like she's like, I don't know, I still love him. You know, I have hope. And I'm like, girl, Hope has skied down the slope with naked girls.
People don't know our relationship, and I trust him. And I know for women who have been burned, they're coming from a place of, I don't want to happen to you what happened to me.
The thing is, you can file for divorce, but not actually go through the divorce. But you have started the process.
And also, just to know her finances, just get some information and protect yourself.
And even know what's there, because a lot of times the husband can be draining the bank account and putting in some a little here and a little there.
I want to say something. I have to say this. If I am friends with you, which I am, whether you are married, separated, divorced, whatever, it doesn't make one iota of difference to me unless you're being hurt. That's different. But if you're okay, that's your life. You're allowed to live however it is you want to live. Now, do I think you need to have tough conversations with lawyers just so you don't get blindsided? Yeah, I do.
Attorneys are dirty beasts, and then they charge you for their dirty work. So you get those attorneys in, and what they want to do, they want to charge you a lot of hours, and they want to get you as much money as possible. So that turns into this, like, feast of the devil, and they start turning you against the opposite beast. I don't think I'll listen to me at all.
Everything we have is 50-50, and I don't know. This is a torture conversation.
You know, I hate to go back to that weed dinner. When I said denial.
Where's our hostess?
In denial about something.
Denial is something that I think is recurring for Kyle because she really...
I think she's scared.
She's scared. And so when you're scared, denial is the best way.
What you know, what is safe, what you've known for 27 years, that's a long time.
While I appreciate it, my situation's, you know, I have to live for what I'm going through and not take on all of that too.
I think it's good to be aware, but at the end of the day, it's your life and you have to make the choices that are right for you.
Right. I'm trusting my instincts.
I knew that Kathy was very worried about Kyle. We are here for you, and we want you to know that. You know, Mauricio has moved out.
I mean, Kyle, you look like you could be his daughter. He has aged.
She's sticking up for her sister. Come on.
I think Kathy thinks that's sticking up for me, but I don't need anyone to put him down to make me feel better. Well, I care about him, and I don't know. I don't like when people make jokes or comments like that. I get defensive. If they saw each other, they would both be very nice to each other. You know, I think she thinks like, oh, I don't want her to feel bad about them being separated, so I'm gonna say bad things about him so I don't remind her of any good times. That's like her
that is
logic.
Her way.
That's her logic.
She was like,
He looks good.
Wait.
Don't be mean. Well, people will say that, like, you know, like, well, I am mad at him because, and I'm like, it's okay.
Kyle puts on a very brave face. Like, she always seems like, I've got it all squared away and I've got my whole life together. And that's why I think perhaps separation has hit her especially hard, because all the things that she thought she knew about her family and her relationship, perhaps they're, you know, she's re-examining that. But that's where I was very touched when Kathy said to me, like, one of the reasons I went on the show is because Kyle is going through such a hard time, and I want to be there for her. And, you know, so it takes you aback because Kyle always is like, no, it's all under control. And so I think that Kathy, knowing her sister more than anybody else, has a tremendous empathy for her, and the fact that she contacted you and said, I'm worried about Kyle and we should maybe go over and see if we can get her out of the house.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure Kyle is like, I'm fine, I don't need any, but the fact that Kathy
We brought a
knew that she
mess
needed
to her house.
Yes, but I think she needed a mess in her house at that particular time.
Obviously, you and Sutton last year hadn't been in the greatest place.
Let me talk, Jesus!
No.
How did you get your friendship back on track to be in a place where you would have this kind of conversation?
I think that you need to pile.
Anyone who's known me from watching these 14 seasons knows that I'm always willing to have a conversation and make up and move on and forgive and forget. And she did apologize to me a number of times. How she felt she wasn't a good friend, and she cried and said, I'm sorry that I was not a good friend. I'm sorry for that. And
Did you believe it?
I did.
Okay, cool.
Someone does that only on camera. I'm not really believing that.
Suspicious, yeah.
It was off camera too, and I did believe that.
Good. Okay,
So
cool.
that's why I was able to move on.
Kyle and I had a dinner a few months after the reunion. We both apologized. I think that we both realized that we had done each other poorly that year. And we both admitted each other's flaws in our friendship. And I could tell that evening at dinner, she was very frail and seemed very broken. And it was such an honest conversation and an honest moment between the two of us. And it was just like, that doesn't even matter anymore. I wanted to be there for her.
Well, I don't want to have problems with my friends. I have enough stuff going on in my
I agree.
life.
I feel the same way. I don't want to have problems in a group where I got so much stuff to deal with outside that when I come to the friend group, I want to be able to be as authentically Erika as possible.
And I didn't want to come into the group also having anxiety and negative energy with certain people.
Sure, of course.
Nobody
Nobody wants that.
Once you're honest with someone on both sides and truly forgiving, then it just built up really quickly, because I truly love her and I want her to have a happy life. I don't want to see her go through this bad stuff. It's hard to watch. And I don't know, it was easy to kind of build back up. I've cooked many pizzas from scratch.
Have you though?
Yes, I have, Garcelle.
Wait a minute, you don't have any gloves on.
I did not know that these pizzas were especially difficult.
Smaller by the second.
Or that it would be so chaotic in Kyle's kitchen.
Pizza's ready. 101? Hold it.
I think we did pretty good.
I feel like the dough fell on the floor, nobody cared. I was like, what is happening here?
I was just trying to make my dough a circle.
Making bagels?
I don't know what to do. I got the pre-made pizza balls.
What do you do with
which
the
were
balls?
frozen.
And they
so
were still frozen after you cooked them.
You have to leave them out for a long time. I'm just gonna say, leave those balls out.
Make sure the balls are warm before
Air
you
out
handle
the balls.
It was not good.
Oh my gosh. I was like, what is happening
It
here?
was rough.
But it was the thought that counts.
I remember Sutton was like, gotta make dinner for the boys. I'm gonna order katsuya from DoorDash.
Does the Beverly Hills Hotel deliver?
You know, Jennifer, you seem to like my fried chicken.
I did
And
like
you
your
know
fried
what?
chicken.
Your fried chicken is very
You're
good.
never getting it again,
Oh,
okay?
that's so sad.
And you know,
Oh, no.
I have brought you
Cast out.
many a
Cast
barbecue.
out.
You never get my barbecue again.
That is true. She is a
You like
wonderful
my
cook.
meatloaf? Never get my meatloaf
I don't like the
again.
meatloaf.
I
I've
never had the meatloaf.
No.
Y'all are so evil.
She goes, Jennifer, I believe there's an elephant in the room. I have to address it at dinner tonight.
Coming up on the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills after show.
God gave you 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. Can you let me talk? It's okay, Kyle. It's time for you to listen. She'll either get very aggressive or she'll play the victim.
Now you're just another problem for me in my life that I don't need.
He ended up getting an apartment. I was blindsided a lot.
That's a strategy then.
She's gonna fall again!
She was my teammate and we lost.
Well, how would you like to have had my teammate?
So the prices
Excuse
were
me,
good.
I take issue with this.
You slept with a man and had a crooked dick. Take a slip. Oh. It's like it snagged you like a fish hook. And
Yeah,
it's like yeah.
The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills after show starts right now.
Kathy set up some games for you to play in Oceanside.
Oh.
Go!
Wait, you see the market tickets go.
Sorry. That was really funny.
Kyle!
No, but it was funny.
My God, they're gonna replay that over and over.
I think she had sand in her mouth.
Then
I
go
had
first,
sand
then.
in every single
No,
place.
we don't want that.
It was the Chanel pants that
Oh God,
were a little
that
bit too
did
long.
not. Oh, was it too long?
Like, I thought we were having like this glamorous beach day. I had my Chanel bathing suit.
You would not have been wrong.
I had no idea
my
we were doing
goodness.
like tag and duck duck goose.
She's gonna fall again! She was gonna fall.
The reason why I wouldn't get them hemmed is because I was going to wear them with a heel.
Yeah, of course.
Never thought I'd be walking around barefoot with these.
Who would have ever thought that?
Well,
Chanel barefoot in the sand. Lord have mercy.
you don't even know how competitive I am too.
Dorit is winning. You did it!
Oh my God.
Oh, you have no idea.
Hysterical. You
I-
want to win?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes!
I always, and I think I always like win.
How the heck does Dorit doesn't work out, get ahead of us?
Gotta win, Teddy. I always come first.
Look.
Always.
Look.
She was my teammate and we lost.
Well, how would you like to have had my teammate?
Wait, who was it? Sutton?
Yes.
Oh.
Who literally is like hobbling around a lot of the
Could've
time.
gone faster on crutches.
Because of her foot.
I think because of Bose.
So the prices were
Excuse me,
good.
I take issue with this.
Okay, why? Why?
Because you did not choose me as your partner.
I'm with Bose. I wanted to welcome the new girl.
Is that really why, Garcelle?
I wanted to win.
She knows I can't run.
I wanted that 3-day weekend.
White
Wasn't it
girls
3-day
can't run.
weekend at the Beverly Hills Hotel? That was a good prize. Was that the prize for that?
If it was, I don't. Did Bose go without me?
You know, I never did get my gift. I have to actually call her and find out. I need that. Ooh.
And it wasn't the Beverly Hilton. It was
What
the
was
Beverly
it?
Hills Hotel.
Was it?
Or it was the Bel Air.
Oh.
It was one of the two.
It doesn't matter where it was. I will go to her house and spend the night. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna knock on the door and bring a bag like she brought to my house. But this time I'm staying.
Ask Miss Kathy
Perfect
about
for a
that one.
staycation.
Because you know what? I would just take you to the Beverly Hills Hotel, but you didn't choose me as your partner. So never mind, not
You
gonna do
should
that.
follow up with Kathy.
I'm gonna follow up, actually.
Look, a girls' trip has a tendency to get raunchy. You know what I mean? A good girls' trip should have some element of that.
You slept with a man and had a crooked dick. Take a slip.
Had a crooked dick. Yes. We gotta stop these games.
I hate the games.
Yes.
I hate the games.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I've had a crooked D in my life.
What does that mean?
It's like this.
It goes around the
crooked.
corner. It's like it snagged you like a fish hook. And
Yeah.
it's like You're like,
She went like that, but that you're doing like that.
No, like this.
Yeah, no, it goes around the corner like that. Yes.
Is it one of the celebs that you dated?
Eddie Murphy, Will Smith,
That's already been
Sean Penn.
Oh, I didn't know about Sean Penn.
Does it rhyme with Bill Tip?
Will Smith.
Oh.
Was it Will Smith?
Oh.
We are not touching him with a 10-foot pole.
But did you?
But did you?
But did you?
I've never had those kind of dicks in my life. Like people that you know by one name. There's always hope.
I feel like I should have dated more above the title names, and then I would get a good advance for my biography.
Yeah, that
only
would have been
date
good.
character actors and
Yeah.
comedians.
Hey, listen, a young starlet in Hollywood.
There you go.
gotta go
A
out.
gorgeous
Oh,
young
please,
starlet
that's
wants
the
to have a
title
good
of your
time.
book. A young starlet
In Hollywood, yeah.
Dot, dot, dot.
Dot, dot, dot.
I mean, the conversation always turns to sex somehow in this group. Women don't talk
Because
about
you know what
sex
that
a lot.
means?
Way more than men,
Do you know
I
what
think.
that means? We're not having any. Because whenever you got to talk about something a lot, you're not doing it.
Oh, really? Okay.
Well, maybe them, not us.
My sister dated Sean Penn before he was super famous. He gave me a
Who?
Venus. Sean Penn, my
Oh.
sister Meg. and he gave me a Venus flytrap for my birthday. And I remember running around my $90 a month apartment looking for a fly that he could feed to the fly trap. He's like,
Listen,
I'm like, you
Sean
can go
Penn
for
has
it,
done
kid.
a lot for Haiti. I am part of his organization. Actually, I'm putting on a big event in Miami, December 5th. You'll be there.
Yes, I will. I don't agree with that, actually.
You don't agree with what?
That if you're talking about a lot, you're not having it.
I'm just trying to throw the people off.
Oh, okay.
We're sluts.
What about Tom Cruise? We're not going to talk about Tom Cruise.
What?
What? Tom Cruise. Remember Tom Cruise met us there?
It was hot.
Oh, yes, Tom Cruise.
Looking good, Mr. Tom Cruise. Oh my God. The fake Tom Cruise.
Yeah.
Yes.
He had very large teeth.
And
And
he
everybody was trying to
was on the
set me
rail.
up with him. I'm like, y'all need to stop setting
He
me
was
up with
interested in
these
something.
people.
He followed us to the elevator.
I think he
didn't want to
wanted
go
you,
home.
Sutton.
Yes.
Well, I was because I'm the smallest one. He's like, well, I'm.
He's like, I can handle that little one.
At least I'm taller than she is.
Were you interested in him?
No. He had a lot of makeup. Stop, Avi. Avi, stop.
No, Avi, don't tell Avi to stop. Avi, see?
I was
There you
told.
go. Look at that. Somebody told him that.
Thank you, Avi.
Thank you, Avi. You're
Thanks,
the best.
Avs.
Yes. There he goes.
Oh, I like your Fendi sneakers,
loves-
Avi.
he loves the camera.
Well, the camera loves him too.
He said he was told. They like when Avi comes in.
We love
You yell at
Avi.
Avi, I swear to the good Lord, you don't work in costume.
But I know perfection.
I know,
Avi.
but then I'm
Avi's
trying
gonna
to
be
get
sent
through.
a diamond at some point.
What? Avi, what?
Avi's going to be sent a diamond at some point.
He should
I'm
have a
sure.
diamond.
Yeah.
So funny. So we're in the pre-cocktail before dinner situation, and she goes, Jennifer, I believe there's an elephant in the room. I have to address it at dinner tonight. And I go, yes, Dorit, you should clear the air. And she goes, yes, I have to address the elephant in the room. Oh, God.
God gave you 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. Can you let me talk?
It's okay, Kyle. It's time for you to listen.
Making a spectacle of ourselves.
Yet again.
But I didn't run out with a cape on.
Thank God.
I'm pissed.
Right.
I am not happy. And we've got to talk about.
Mm.
I don't give a flying F
Really?
what anyone's opinion is.
So that's why
I
you
don't
looked at me
feed
like that
into.
and shrugged like that, like you didn't want to speak up for Teddy?
She's so used to it's aggressive with me.
You'll
I
fall
kind
back.
of yeah, like you've made me feel like, is this friendship even worth fighting for, let alone being walked all over for?
I just thought, hey, well, I don't think this is going anywhere. Maybe it's time to just walk away from this, honestly. Because I can be patient to a certain degree because I know what she's going through.
And then you check out.
And then I'm like, you know what? Now you're just another problem for me in my life that I don't need.
In that situation, I think the only thing you can do is to be totally candid and honest about what you are actually feeling.
Yep.
But on the flip side of it, you have to also be willing to hear what the other person is saying. Now, if I hear some bull, now we're having a different conversation. But at least let me hear what you have to say. I'm not just listening to reply.
You know, I have my mind's going and I think about PK and I think about a lot of relationships and I think how I could do a better job at that.
But that was not going to happen because she was gonna try one of two things. Either like, oh, feel sorry for me.
I was reacting to the way I felt I was being treated by you.
Or like, oh, I'm gonna stab you back.
Yes, you're Teddy's friend. You wouldn't say anything because it's not the popular thing to say. And you're too worried about what people are going to think.
So,
she did both.
Well, okay. There. She's multi-talented.
For me, it was extremely frustrating that she just will not take accountability for anything, ever. And I just wanted her to acknowledge something. Even with her saying, you know, when I said, that says a lot about her character, that she did not want to defend Teddy at all, who we know that they're friends.
And my question is for Kyle. Why do you keep thrusting Teddy upon these women when they clearly don't like her?
Girl.
You're trying to make fetch happen, and I just want to know why.
I'm not trying to make Teddy happen. She's very much happening in our lives.
I thought that she was grasping at straws. Her being mad at me because I didn't stick up for a friend, mostly of hers, it just felt like a big stretch. It's not to say that she can't have those feelings, I understand, but we had reached a point in our friendship, right, where I was on the outside. I feel like the closer she got with Morgan, the further she got from me. She had not spoken to me. There was very clearly, you know, a big reason. We were good friends.
Yeah.
And how do you go from that to being totally isolated and then say that the reason is because I didn't stick up for Teddy? on a stage where I didn't want to give any life to some troll.
I still consider her, you know, a close friend of mine. But like I said, like you put yourself in that category of not being that close of a friend of mine by saying and doing those things.
I understand, but at the same time, when I looked at it, I was like, I think Kyle is reaching here.
The Richard sisters in order from your favorite to least favorite. There goes the shot. Oh.
Well, Kyle's definitely last. Okay. Kathy's definitely first.
Like I really did. The on-stage part of it all didn't read to me as heavy. When I found out that what you said about her saying things outside.
And you later said that I turned the tears on for the attention. Why are you smiling? Like that's not true.
You're doing exactly what I expected. You think I'm some idiot.
And I was like, oh, that's why you're mad. And that, to me, was just too much for you.
She's got a way of, you know, turning things around. She'll either get very aggressive or she'll play the victim. And I think she just thought, one of those is gonna get me to back down, sweep it under the rug, move on. I have these feelings. They're very real. And until you recognize that they're real, we're not going anywhere. We had spoken about the apartment. In fact, when I wanted to talk about it, that was kind of what broke communication. I didn't expect or know that he went immediately after to sign the lease. He ended up getting an apartment.
When I tried to talk to him about it, it was like, didn't want to talk about it.
Okay.
And then a few days later, I found out through a text message that he had moved into this apartment.
When PK left, he went straight to a hotel. It was always the intention. In fact, at one point, I was even looking at apartments, you know, online for him, and he was so it was like we went from discussing it to me being completely cut out of the conversation. So I was aware that there was an apartment, and it wasn't a shock that he was going to get an apartment because we'd spoken about that. It just was, you know, it was very different to where we started when we separated. It felt like I was blindsided a lot. And I have to tell you, there is, that's a feeling that I really hate.
Right.
Being blindsided.
Yeah.
At this stage, do you still find yourself being blindsided by things that PK is doing?
Oh, yeah. That is his middle name. Oh, this man. Bless him.
That is a strategy then.
Yeah, it's...
Yeah, that's a strategy. It's not just a personality, it's a strategy, right? To keep you on your toes. To keep you on the back foot.
You would think.
Yeah.
But he's such a reactive person, Bose. Almost childlike. Like, really, he's emotionally immature. So I don't know. Sometimes I think it's strategy. Sometimes I just think it's a personality trait. Extreme. You know, it's very extreme, very black and white, very impulsive, reactive. That's always been PK in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Just not always, you know, in a hurtful or negative place. So, yeah, not easy.
Mo moved out and signed a 6-month lease and decided to buy a lot of new furniture to fill the space.
What's he supposed to do, rent it?
He's in real estate. You can have places staged.
Oh, so I didn't know that.
I didn't assumed he would have it staged, or he'd find some place that already had furniture.
Have you talked to Dorit and PK at all?
PK and I always sending each other funny memes and jokes and stuff. Is he in his new place?
He's in his new place. He didn't have to get any furniture. He didn't have to do any
Yeah, unlike you. I mean, he said, I need to do this, and I'm going to move out for 6 months, and then we'll figure it out. So I was like, from there, take it from there type of thing. And then he just said, then all of a sudden he was like buying stuff, and I'm like, buying another bed and another this. I was like, this feels like you went into that thinking this is
permanent.
Yes.
Yeah. More than 6 months.
Right. I have yet to go to his place. I'm like thinking about you in this condo with no dogs, no gates ringing.
You haven't been there yet. Well,
no responsibilities over there. Oh, so funny. He's invited me a number of times, actually. It just hasn't worked out yet, not for any particular reason. I've been out of town with certain things, or I had plans. And then, like, the Jewish holidays just passed, and he said, can you come over and we'll do the holidays at my house? And I was like, I have more space here. You're gonna have to rent tables.
Here, right.
So I've been still hosting, like, the, Jewish holiday dinners with his family, and so in that
How
sense,
is that? How is it with his family? Are they okay? I mean, like, are you?
Yeah, I mean, it's like in those moments, like everything, like I said, we're just family.
Yeah, okay.
And do you travel to your other places together, like Aspen? Do you go together, like?
Well, we were actually, we were supposed to go to Aspen, Erika, Dorit, and me, and things went a little right. She had stuff going on, and then
you had stuff going on. Dorit had stuff going on,
and then Kesha was supposed to join us, and she's like,
it all fell apart.
But he was going there, and I was like, he's like, I'll leave when you girls come. I'll go to a hotel, and I was like, okay, and then I was like, he always loves to be part of my girls' trips always. Anyway, I'm like, even still, but
that's cool.
Yeah. So then I just said, you can stay. I'm not coming now. So.
And he's still in the same condo, I guess.
He's still in the same place, and he comes to visit, and.
All right, so Kathy surprised you all with hand-delivered suitcase invitations to Oceanside.
I didn't know she was coming over. I mean, I was upstairs, like, getting myself together, and then, ding dong, here she comes.
Hello.
Hi. Are you just gonna stand there at the door? What is it? Are you moving yet? I mean, how are you gonna stop Kathy Hilton from coming inside?
We're gonna go on a weekend getaway.
Oh, I'm excited.
I loved it. And I still have my lampshade hat. I garden in the hat.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
I swear to God.
That's a good gardening hat.
I like the way
It's the lampshade shape that works for you.
It's the lampshade.
It's a great gardening hat.
You said the hat was chic.
Love it because it really does go with my Chanel bathing suits.
Talk about chic. Well, there's like different colors and different variations.
What about the white and black polka dots?
Dorit, I think, will like that.
So if I was just talking within the realm of the lampshade hats, it was the most chic of all the lampshade hats.
Ooh, okay. You're just comparing it to the like.
Oh, that's it.
Not in the whole world of hats.
Oh, no. No.
No, because we wouldn't say that.
No.
About any other hat.
No, I don't think if I was walking in a store, I would be drawn.
She modeled it up and down.
Did you model it?
Okay.
That is
Listen,
so funny.
I do like to actually be, grateful and thankful when someone is gifting me something.
Oh, that's nice. See, I wasn't so kind because the self-tanner was not gonna work for me. I'll tell you one thing I don't need.
Self-tanner.
The self-tanner.
There was so much. The towels.
It was a suitcase full of gifts.
Yes.
Like, we got so many gifts. Every day I knock on the
So many
door.
gifts.
More
So
presents
many
from
gifts.
Kathy. I was like, oh my God, I'm getting buried in gifts. It was like Jesus Christ Superstar where all the people are like, and he's like, stop, there's too many of you. And then he gets buried.
Garcelle goes, I left all my gifts in the room.
Oh my God.
And then 2 days later, they showed up. I was like,
Oh, yes.
Not 2 days later. By the time I go home, Jade goes, Mom, some lady dropped all these things off, and it was all of the gifts that I left in the room.
And then Carol with the flower arrangement. She went to everybody's house like, here's some flower arrangements that we had on the beach. I was like, okay,
I was like, how did she do that? We just left.
I remember Carol dropping off all my stuff from San Diego.
By the way, we
who
had a
loves my
lot
fan?
of gifts given us for the season, and people are real big on pajamas around here this season.
I have more sets of pajamas.
And robes.
robes.
My God.
Than I know what to do with.
Same.
And the sad thing is, it was my first trip with the group, so I wanted everyone to like me. And so I made all these little gift bags, and I thought I'd give them out. It was like a little, some sage to burn and a little can of champagne. And everything. I had the gift bags, and then I get on the van, no one. And someone goes, what is this box of stuff? And I was like, oh, that's mine. They go, can we put it in the back? every single day I was saying, can I give out my gifts? And then I just thought it was so pathetic because it's a little bag like this with a little dibby of this and a chocolate
It was
bar
like
and everything.
Ronald McDonald himself arrived with a gift.
Yeah, I still have those gifts in the back of my house somewhere because
I
I was
want mine.
embarrassed after the bounty that is Kathy Hilton.
Y'all, I spent a long time thinking about this.
I almost had a traumatic response right now. Coming up on the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills after show.
We are now sisters forever.
I thought it was a joke.
I think it almost became a meme.
Okay, she's feeling a certain way.
You punish. You
I
won't
do
speak to me
punish.
for 6 months.
That's true. Don't most people ice people out who treat them like
It was so OVER for me.
You got spelling down.
You never know which Sutton is going to show up.
I have seen so many sides of Dorit that she doesn't have enough cigarettes in her pack to describe them.
Her and I are friends. We're not close.
We're all friends with Teddy, whether you like it or not.
I think she tolerated Teddy like everybody else does.
Well, I hate talking about Teddy.
She loves a little.
He's not my type. My type seems to be poor and wants a free ride to Europe.
The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills after show starts right now.
Sutton promises that if you do get divorced, she'll go to court with you.
Well,
Would she be on the defense or the prosecution?
exactly.
I don't know if you're gonna get divorced, but if that's the road that happens, girl, I'll sit in that room with you. I will.
I'm going to be perfectly honest. Obviously, given the history and how Sutton blows, she doesn't even know where she is half the time. So I had my skeptic hat, but I really wanted to believe that what she was saying was true, it was real, it was coming from a good place.
What you're going through is really hard. And I've been there, and I want you to know that you can lean on me a little bit.
Her son is the same age that James was when I was going through my divorce. And I know that it's so hard with children, and I just want to help her with the children aspect. I don't know why, I mean, Dorit and I have never, ever, bonded.
I'm not gonna play this game with you, I swear to God. Shut up. Stop asking the same question and not waiting for an answer.
And this is not about my friendship with Dorit, this is about me. I want to help you.
That's just who Sutton is. But I just feel like you can feel for her, but if I'm not in a good place with you, I'm not gonna offer my help.
But you did a similar thing with Erika, too, when Erika was going through a
You
divorce, really genuinely wanting to help.
How can you sell that without telling me?
You can't. And when they do the forensics, they'll find it.
And how do you think Dorit took it? Did she?
I have no idea. She didn't take it very well.
But
Well,
you feel like
apparently,
it's not-
Hal says, Dorit never listens. So.
Okay.
I can't say I was all that surprised or devastated because I believed it so much. Well, 24 hours later that she,
You had your. I'm sorry that
It's
I'm
getting
annoying
very
to
annoying.
you. I'm
It's
not
getting
the
annoying.
one that was backpedaling and creating
Now
this
you're acting
chaos.
like a child.
Let's get on the plane.
Okay, let's go. Go.
get me home.
Go.
Oh my God.
you never know what Sutton you're gonna get.
Oh, I'll show you what side you're gonna get. Dorit, you don't know me that well. She likes to push my buttons.
Sutton, I was the one explaining to you. I know exactly what this is about.
Pushed to the point where I am incensed with Dorit. But I was also on the boat with her being very kind. So, Dorit, we all have sides. And I just saw you yell at your friend at dinner to the point where you made all of us uncomfortable, ruined all of our caviar dinner. I have seen so many sides of Dorit that she doesn't have enough cigarettes in her pack.
Oh.
So to describe them. That's true. So, okay,
Does
Dorit.
Dorit smoke?
Girl, stop.
I don't have the luxury of years and years of experience of these relationships. I know right now. I know Dorit right now. I don't know what she was like last year. I don't know what she was like 8 years ago. I know her right now. And what I know right now is that this person requires some care and support. And so when that doesn't come, and not only does it not come, but it comes with venom. I can see the future. You don't need to be psychic. in order to see what's coming and know for sure that my turn is coming at any moment. And, honey, I'm ready. We're not playing those games.
Oh.
We go from Dorit saying she's not friends with Teddy.
I'm not
Now
close
you're
with
not.
her. Her and I are friends. We're not close.
Oh, interesting. That's very interesting.
And that night, she reposts a video of Teddy talking about her dad has a performance.
He tagged me just like I would ordinarily. I reposted it.
When we had just talked about it earlier and you said you weren't friends with her. That's such a hypocrite. Just 2 minutes ago, you were saying you're not friends with Teddy. Why would you repost that?
Garcelle has had a bee in her bonnet about me. And when Garcelle interjected the night before,
you can't just say you're sorry.
I turned around to Garcelle and it said, you know, it's no secret that you don't like me. I'm not your favorite person. You're very clear about that. I wouldn't expect you to actually not agree with what she has to say.
Okay, great. Then we're on the same page.
Okay, we are.
Beautiful.
When someone already has made it abundantly clear that they don't like you, that they have a problem with you, that they're looking to find fault, of course they're gonna jump on any bandwagon.
Don't talk to me about a repost. Who cares? Sometimes like examples are so base that it really doesn't even warrant a further conversation. Look, if you wanna have an argument with me, you're gonna have to level up your argument because I'm not coming down into the mud with you.
Oh. Amen. Oh my God.
I think Dorit posted it because she looked good.
She looked good and she was with John Mellencamp. But it also shows you were in Vegas on a girls' trip with Teddy that you were invited to with her dad and brought up on stage because you are friends. So she kind of shot herself in the foot with that one.
They are friends.
Exactly.
Yes, they are friends.
Yeah, exactly.
Everybody gives Teddy a bad rap, but she's funny.
Well, she's also, when you know her, you know, the perception of who she is very different.
Very different.
So, yeah, she is funny. And the fact that she had her shower at Buca di Beppo.
We're all friends with Teddy, whether you like it or not.
Yeah. I think she tolerated Teddy like everybody else does because of Kyle.
Well, I hate talking about Teddy.
Oh, we're not friends.
That was before my time.
I will never be friends with her because I don't think, just because.
I wouldn't categorize Teddy and I as good friends. I didn't say that we weren't friends. In fact, I didn't even know up until that point that Teddy was mad at me, until Kyle told me that she was sour about me not defending her at BravoCon.
And you're Teddy's friend, you've always been friends. You wouldn't say anything because it's not the popular thing to say.
I had no idea. So that was a shock to me. That said, when she posted and tagged me, it felt like there was no bad blood between us.
That makes sense.
And it felt like, okay, she's promoting her father's upcoming tour. And, you know, I have zero issue with, you know, reposting it.
Thank God Dorit Kemsley was helping John Cougar Mellencamp.
Well, I thought, now Dorit, of all the things, just say, hey, I look great. Or, you know what, I reposted it because I wanted to, but I don't think that John Cougar Mellencamp needs help in this. The man's in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, okay.
It took her days and days to come up with the ceremony.
Trust and honesty comes to mind as the backbone of real friendship. We are now sisters forever.
And a fraction of that, 10% of that time, to break that.
I'm sorry that I'm annoying to you.
No, I tried to bring this group together last night.
And you did.
But why would she be mad?
Erika kind of whispered something to Kyle.
You reposted something Teddy wrote, and you said you weren't friends with her.
I said she's absolutely my friend. I don't think she would characterize our friendship as we're super close.
I lost it so hard I unshook my ponytail.
Well, you thought it.
The ribbons didn't work, people.
No, I said something to you. You were standing to my right. I was like, under my breath, but.
Well, it's also, Sutton would do the same thing you know, if it was about Garcelle.
It was very strange because I felt like there was some sort of conversation with Erika that suddenly transmogrified into Dorit attacking Sutton yet again.
Really is big words. Wow, where's Krista when you need her?
I know, these are big words. I'm really sick and tired of people screaming in my face at me.
I don't feel like I'm getting my point across.
Really sick and tired. So I don't want to do it to someone else. But then there's a point, bitch, no, you are not going to yell in my face. If you're going to yell in my face, I'm going to yell right back. I'll yell louder.
You're the one who started yelling. You're the one who just started yelling.
I am completely, one, disappointed with Dorit. She has missed the mark on this. I'm actually trying to defend her. Erika whispering to Kyle. This is just another example of, like, Erika, if you feel that way, say it to the group so that we can all hear it, you know? I mean, you can say something and say it without fear that you're going to be ostracized from the group.
There's no need to be mad. I'm like, look, this concept was introduced to everybody just 12 hours before. So I'm like, let people have a moment to actually acclimate to the idea. So you can't be mad at somebody doing something that feels off to you. Like, you're not in charge. You're not the leader.
Exactly.
And so you can't be mad and be like, it's my rules, my way, and if you don't do it, then I'm mad. It's just very interesting behavior.
Interesting. Wow, that's generous. It was interesting in the beginning.
Person.
Well, I understand it being interesting now. Live with it for a few years.
That's what I'm telling you.
You won't be finding it interesting.
But this is why I'm looking and watching and just being like, oh, is this the behavior?
Yeah.
She was like, oh, let me create a healthy environment. Then I'm going to create discord so I can be the one that heals it again.
I genuinely don't know if she is that clever.
Oh, hell.
I'm telling you,
Man.
I do not think she is that intelligent.
Bye.
Sutton loves to jump in and add on to someone else's complaint.
I,
you and have
heaven
loyalty
forbid,
towards you.
make a little misstep. You punish. You
I
won't
do
speak to me
punish.
for 6 months.
That's true.
I too have experienced the punishment where Kyle has not spoken to me for months at a time.
Because Sutton had spoken up and it also echoed whatever I'd said, Kyle felt like, okay, I have to kind of throw my hands up and own it.
I acknowledge that.
I think she's always been aware of it. She just, quite frankly, she thinks it's okay.
You know, everyone seems to have an issue with that when it's someone else, but everybody does that. If someone is not kind to you and not being a friend to you, am I supposed to continue
Being
to subject
open.
myself to that?
I get that.
I don't need to do that.
I have experienced being iced out or shut out by Kyle. But I said something really terrible to her, to Kyle in her kitchen.
You've already lost 2 sisters. Do you want to lose a third?
Oh,
really?
don't do that.
Go yourself.
That I have felt so terrible for saying, but this seemed, on Dorit's part, it just kept going.
You have been a
act
shitty
like I have
friend
not been good.
in the last...
In 2 years since I lost my best friend, I'm going through a separation. Give me a break.
It didn't stop, and she never said, you know, Kyle, we need to talk about this privately.
I felt like it was kind of like, you know, I was a judge on RuPaul Drag Race, and there was a point where 2 people were on the verge of elimination, and they have a competition called Sing for Your Life. I felt like Dorit was singing
for her life.
That's what
I
it felt
love
like.
that analogy.
Jennifer kept saying, I want to eat my caviar.
I was so starving. There was a little cracker with a jibby dab, and I was starving, of guacamole, and it was right under Dorit's elbow. And I thought, would it seem uncouth if I grabbed this 7-calorie?
Jennifer was so mad. 7 calories.
She was gesticulating, and I was like, oh,
not the 7 calories.
It was a 7-calorie infused push. They never stopped.
Listen, all of last year, while things were going on with her and her husband, I was on the outside. I did not know anything. I was one of the last people to know.
To know that something was going on.
Whereas previously, I would be in the inner circle. She would have confided in me, she would have shared with me. And even when I had made an attempt at trying to, is anything going on? Are you okay? I want to be here. she had a problem with that, you know, and even though it was just her and I, she kept me on the outside.
Right.
And I still supported her, defended her, had her back. So when I said the grace time is over.
Could you give me a little grace? I think I did. Grace time is over.
It had been a year and a half where I'm sitting on the outside still.
Right, supporting,
being her friend when she's not treating me like a friend. So at that point, I was like, oh, hell no. It was so O-V-E-R for me. O-V-E-R.
Okay, we got spelling down.
You don't like me, or you don't want to be my friend.
Well,
bye.
I think they do like you. I think that.
No,
you know,
but I'm saying, like, if you're mistreating me, and in general, like, no, I'm sorry. If you're an asshole to me, I'm happy to work it out and try to talk to you. But if you don't want to talk, like Dorit doesn't want to, yeah, I'm not going to call you. I'm not going to say, let's get to. I mean, we already tried that.
I understand.
Don't most people ice people out who treat them like?
I understand. I understand your point.
Dorit thinks that if she made the same comments that Erika made, that you would not be as forgiving as you were to Erika.
That is a fair statement, and the reason is because that was one and only isolated thing.
So when she said on Watch What Happens Live, wondering if you were gonna get eviscerated like she had.
We do the reunion next Friday.
As somebody
in
who
LA.
got eviscerated,
yes,
I would like to see everybody get the same treatment.
If I did something like that, you sure as would get mad at me. Kyle never got mad at Erika for that.
Oh.
Never. Not that I want Kyle and Erika to have beef
Well,
at all.
no, but you're
I'm
just
showing,
like, we got beef, let's just spread it around.
Well, it
You know
just
what I mean?
like two
If
sets
it's
of
like-
rules.
right.
It's like, wait a minute, I don't understand.
No.
So I like.
You can't serve me beef and then serve her salmon.
Oh yes.
What is
yes.
going on there?
Exactly. Oh, I love this.
I think that everybody across the board has different expectations from different people, depending on their relationship.
They're in different boxes.
Exactly. If she had done that, it would have been, again, another thing that's been going on and on and on, a pattern. With Erika, I was bothered by that, but I also thought, I think what Erika means is she wants it to be fair across the board for everyone. I interpreted it like that because I know her character.
Well, that's
And I know who
exactly what
she
I
is.
meant to say. It was really not about you. It was toward Andy, which is, are you going to do to her what you did to me? So that was a long interrogation. And I remember several people coming up to me and being like, wow, that was tough.
With that said, did I love that? No, of course not.
And
I
you
was
told
hurt.
me you didn't love
and
it.
I said something to
No,
her
and
about
she
it.
said it to me. Don't think that she brushed it off because you didn't.
I did.
You brought it up to me and I said, look, truthfully, it really wasn't about you. It was more about him.
But that's not only what you said. You said, that's been killing me, Kyle.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that was it.
And
It
I
was a
even texted
non-issue.
her. I said, you are not going to like what I said tonight on television.
Did you feel a little bit thrown under the bus there?
A little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'll
I
tell
just
you
wanna
what,
clarify.
in relationship, I know what I meant when what I said on television. That's why I said to you, hey, this is terrible, whatever, but you need to understand where I'm coming from. In regards to the text at the reunion.
Did you get mad at Erika?
She sends me a text yesterday, basically trying to silence me.
I would feel manipulated.
Okay.
She came to me with it. And what? Look, hey, it is what it is. But both of these women, meaning Kyle and Dorit, know that I only want the best for them and I'm not trying to play two against the other or anything like that.
Are you ready to be a sailor's wife?
Ooh, so, ooh. Listen, a girl's gotta eat.
So I'm your captain today. We have life vests underneath these seats. Please also do not put any toilet paper in the heads. Put them in the trash, please. They're very sensitive systems. They do clog fairly easily.
Always
Or
gets me.
Kate. It was so romantic when he carried her down that gangplank.
Yes. She loves a little.
I'm always up to no good.
Thank you.
First of all, I would like to say, Sutton is no one's fool. For anyone out there who thinks that she's like this bumbling sort of saying things that she doesn't really.
My foot is itching because I have neuropathy. It's gonna bother me.
Yeah. You're totally mistaken. The woman knows exactly what she's doing. Yes, Captain Theo was hot, and she played her Southern card. I mean, way to work it. I'm not mad.
I'm not going to deny that there is something very sexy about a man in uniform.
A man in uniform, baby, that would do it every time.
He's your type.
He was cute.
He's not my type. I like tall.
I like him tall, lean. I want to look up and feel like a damsel in distress. although I'm not. Yeah, somebody who's funny, who's sexy, who's in their skin. That's sexy to me.
I just want to know how come Garcelle and I have not gone on a double date. She was at the NFL the other day, and I DM'd her. I said, girl, get us a man. I promise you, I'm not a viper. I just want to have a nice time.
That's our PSA.
We just want to have fun.
We just want to have fun. We're not vipers.
Well, unfortunately, my type seems to be poor and wants a free ride to Europe.
Who wanted a free ride to Europe?
Everybody.
And a free bicycle.
Everybody wants a free ride to Europe. I like people that can, that like to go to, dumpy bars and play darts and listen to good music.
You like low key.
That is really my type. And unfortunately, those people usually don't have jobs. So that's kind of my type.
Yeah, who has time to get really good at darts? Somebody that doesn't have a job.
But really cute.
I like comedians. I like sort of squishy, out of shape comedians. And I like people that are ferociously intelligent. I'm not super into abs. I don't care if people have a 6-pack or an 8-pack.
Yeah, I don't carry this.
Yeah.
Or an 8-pack.
But I like people that are really smart and sort of think outside the box. And, I've been with my man for 20 years. So I would say he's my type. He's a poker player. He's like just sort of likes to shuffle around in his pajamas and mutter about, things going on in the world.
I love him.
Yeah, he's the best. Yeah.
I will never say I want a man who shudders around.
Shuffles around in his pajamas and talks about cryptocurrency. That's my man.
What did you think of the sisterhood ritual?
Well, Dorit is already speaking under her breath.
I can't even help it. It's like I cannot even help it. I cannot contain it. It's so ridiculous.
Trust and honesty comes to mind as the backbone of real friendship and sisterhood.
It felt very sorority-ish.
And I'm not a cheerleader, and I'm not a sorority girl. No shade to anybody who is. It looks like y'all have a lot of fun. I'm an only child. I prefer to remain that way.
We are all in this together, in sisterhood. We're gonna tie it together.
That blue ribbon.
Right, that beautiful blue ribbon.
Blue is a sign of peace.
Is it?
Yes.
In truth, we are now sisters forever.
Why would she do that?
Right. I bet you if you asked her that question, she couldn't even answer it.
Yeah, why?
Yeah, why?
I have been through a lot of bad years with these women.
Fellas of what? Your ugly leather pants?
No. You have a lot of nerve.
Don't talk to me like that.
Or what?
Seriously.
Or what?
Not having.
Name 'em.
Well, be quiet. So
Name
let me
'em.
talk, Jesus.
And I didn't want us to continue this pattern. And the pattern is if you say something, then you get immediately attacked or you get immediately, reprimanded. Things happen. And I'm thinking, we've got these two women going through very hard times. And can we just try to bond together in sisterhood? Just know that we can talk openly without fear.
How'd that go?
Well, y'all already just made fun of me for the blue ribbon.
I wish you had given me a heads up because I thought you were being funny.
Really? You thought she's being funny?
Oh, I didn't. I thought it was a joke.
I think it almost became a meme for the rest of the summer. Everybody kept referencing it in a pejorative sense.
In a who?
A negative way. People were like sisterhood, like all summer long.
Okay, she's feeling a certain way.
Yes.
My feelings are a bit hurt right now because I wasn't making a joke.
I didn't know that.
I wanted it, so I'm not going to give you a heads up that I'm doing something. This was something that I wanted to do for the group. Unfortunately, I didn't have my glasses with me.
This really comes from my heart.
I could not see.
This comes from my. Hold on.
No, this comes from my heart, and then you can't see it.
It wasn't a joke, and of course, I'm never taken seriously by the group, so my feelings were hurt considerably. And, so no, it didn't go well.
Her words and her actions never match. It's like when you're dealing with someone who can go to that extreme, binding hands together, and then actually sell it so hard that she said, y'all, Y'all, when we were giddy about it, y'all, I want you to take this seriously. I spent a long time thinking about this. That's not funny.
I almost had a traumatic response right now. Some PTSD that was about to happen.
And you wanted to believe it because she really sold it. I don't know. I could definitely count how long that lasted.
What that's about? Sutton, I was the one explaining to you.
I'm sorry that I'm annoying
very
to you.
annoying.
Maybe she wants to be the leader of the group?
That's it. You just hit the nail on the head.
No, I do feel like there is some element where she feels like she wants to be the one in the group that everyone looks to. The truth about power is that that's not actually how it works at all. You know, power is about drawing people to you because of the way that you are with individuals, and then therefore you have power of the group. It's not because you bound somebody's hands together and said, now this is my idea.
Lead by example.
Correct.
Not something she can do.
The fact that people were talking about all summer meant that it had a resonance with them and that subconsciously they were thinking about that moment. So,
we shall see.
We shall see.
She's back to doing the same things. Wow. It's about time I speak the truth about this woman.
Damn. Coming up on the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills after show.
And you're not angry at me. You're angry at your life.
Sutton goes low.
I am actually a very calm person until you push me so hard that I have to be reactionary.
You called me a I called you stupid.
I have never met a thirstier human, dehydrated.
We also can't weaponize in moments of vulnerability.
Who's weaponizing?
If she had a stronger vocabulary, she wouldn't have been upset with the word because she would have understood what I was talking about.
Midlife crisis, this is fun, young girl.
Midlife crisis.
Blah, blah, blah.
That is so rude. You're volatile.
Sutton is very mercurial.
Jennifer,
What I
we
say?
are supposed to be friends.
We are friends.
Exit to the right.
The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills after show starts right now.
Camille has been coming around year after year after year after year, trying to get a rise out of me.
Oh, Lord.
And I don't give it to her. Okay, bitch, is this what's gonna take to get you to go away?
Years ago, my house burnt down. I lost my house. I lost my assistant of many, many years. And I didn't get a lot of compassion or empathy from some, especially Dorit and I
Honey,
went
you were
to
a total
blows.
to me.
Damn.
That blew me away. Honestly, it felt
But
so
Camille-
unnecessary to say that.
Hold on. If you remember, in Camille's sit-down, she said she was sorry for Denise that her rented house burned down.
I'm not sure that Denise fully understands. She's very lucky that her rented house did not get burned down.
Camille is no angel in that.
No,
I'm sorry that
I'm not
Camille's
saying-
house burned down. I don't want anybody's house to burn
I'm
down.
not saying Camille's an angel.
Okay.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying it felt very unnecessary to call her a CUNT.
But it's one of Dorit's classic moments.
Camille, you're a stupid.
Well, that doesn't make it attractive or
It
necessary.
makes me laugh.
You have no business coming in, trying to ruffle my feathers over something from 8 years ago that was a nothing.
You called me a I called you stupid.
It was a nothing. How many apologies, how many this, how many that, how much attention. I swear to you, I have said this over and I have
You're like, it's
never met a
tiring.
thirstier human, dehydrated.
I've been called that word.
I haven't heard y'all say one thing to her about calling me a.
But why do we need to?
But you are one.
And laughed at for being called that word.
I don't like that word.
I don't either. But she was a little bit gunning for Dorit.
Do you regret inviting Camille?
No.
Wow. So we are trying to mend fences. We're trying to move forward. You know full well that you bring this woman around and she's got one purpose and one purpose only. And that is, there, Dorit.
I mean, it's not abnormal for me to invite Camille to an event.
Camille had come
Do you
to
know what I mean?
Kyle's dinner the year
Yes.
before. Like, we all know
Right.
Camille.
When the jacket was upside down, Camille
Yeah.
was there.
Listen, I was also having issues with Dorit, and there's
Invited her as
other
well.
issues going on in the
Sure.
group. And if I start saying, "Oh, I can't invite this one because this one has a problem," or this, then I wouldn't have a party ever again.
I will say this about that party. I brought my daughter to that party, Porter.
Yes.
And Porter was
And
gorgeous.
she was watching us have this conversation. And I remember
girlfriend,
thinking,
too.
I cannot believe that I brought my daughter to this party with us fighting like this, and also with these slurs being slung across the table. It really, I was embarrassed for myself and embarrassed for my daughter that she had to watch it. It was not a good moment for any of us. I don't think any of us should be proud of it. And I wasn't proud to be a part of it.
It makes me laugh. And I'm not surprised. I think this is the worst time in her life. And I remember how ugly I acted and how ugly I was. So I cannot sit here and, pretend to be, oh my God. I can't do that. I'm accepting it for what it is.
I think it's a bad excuse.
I don't. I acted terribly. I was terrible. My life was out of control, including the way I was acting. So when I look at it through my eyes, I'm like, I'm gonna give her grace for this one. Now, if it continues, that's a different story. We could get a great Sutton, we could get an angry Sutton, we could get anything that's just like different than it was 5 minutes ago. She's inconsistent and she doesn't listen, and yes, I stand by what I said. The one thing I would like to say to you, since we're all being open, you're volatile. It's inconsistent. It's great, and then it gets flipped on its head.
I remember her making that comment. I do think that...
Would you like for me to reenact?
No, but Sutton is very mercurial.
Jennifer, we're supposed to be friends.
No, we are. Whose side are you on? What? I'm on Sutton's side.
Jennifer.
What did I say? What did I say?
We are supposed to be friends.
You're friends.
You just called me mercurial.
That's how
and
you
I am
make it
one of the
up.
only people on this show that knows the meaning of that word.
Just sort of like broop, broop, broop.
In layman's terms.
Yes, yes.
All over the place.
I would say responsive.
Yes, responsive. She has a lot. She has lots of emotions. It's like, you know what it's like? It's like when you're in
responsive,
Indonesia and there's a
truthful.
sudden thunderstorm and then suddenly the sun comes out and dries out all the rain and it never even happened. So it's sort of like, am I making things better or am I making things worse?
Jennifer, I just saw a sign that said, Jennifer, you can go now.
You can go now. This is why we love Sutton, because she has many flavors like Baskin Robbins.
Exit to the right.
Sutton, I like that she's sort of like childlike and funny. I see her as someone who's wounded, and so I have compassion for that aspect of her. But then, of course, she can go 0 to 100, no doubt, like the weed dinner.
I'm sorry for that.
You've already lost 2 sisters. Do you want to lose a third?
Or what happened at Magic Mike.
I got all those dollars.
This had nothing to do with the pants. Had nothing to do with the pants.
But with that said, I also know another side of her.
Well, of course I can overreact. I'm Southern. This is what we do. We overreact to things. Can I be inconsistent? Yes, because when you lie to me, I have to be inconsistent to keep up with your lies. And volatile? No. That came out of nowhere. I think that these girls like to call me names because they don't like to face the fact that they're liars.
I'm truthful. I was just calling something out.
That's comical. It's
You're
almost
not
like watching
laughing.
it's like a comedy act. Obviously, I find most of the things that come out of her mouth to be very hypocritical. They don't match her actions. She has no sense of self or ability to realize how erratic she is. And then there's always a moment where she's like apologizing.
I'm sorry, but I don't want us to be so disjointed. Sisterhood, honesty.
And you almost feel bad. No sooner than she's back to doing the same thing.
It is not my fault that you are in the position that you are in.
Yeah, I said it. I said it. I said it because it's about time I speak the truth about this woman.
Damn. All I know is this. Erika was very inconsistent with her story, with her husband's accident. Dorit was very overreactive at the table with Kyle at Oceanside. Erika was very volatile against me at Kathy's caviar dinner. Don't talk to me like that.
Or what?
Seriously.
Or what?
Or nothing.
Right, exactly.
I
Shut the
don't-
up.
So, the two of them need to calm down and remember who they are before they call me names again. Look, I am actually a very calm person until you push me so hard that I have to be reactionary.
This is not genuine. And this is not kind. Listen, you're angry, and you're not angry at me. You're angry at your life.
Oh.
That is typical Sutton. Sutton goes low. And I've even seen the look in her eye where it's like, ooh, you've got to have a somewhat, respectable or at least intelligent, argument. Sutton doesn't have those. So I can speak to it almost as an expert at this point. I know the entire group has seen it and would say the same.
I think that Sutton sometimes goes a little past the mark and gets in those really sort of places where it's like, I don't know that you needed to say that. Just like what she said to you at your weed dinner.
You've already lost two sisters. Do you want to lose a third?
Wow,
really?
don't do that.
Go yourself.
I thought that Sutton did it to me when I was at my lowest.
I am not sure how much I want to be around my friend during this time.
Now I'm watching her, be mean to Dorit at her lowest. It's not once, it's not twice, it's 3 times.
I felt that it was a dangerous situation, hence why I used the word weaponize. We also can't weaponize in moments of vulnerability.
Who's weaponizing?
You just did, though.
Yes. When?
Like just now.
Right now.
You said that she's not mad at you, she's mad at her life. That's weaponizing.
Yes, I wasn't weaponizing any words against Dorit.
If she had a stronger vocabulary, she wouldn't have been upset with the word because she would have understood what I was talking about. Because weaponizing simply means she knows intimate, deep, painful information. And she used that to throw an insult.
Bose needs to kind of mind her own business because you don't know the history between any of us. And you jump into this conversation, and I didn't think it was called for.
Let's go back to the rules in kindergarten. If you ain't got nothing nice to say, don't say nothing at all.
The fact that not everybody in the group was saying the same thing to Sutton is really sad.
Yeah.
And it's hard for me to swallow.
Yeah.
This is a woman who sat in the boat, wanted to hold my hand and tell me how, really wanted to demonstrate how much she understood and wanted to be there for me. In the same, few days, not even, she actually used a painful part of my life to justify her own behavior.
Yeah.
It's not me, it's you. You and everything you're going through.
I mean, that's not what you need to hear when you're struggling.
Especially when you've been through your own problems.
Yeah, it's like...
Every one of us in this group have had marital problems. We all know that Dorit's in a bad place. You don't have to point that out to her. You wouldn't have liked that being said to you either.
No, I would not.
Wait, did Camille say Mo was in a midlife crisis?
Yeah, she did. She said something about
That
Mo
is
having
so
a midlife
rude.
crisis. He's at this bachelor pad, no responsibilities, no photos.
It's a party for them. Midlife crisis, this is fun, young girl.
Midlife crisis.
So what if he is? We all go through midlife crisis.
Probably there's some truth to that. I mean, I would say this to his face, which I actually have, kind of watching how he's been navigating through this situation. There's been times I've thought, oh, this is giving major midlife crisis vibes.
Well,
all the way down to a car he bought for our house in Aspen that I just called a midlife crisis mobile.
Please tell me he didn't buy something fast in snowy Aspen.
It's just a big monster truck that I don't
that's
even, that is
cool.
not like, it's like the outside is like rough sandpapery and it's got these big wheels. Looks like a monster coming through town.
I love
It's not like one
that.
you see around.
I love a monster
and everyone
truck.
stares and you're like, oh God. But listen, when you're in this group and you have leftover feelings, it's always gonna bring out the worst in you. And obviously Camille, her divorce was very highlighted in this group.
Sure.
And it was very impactful on her life.
Much different scenario when you're married to a celebrity, because when you get divorced, it's like, it's not a private divorce. The world knows. I never thought that he would leave me.
So when someone talks about it, it comes up.
Yeah, no, I know it. Been there, done that.
She can relate to that. It was obviously affected her a lot.
Yep.
When I first got my settlement from Sam, my wonderful ex-husband, I bought the house, my original house, which I would call the starter home. And I love that house so much. I've lived there for over 30 years. And then my boyfriend moved in, and it kind of got a little too small for the both of us because it's a one-person house. And the house next door came up for sale. And Sam, my ex-husband, had bought the house next door, and I emulate him, so I thought I would buy the next house next door as an investment. So people think it's funny because the house next door is much bigger than our house and very fancy, well, fancier than our house. But I always say Phil and I like to live like two little gerbils surrounded by torn up newspaper. That's how we feel safe. Like our house is so small and untidy. And people are always like, why don't you live in the house next door? But it's sort of perfect to host brunches and have little parties because
wow, that's fascinating.
There's no stacked up newspapers or magazines or like outdated prescriptions in the medicine cabinet or, you know, all that. It's just so pristine and nice. So that's where I had Kyle and Sutton come and join me.
Your house is so pretty.
Thank you so much.
I love it.
Can we talk about your other house that's haunted?
What? I have a beach house in Malibu, but we never go there because there's a ghost there, and he really doesn't like us being there. I can't blame him.
I'm so glad I'm normal.
But the spirit is... We all have ghosts. We've all seen ghosts. Don't say you haven't seen ghosts.
Okay, tell the story.
So basically the ghost is there. I don't want to be there by myself. He's a friendly ghost, but I don't want to wake up in the middle of the night and see him like puttering around the garden and so I'm never there. I haven't been to the beach house for about 5 or 6 years.
What?
No, I have not. I have not been there.
Have you seen him?
The ghost? Yeah. I was there and all my friends were there for the whole weekend.
You did this.
I think he was so mad because everyone stayed overnight. He's like, this is my house. That's not Studio 54. And I was washing up the dishes. All of a sudden, I heard a knock on the door. Knock, 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 knock. I was like, oh my God. And I was there alone. I was like, please let it be my friend Paul. He forgot his swimming trunks. And I heard knock, knock, knock. And then I walked towards the door, and the door handle was like, pop, 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 like somebody changed the lock. And literally, all the hair in my arms and the hair on my scalp just stood up. And then I opened the door. And I painted the door red to get rid of evil entities, but apparently it didn't keep the ghost out. He thinks he lives there, and I'm disrupting his house.
Oh, so you're the, oh my God.
And especially because we're never there. So he has the run of the house. He has the run of the house.
During therapy, you talked about feeling unsupported by your friends during your separation.
Oh, yes. I would have liked to have had a pizza party.
Sutton threw a surprise pajama party pizza party for Kyle, but I was not given a pizza party. I was actually met with a lot of judgment.
I would have preferred a pizza party instead of judgment.
You think she really filed? That it's her idea?
Yes, she did. Yes, she did. Yes, she did.
Or criticism.
Don't think you're a liar. I think that I said this to you. Did your attorneys concoct this?
I've often felt like because of what was being said around my separation.
I am not sure how much I want to be around my friend during this time.
That I was being judged for things that others did, and I was the outward-facing person. So that somehow or another, everything that was being said about whether it was Girardi Keys or Tom Girardi landed right here.
Because you're the most known one. That's your face that people
That's
know.
right. I'm
and
the
name.
outward-facing person. And I never wanted to do that to others. I know what it's like when, number one, you can't speak.
Orphans and widows, it makes you feel sick.
The obvious question is, did you know any of this?
Even smiling the wrong way or saying something gets picked apart, and in legal circles gets used against you. The press was ugly, and it was just a hard time. It was just a really hard time. I feel better in the group now than I did then. Also, too, I feel better about myself. So that also shapes my attitude toward the group. And
certain things don't hurt as much, but then there'll be some random thing, like the sprinter.
You said it quietly. Well, you thought it.
It takes me over the edge. So it's a work in progress, really. So it'll be 4 years in like 2 weeks that I left home and everything happened.
Wow.
So yeah, 4 years. So in that 4 years, I've been able to accept a lot of things, heal through a lot of things, and I will continue to do that. And I'm not completely out of the woods. I'm still being sued in a lot of places, but you know, those things will resolve. You know, it just kind of, it is what it is. I just try to maintain the healthiest attitude possible going forward.
Dorit, who cares?
Oh, damn.
I'm kidding. Coming up on the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills after show.
No, you can't everybody.
Whoa!
There is a place where there's no return. Now, I'm not saying it's that.
Oh, it's that.
I would do exactly the same thing today and tomorrow and the following day.
That's the breaking of the girl code. There's actually no excuse, sorry.
PK is like a girl, too.
But if push came to shove, who's your friend?
Who wants to text PK anyway?
Have you ever spoken to PK about it?
Yeah.
What?
You can't shield the children forever.
Can't shield the children forever?
This isn't Neverland.
In therapy, he throws out, "This is why I want a divorce."
Do you feel more clear about where you two are heading?
The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills after show starts right now.
Literally, I thought
hold them
Kyle
back.
and
Hold them
Dorit
back.
were getting physical. I've never seen anything like that.
I apologize, and I said to you, I will not talk to him again. What more do you want from me?
I want you to stop raising your voice at me.
No, you can't everybody.
Whoa!
You don't get to speak to me that way.
They were lunging for each
They
other.
really
I've never
were.
seen them in
Anything
such a
like that.
rage ever.
No.
She did lunge, I was there. I was surprised that Dorit moved her body forward. I was like, don't do that. Like, stop. You have to stop that. There is a place where there's no return. Now, I'm not saying it's that, but it's real close. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Oh, it's that.
Once again, her thinking that she can just scream at me. And in that moment, it was like, oh, you have no idea.
Do you understand, Kyle? The rules are different. You don't get to scream. You. Listen. You.
I will and scream right back at you. This is not a tactic. This is not a tactic that's gonna work anymore. And I needed her to know that. That's why I got activated. And I would do exactly the same thing today and tomorrow and the following day. Her and I had already turned a corner.
So I'm sorry. And I apologize once again for hurting your feelings.
And I really wanted to give her the benefit of the doubt and give her a chance to tell me rather than me make assumptions.
Kyle, PK's in a very unpredictable state of mind. And I'm wondering and curious if you're speaking to him or if you have spoken to him.
I was very surprised by the answer and the reaction.
I apologize, and I said to you, I will not talk to him again. What more do you want from me?
So surprised that it actually made me think things that I wasn't thinking before.
And it should have.
Do you know what I mean?
Girl.
I really don't think this actually bothers her, but she's been looking for a reason to justify her behavior towards me, so this is a perfect situation for her to zero in on. I have been asking her, because she would not take accountability for her actions towards me, I kept saying, what have I done to you? And she kept giving these like blanket, vague answers. Like she didn't have one thing that she could actually point to. And I said, I've been telling you, you did this, 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 this. What did I do to deserve those things? She couldn't give me an answer. So all of a sudden, a month or so later, she comes up with this one. So obviously someone was like, that's weird. Whatever.
I don't know if PK and Kyle are speaking. I know that they, once upon a time, definitely text. I don't know if there's anything you know that I don't know.
I do not.
Or she had to find something, and now she's got, the others riled up about it, and she was trying to create things out of nothing, and I really didn't appreciate it. At that point, I thought, okay, do you have any morals at all? Like, we've already been making up, and now you gotta come up with something else? Like, okay, you wanna make a splash? Fine, now move on.
How can this be a moment? This is your life.
It's
This is
deflection.
your husband. This is like...
It's deflection.
Ooh, that can't be a moment. No.
That oh, please, you're just looking for another reason to get mad at me.
You're like, how?
How would you feel?
When it's my husband.
Okay? It's all so ridiculous.
I thought after that night, their friendship was over. Or it would never be the same.
Right, I agree.
It would never be the same.
Kyle's text to Dorit comes up, and Kyle's girl code to Dorit is questioned.
Dorit, who cares? No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, damn.
I'm kidding.
I completely understand where someone would think that that is breaking girl code. Absolutely.
Even if you and I were in a bad place, just the fact that you would text him, feel comfortable to text him.
I would check text Mo and me when we got separated.
But I don't know if I'd feel comfortable to send Mo a text and not you.
I am done. I am done. I'm done.
I'm like, whose side are you on? When I heard it, I definitely was like, oh, that's the breaking of the girl code. Team Dorit. That's the only answer you can give, sis. That's it. Like, there is no other answer. Sorry. Anybody who has a different opinion about that, I'm like, so what you doing? No! You know, if you want to defend that position, I'm like, there is something that you've done that is probably questionable. Oh. Because there's actually no excuse, sorry.
You've never met PK. You've known me for a few weeks. And Dorit too, you barely know. And up until then, you know, PK is not only my husband's best friend, PK makes a big effort, like, you know, he's more outgoing in that aspect. So, and he was my friend. 10 years he's my friend. You know what I mean?
I get it. But if push came to shove, who's your friend?
Obviously, I would side with the women always.
If the shoe was on the other foot.
Oh, Lord, have mercy.
OMG.
Woo!
Would you be okay with it? And I can tell you, hell no. So why on earth do you think it's okay for you to do it?
There ain't no way.
She knows me better than that. She knows PK better than that. She knows our friendship better than that. He's like one of the girls. I would say this to his face. He's like a girl. He really is.
Not only is he a girl, he's a petty teenage girl.
Yes, so he really is that kind of, I mean, sorry, PK is like a girl.
I'm not sorry.
In general, I would say don't text your friend's husband. Just include the wife on the text.
I would not be chatting with Tom Girardi, no offense.
Tom Girardi doesn't know how to chat or text, but yes,
I wouldn't be texting with Harry Hamlin.
No, you'd be texting
I wouldn't be, I'm trying to go through the line. I mean, but PK's like a girl.
He is a petty teen girl.
Not knowing what was in the text, I thought Kyle was in the wrong.
And I also felt Kyle might have been playing it down, the messages that they were having by saying it's just memes and gifts.
It's literally like memes and jokes and things like that. That's it.
But like, still, even now,
literally memes, that's it.
Who has conversations with anybody where it's just memes and gifts?
Everyone knows that even when Dorit and I are not getting along, that PK will still send me messages, you know, like the things that make me laugh and vice versa. And when we've made up, we'll laugh about that. She's never cared.
Circumstances have changed.
Hello, massively, by the way. It's not a little change.
It's a
very
big
big one.
change.
And do you think for 1 second, in separation, when PK and Mo have had dinner, Kyle's not been on the phone to me asking what little nuggets I have? It's like, I don't even understand why I have to spell it out. Because I know she knows better.
But does she really care? No, I do not think she does. Of course it doesn't. It looks like I'm breaking girl code, but anyone who knows me knows that I am 1,000,000% a girl's girl.
Have you ever spoken to PK about it?
Yeah.
And what PK said?
What?
He got the information via Mo saying that Kyle told Mo she's not allowed to speak to PK anymore.
Oh, hell. Oh, this is hysterical.
Who wants to text PK anyway, to be honest?
Dorit, you open up about a therapy session you had with PK. How are you feeling leaving that session?
Oh, like a dagger in the heart. I mean, and it's not the first time that I felt that. In therapy, he throws out, "This is why I want a divorce." And I don't want to be married to this woman.
No!
It wasn't like a sensible, okay, listen, Dorit, I have reached a point in our marriage where I want a divorce. Even, you know, something other than to justify an argument or to, in the heat of a moment, and this is why I want a divorce. It's almost, you don't know if it's reactionary. You don't know if it's like, wait a minute. That's the first time you've said it. Now, this is serious words. I'm entitled to know your feelings. You know, you owe me that.
Right.
And yet, even from that, there was no kind of, yeah, that's what I want. That's what I'm thinking. So then it's like, well, I don't understand. Am I preparing for a divorce? Am I not?
Or not.
It's such a mind because even when it's been tossed around, and then when we've made up or when we've spoken or when things are not, you know, when we're peaceful, oh, please, I say things, you know,
that's what's hard about it.
It is so hard.
How are you supposed to know if this is the real one or not? It's like crying wolf. That's a hard thing to react
really
to.
hard.
Girl, I don't even
really
know.
hard. I can handle if it's,
if it's the real thing, then at least I have something concrete to react to.
And then you think about, well, how do you react? So if I react and I start going and I file for divorce and I start that train, right? And then, or if I don't, and then, so any which way, you just, I don't like that aspect. It's hard, it's toxic, and it's also another reason why, with regards to telling the kids, him and I need to figure it out. I need to have a really good understanding of what's going on so that I can prepare them. That's one of the biggest reasons why I didn't want to tell them immediately, because it is a game of ping pong. I don't want my kids having to deal with that.
I don't want you dealing with that.
Right.
I don't want you dealing with that.
You're right.
Are you still in that situation? Or do you feel like you're more clear about where you two are heading?
We stand in exactly the same place we were at the very beginning. There is no way.
No movement.
No. Well, there's been movement, but it's just not forward. It's left to right. I'd love to go forward. That's what and I'm consistently trying to advocate for that. Now, I will say that this is a man who chose to get sober. From what I've understood and learned, you know, that is a journey, and it depends who you ask. If you ask someone who's sober for 10, 15, 30 years, they'll say he's very new in his sobriety. If you ask someone who's a day sober, they'll say he's so far ahead. So PK had spent 56 years of his life drinking, sorry, not since birth, so, okay. I will take that back, but yeah. No, but he spent a long time, you know, abusing alcohol, and it's, you know, he was pouring alcohol on a lot of feelings. And now he doesn't have that privilege. And so there's a lot of feelings, and I think that we can't snap into a place where we fit, because the work that needs to be done is never gonna go away unless we do the work. So, we'll see. Ask me in another 6 months. Hopefully I'll have a better answer.
I hope so.
When your husband does not live in the house with you, and hasn't for some time,
you can't shield the children.
You can't shield the children.
And when you have two small children and you're separated and you're trying to shield them from...
You can't shield the children forever.
Can't shield the children forever?
This isn't Neverland.
The things that come out of her mouth, you know, it didn't feel like, it felt more like having a little dig rather than, you know, giving sisterly or friendly advice.
This wasn't a dig at all. I'm a realist in my mercurial ways. I'm a pragmatist. Children are very in tune with their parents.
Yes, they know
and,
a lot.
And a 10-year-old especially understands things.
Even if they're homeschooled. I mean, they're going to have friends that are going to say something
Well,
like,
especially if they're homeschooled. They're like, we're never out of here.
When you said that, I don't think it was taken the way that you intended, because it was like throwing gasoline on a flame.
I don't plan to shield them forever.
Don't get mad at me. I'm just...
No. It's a pretty strong statement.
Oftentimes it's not what you say, but how you say it It is true. She's not going to be able to shield them for forever, but is this the time and place, and is that the right tone? Maybe not.
Sometimes it's just the messenger. I think I have strong opinions.
Yes.
How are you with the kids right now?
They think daddy's working, he's staying at a hotel because of work.
Ooh, that's hard too, though. You said, Bose, thank you so much for your opinion. However, I'm gonna do this over here. And then what can I say? I'm like, okay, girl, okay, you go ahead and do that. Right. I'll be right here when you need me. But I'm giving it to you, being like, hey, look, I'm concerned for you.
Yes.
That is a very different conversation from somebody who has different intentions for you and is basing it off of judgment.
Absolutely.
You know, judging your life and then trying to give you advice based on their judgment.
I would never, ever give a dig at divorce or children, ever. That's not who I am, and we know that about me. I mean, I'm saying that I wouldn't do that. And I wasn't that mad at Dorit for the van conversation. Like, I wouldn't do that.
You said it very matter of fact.
It would have come across better from Sutton if she had used examples from her own life.
Yes.
You know, especially given that, again, she's been through it. And so what did she do with her children? Clearly, they weren't the age that yours are.
James and Jagger, exactly the same age. So that's, I'm like, no, that's the conversation that we had.
What you're going through is really hard. And I've been there, and I want you to know that you can lean on me a little bit.
That's where the link is missing.
I think Sutton sometimes takes her Southern hospitality a little too far.
Yeah.
She says things that sound nice and are the right thing to say
At
on
the time.
paper,
They're
but it's not genuine.
They're the polite things
Right,
to say,
exactly,
but
the
there's no
polite
real
thing to
meaning
do.
behind them when push comes to shove.
Correct, which is why I don't offer those things unless I mean it.
Sutton, if I'm remembering correctly, he said he wanted a divorce. Like that he left and there was not like they were doing a trial separation.
My ex-husband filed for divorce on my birthday.
Oh.
I had a birthday party and a dinner, and he came. I had no idea he had filed. And then the next day he called me. He was flying to Florida and said, "You need to get an attorney."
What?
Yeah.
What? Did you have any idea?
No.
Was it shocker?
He had moved out, so we were separated, but I didn't think like separated forever.
It's very different. And if that was the situation, I definitely wouldn't choose to shield my kids from it. The situation is different.
We're going down like dominoes. I think I did it right.
Dominoes is a new single that I have. We didn't have time to put it in the Vegas residency, and what a better way to introduce a new single than to premiere it at the Viper Room and have a good time with my friends.
What I remember is that drag queen on stage going, I'm so happy because my very special friends are here, and then she pointed at her table, and Kyle and Dorit were screaming at each other. Not even screaming at each other. Somebody was holding them back from, remember?
I've never seen anything like it.
And then everybody in the audience swiveled their heads and looked at us.
And then we're like,
it was a cute song.
Wonderful.
What are you doing, ma'am?
Nothing.
What are you doing, honey?
Are you pulling up the song?
I'm sure it's somewhere on the internet that we could find, but
are we looking for
I
it?
really like Erika. Are you sure it's called Dominoes?
It is called Dominoes.
How do you spell Dominoes? Just there's no E in it.
Dominoes. Like
I was
pizza?
really surprised because
Wait, I got it. It's on Spotify.
Oh, she got it. Oh, that's it.
Dominoes.
Well, there you go.
Down like
I thought she was going to perform, since if you're releasing a song, I thought we're in a place that you should perform it.
Because we all love to see Erika perform. She's a consummate performer.
Y'all, it's drag. They always lip sync drag shows.
No,
She's
she
not
didn't.
drag.
No, she got up and she said, "Here's all my friends."
She's not
and we all got up on the
drag.
stage. She wasn't lip syncing.
But she's also not
She's a
drag.
woman.
She did sort of sing along.
No, she didn't.
She had a microphone.
She had a microphone to introduce us, and then she sat down, and then the song went. We would love to see Erika in concert. I saw her in Chicago. She was wonderful.
I don't know that Keely and I ever were like, oh, this is casual.
Yeah.
You know, it's like we met and immediately it was serious. Do you consider that you're dating for marriage?
Yeah, that's the only reason I date.
Where are we in that process?
It is me and you.
Right.
So that's where we are.
Look at her. She's already excited. Look at this.
I'm like, I didn't know about this. I want to know about this. I mean, I knew about it, but I want the whole
but the
picture.
detail
Yes,
of it.
I just know
You
exactly
can't
what
even,
you're saying.
like, I can't even say anything without this woman about to plan a bachelorette party.
Because
you know
it's
what
like,
I mean?
it's the connection.
She already planned the party, okay? I plan, I just have to show up to it. Yeah, but you know, it's like I feel amazing with him. And I don't have questions with him. It's such a strange place to be in, given what I have been through. Just recently, I was completely lied to.
How did you find out?
Girl, my simple question was if he was still sleeping with his ex. And that man turned me in my face and said yes.
Wow.
And so the fact that like I feel so secure with him and feel so comfortable with him, quite frankly, is a surprise to me too. It's like I always look to the bright side of life, of opportunities, of situations. Because believe me, if I wasn't an optimist, oh Lord, I wouldn't be sitting here right now, I promise you. You know, not just from a love standpoint, but career and people who betray you. Like I wouldn't be able to even function. And so my optimism is also survival. You know? And so for me, it's like, look, in this situation, I am optimistic about him. I do believe him. I think that there's an opportunity to find love there. And why not? It's like, what else am I gonna lose? I've already lost a lot. So why not go for it?
This is one of the things I love so much about her, and I don't want it to be lost because, truth be told, given what she has been through.
We discovered that my husband had terminal cancer. Peter Daniel St. John was my husband. Everything that could be different between us was, but it worked for us. And 3 months later, he died.
Very, very easy to have, to not be optimistic, but it's a conscious decision that Bose makes. And it's so refreshing, it's inspiring when you are around someone who has faced the challenges that she's faced, true trauma, and real loss, and grief, and all of the above, and still has gratitude, and has patience, and has love, and optimism. And I think that's why she's given this beautiful opportunity where someone loves her, truly loves her.
you.
It's a real love. And she is no schmuck. She feels it, she knows it, and she leans into it. And so therefore, it's not only about time, but so
But it's also
deserving.
choice.
Yes, it is.
You know, I choose to be happy. I really do.
I met Kesha over Instagram.
Oh, cool.
She was following me on Instagram, and I followed her back, and we said, oh, we should get together for dinner. I drove out to, we went to Venice or something, and I sat down, and you know when there's that person, you automatically, it's just like,
you
boom,
click.
Yes.
Amazing.
Thank you. So do you, Lord. Free the nipple. They're free and as free as a damn breeze. So we just started like talking about everything and sharing all our secrets. And I just automatically, connected with her. And she's just so sweet and has such a big heart. And,
she's cool.
Kind and not judgmental and talented and creative. So anyway, we just started hanging out, and we became really close friends fast.
Kyle knows everybody.
Well, and then Kesha and Morgan ended up doing a song together, Walked on Water, the song that Morgan wrote, and it's such a beautiful song. So it's so fun. I don't know. She's very, very talented.
Kesha and I are performing on the same bill in London on June 1st at the Mighty Hoopla. So Kesha's the top bill, and I'm number 3. So
I will be there.
yeah,
with
you will
bells
be.
on.
I was like,
Kyle, you have to come to this show. You have 2 friends that are performing at this festival.
I'm so excited about that.
So I'm excited about that too.
Yes, I'm ready to go. Let's go. Can we?
We need to go. We need to go. We need to go.
Yeah. We're friends. Why are you doing that?
I think it's a one-way friendship. Coming up on the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills after show.
If you want to be a lesbian, be a lesbian.
You're being an asshole right now.
But you also had infidelity.
I did ask.
Someone had to.
I've never repeated anything you've shared with me and never would. I don't know who anyone thinks they can trust around here right now. It wasn't like I've been saying this for years.
Dorit is an embryo up your coochie.
Grow up. The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills after show starts right now.
We're talking, and all of a sudden, Sutton brings up infidelity.
But you also had infidelity.
And Kyle looked like she was a deer in headlights. I can't believe you went there.
Let's not forget that part.
What part?
Infidelity.
Who did?
You did.
No, I didn't.
With Mo.
If I could hit the eject button and get back to my house, I would have.
Sometimes things slip out of my mouth, and I did ask.
You did.
I did.
Someone had to.
You know, later she said to me, I don't know why I said that. I got so confused. Do I believe that was an actual accident? Absolutely not.
How'd that make you feel? Be honest.
I really thought, wow. Yeah. I thought that we were good friends and that we'd fix things, and now I'm not feeling like I really trust you at all. She already apologized to me profusely over the comments last year about the ring that I had bought myself.
Is there something going on in your personal life that you would like to share?
With what, though? What's with the new band?
You haven't been wearing your wedding ring.
It's in the bank, my big diamond.
Well, you know, all of these things kind of add up.
And she actually apologized to Mo and Alexia in New York City when she bumped into them, and now she does that again. I'm like, we're friends. Why are you doing that?
But are you? I think it's a one-way friendship.
She put herself in that moment and like, okay, I won't be sharing or trusting you like I thought that I could. And obviously a wall goes up for me. With that said, you know, will I be nice with her and we get along? Yes, but I still think about it.
Well, I remember we had talked about how if it's infidelity, if you text someone on the Instagram.
If you slide into someone's DMs.
I don't like the word slide, it sounds so nasty.
Okay.
What is appropriate for husbands when it comes to communicating with other women on social media?
I've had like a fight with Mo over that. I hate that stuff.
Why are you making contact with a bikini model on Instagram?
Goddamn.
Jimmy Carter said if you think about infidelity, it's just like you actually committed infidelity. I'm old. Sorry, I apologize for the Jimmy Carter reference.
She said, I'm so sorry I said that. I don't know, I thought that you'd said that. And I said, are you talking about the DMs that were annoying to me? Because there were people reaching out to him and I didn't like that he would respond or engage. And she said, I just thought you said that. I did not mean that at all. And I was like, oh, felt like
you did.
Pretty much felt like you did.
We're also in this very nebulous stage in their separation.
Okay.
During a separation, when does it become okay to like have a relationship with someone?
Yeah, they weren't really.
I don't know.
I don't think I'm like naive, but in those moments I'm like,
well,
wow.
the one thing you're not is stupid, and I think that you know you're very kind, and I know I've seen you handle things like that before with real grace when it was not lost upon you what she said.
And I will never forget that.
Oh no, you won't. But the way sometimes people expect you to react is, you know, not what you're giving them. You didn't give them what they wanted, and good for you. Because you could have launched into some sort of, you know.
I could have, but what I actually do is much worse.
I know what you do. I know what you do. I know what you've done.
I'm like, okay, I see you.
I see you.
And I will never forget.
I'll get your ass.
Garcelle told Bose that Dorit is up her coochie.
Oh. She's on her ass, okay. Grow up.
I know we haven't had a chance to do this. Dorit is an embryo up your coochie.
Girl. Stop. not away with words, does our
Why'd you say that? Not very mercurious. Mercurial.
Sutton is very mercurial.
And I am one of the only people on this show that knows the meaning of that word.
Mercurial.
See, I don't even know it.
I think it's a mixture of perhaps some jealousy, that I would find any interest in Dorit, given that perhaps I'm not finding as much interest in them.
Bose and Dorit had a very long conversation, and everybody felt left out.
Not everything is for everybody at the table.
So some hurt feelings there, some ego bruised. Additionally, I think that there's just a high dosage of hypocrisy, because clearly they understand the fact that people can become closer in a group because both Sutton and Garcelle are close. And so why then would there be such a question about why I'm close to Dorit? That doesn't really make any sense to me.
Honestly, if you had said to me that Bose and Dorit were going to be friends out of everybody in the group, you would have blown me over with a feather. I would have thought they were the last people that would be so tight.
But it seemed like Bose suddenly and very became Dorit's best friend, and probably Dorit needs somebody to talk to her. She seemed to be, Bose has a way of talking that's very, it's very like I'm wise and I have a lot of answers, and probably maybe they weren't aware of how it came across.
I think part of it was Dorit wanted someone who did not know any history. Right? And Bose fit right in. And they were so exclusive, we didn't have a chance to interact with Bose because Dorit was sort of hogging the situation.
I see Garcelle's point.
I can see where Garcelle would say that because Dorit is very overly animated at times.
And you and I standing here in the middle of the party having a therapy session.
Just us, I know.
Bose would say one little thing and Dorit would say, yes.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, but she was doing that because she needed it. I know that Dorit came into this season feeling like I need a friend and an ally, otherwise I'm screwed in this group.
You're right, you may be right.
I am.
I have a different take because I was okay with Dorit, so I think Bose is an open person, and I think she was as open with Dorit as she was with you and everyone else.
I definitely did not feel that.
I know.
If you sit back and think about it, you're like, why are you actually mad? And so if I'm new in the group, I look at the group, I survey the group, and I'm like, you know what, actually I like her. Because clearly I'm not a dummy. So there's got to be some reason.
Very smart.
Don't get me wrong. I think they liked each other, but there was a reason she latched onto her so quickly.
Right.
I think Bose likes to solve problems, and she saw that Dorit had a problem, and she's like, I'm going to help Dorit solve her problem.
That's a very good way of putting it. Bose likes to solve the problem, and Dorit is the problem.
I'm sorry, we're not in 6th grade. You can't tell me who I can like and who I can't like. I clearly have a mind of my own. I clearly am able to make decisions. And so I don't know that anyone can really dictate to me who I should be friends with.
Take notes, people.
Well?
Take notes.
If you want to be a lesbian, be a lesbian.
Be whoever you want to be.
Yeah.
If you want to be a lesbian, be a lesbian.
That's a t-shirt right there.
I was like, what? I'm trying to eat my pizza.
What was really going through my head was, you're being an asshole right now. And don't try to act like oopsie daisies. You know exactly what you're doing.
I mean, first of all, who says that conversation at Chuck E. Cheese?
Well, a lot.
Where I was coming from that night when I said it, it was about we are grown-ass women. We're people's mothers. We're people's grandmother. I wasn't pushing her to come up. What I was saying is, be whoever you want to be.
Okay,
Once
you know what's so
again,
funny?
I
Like, can I
see
tell
you.
you? You literally were like this. Okay, so anyway.
I was thinking, if you're thinking you're going to get a reaction from me or I'm going to be offended, I'm not.
Yeah.
And it's nothing I haven't seen in tabloids and things. So
For the last year.
Yeah, so in that aspect, I don't care. But what I did care about it was like,
what is your point?
What are you doing? What are you getting?
What are
from
you
that?
getting at?
Well, I'm not trying to call her out. Own it. Be authentic. 'Cause I feel like, Kyle cares a lot about what people think and how, this is going to look and how that's going to look, and she's trying to figure it out. If this is who you are, or even if you're discovering it, discover it and own it.
Did Garcelle apologize to you?
no, but she just said, oh, I can't believe I said that. And I was just like, yeah.
Yeah, well, I can.
We are allowed to be who we are at this age. We don't have to worry so much about what other people think of us. You know, that if it's something you're exploring, saying, you know what? I don't know what it's going to be at the end of the day, but right now, I'm exploring that. I think people
understand that.
Understand that and can connect when you're more authentic about your journey, as opposed to, I'm not doing that. I haven't thought about it. We're just friends. But when the visual is you're doing other things, you're doing a music video, you're picking her up at an airport, you're morphing into looking like her, like all those things to me say something else.
Right. Coming soon.
If you're a lesbian,
be a lesbian.
Be a lesbian.
Starring Sutton Stracke.
I will make that movie. It didn't dawn on me until I laid in the bed that night.
Okay.
And I ran that through my head and I go, wait, did she say, I've never said anything you've said to me and I never will?
I said, I know you have a lot of friends, but I am also one, and here if you need me. I've never repeated anything you have shared with me and never would.
Which made it seem like they've talked about things that maybe Dorit doesn't know.
Yes, I will never pass along this meme of the puppy being friends with the duckling.
What?
Well, no, because he said they just communicated memes.
My friendship with PK is memes and jokes.
It sounds like they're communicating in more than memes.
Yes.
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 I understand.
Yes, thank you, Sutton.
This is why I hate text messages. Because you can take it like a script. You can take it and make it anything you want. Give me a line read on this. I can make what you text him sound any way I want. And if you don't understand that, you're not creative. But you and I both know, I know what you meant in that moment.
No one asked her to read that, by the way. She volunteered to read that night. No one asked her to read it.
I'm gonna do this because today I will show you guys this and I'm not gonna do this again. Not for her or anybody, okay? Because I think it's ridiculous.
I think she goes between wanting to be really close to the girls and perhaps not trusting them. Like, she wants to keep people at arm's length, but she really does need her friends now more than ever. And so I think she sort of vacillates between
Or
the
she's
two.
also ready to get things off her chest.
Yes, yes.
You know, when you're conflicted and you're scared, and then you have this weak moment with yourself and you just blurt it out. I, of all people, understand this.
Forget how it could be seen or what the audience might think.
Well,
or
you just don't
how
like
it
the
could
fact
be
that they assumed it
interpreted.
was not
Everybody here, regardless of if we're having an argument right now, we don't get along, everybody here knows my character. And they know that I'm not that person.
I think she wouldn't have read it if she didn't think that that it was innocent, except for what the text said.
Kyle is not one to tell friends secrets. Kyle can be very private and will hold things that you've said to her in private. She's not that person. And so she felt very exploited by Dorit when Dorit did that to her.
Another thing, which I did not make a point to say in my interviews, was that don't forget, I was coming off of Dorit reading my text message at the reunion.
Of course. It's like a novel. Bitch.
Thank you.
What the Hi, I've been wanting to reach out because I know we're in a weird place. Of course, some of the interview comments hurt my feelings and creative issues. They always do. I don't want to lose someone else in my life over a TV show.
So I'm thinking, I don't know who anyone thinks they can trust around here right now. I also want to be like, I'm someone that doesn't repeat things.
She's letting PK know in that moment, I'm not gonna say anything. Like, we're friends, you can trust me, we can talk, and it's our private conversation. That's what I think in that text, that's what Kyle is saying to PK.
This is the first time, you know, that there was something major going on in his life that he would be nervous it would get out there. So that's why I said it then. It wasn't like I've been saying this for years. You know, all those things that we talked about Dorit? Like, no.
I've been wanting to go to the Chuck E. Cheese so badly.
We thought the biggest pizza party you could think of.
Okay.
Take off your blindfold.
Poor thing. She thought we were going to the private airport.
I
And she's like, are we going to the private airport? I was like, oh no.
I
wish you said something else.
I just knew we were going on a plane somewhere.
God.
This is it. No, we're on our way to Chuck E. Cheese in Panorama City.
When Erika and I did the pizza surprise party for Kyle, Erika mentioned, y'all never threw me a pizza party when I was going through my divorce. She really felt hurt. You know, I gave Erika a very hard time during her divorce stuff.
Are you truly blindsided? Why is the paper saying that $20 million went into your LLC? Have you had any kind of discussions with attorneys about the story?
And I do have this soft spot for Erika. I think that she's going through a lot. And she really is like kind of a fun person, and she's smart and she's funny. Like, I do like her. To most of all of our surprise, we do get along. And let's not make it fancy. Let's bring back our childhoods. Let's bring back like the fun, good memories and go to Chuck E. Cheese.
This could have either gone one or two ways. I could have gotten highly insulted that you guys think that I'm like a child and this is my pizza party. Or I could embrace the moment, and that's what I literally had a smile on my face. I was like, this is really cute. I liked it that we were with everybody at the Chuck E. Cheese, families, everyone. We all put on the hat. We all played games. We all had a slice of pizza.
But their food is really good.
The food is really good.
Their food is really good, and the games are fun.
The games are fun. We had a great time. Thank you very much to Chuck E. Cheese. We had a nice time. And like some child made me get his balloon and walked up to it. Was really a very sweet moment.
I think she was really happy that we did something for her. Although Erika is very fancy and she's lived this fancy life, I think she's still a down-home girl at the end of it.
I like Chuck E. Cheese. I have history with Chuck E. Cheese.
I have history.
And I do. I have
histories with Chuck.
I have history with Chuck E. Cheese. They have a salad bar. They have all kinds of stuff. We had a great time. I had a nice time.
I know, me too.
And we got swag.
And it was right after that rat in my car, so I really felt the need
It's
to
a
take
mouse.
all of the...
First of all, Chuck E. Cheese PR reached out to say that it is a mouse.
It is a mouse.
There is a giant mouse there. So how can you not take it well, right?
Fibroid surgery was it was a scary thing because who wants to have surgery?
I don't like to go under.
Nah, I don't either.
I'm always worried about Leo.
Happy that you are brave enough to even get it done.
Honestly, you know, when I had been discussing my fibroids with my doctor anyway, it wasn't a life-threatening situation where it's like, okay, look, if you don't have it, this is going to happen to you. I know that there are a lot of women who have very severe symptoms of their fibroids. I wasn't one of those people. However, they were large, they were growing, and I just felt like, why wait until some other point where I don't have a choice in order to do it? And then on top of it, it's like, again, I'm not getting any younger. If I'm having these conversations with Keely.
I don't have any kids yet. I mean, I would like to have 1 to 3.
Okay. And I truly believe that we have the opportunity to create a bigger family, then why not do it right now?
He's got one already, if you guys...
I mean, she says it like it's already happening. Well, I'm already pregnant.
Listen,
you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, but I'm talking about, that would be 2.
Oh, I see.
Leal would be 1.
Yes, Leal, yes, of course. I understand what you mean. He wants 3 additional
Oh,
children.
3 additional?
3 additional children is
geez,
what he
okay.
wants. You know, so it's like, with the fibroids, I have 0 chance.
And they needed to come out.
Yes, and they
do not need to be in there.
But also, like, I want a shot. I want a shot at it. So then I gotta choose to do it.
And there was more than they thought.
Yes,
3
exactly.
times more.
Girl.
Wasn't there like 12?
Girl, yes. And one of them was the size of a grapefruit. They didn't even know that.
I'm done. I don't need the money. Why am I here? Coming up on the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills after show. Everybody, I'm done with this.
I thought we'd never see her again.
Something doesn't add up. Can you read the text, please?
They were jumping on this bandwagon for Dorit when they don't even like Dorit.
If there is an innocent party, it is not Kyle.
If you need me, I've never repeated anything you shared with me and wouldn't, meaning I'm talking about this.
I think it was an excuse. I believe that it was about Dorit.
I'm not gonna complain about Dorit to PK when I have a million people I can complain to.
Call it like you see. I see it both ways. I just said that. Kyle has done nothing wrong.
Erika chose to believe what Kyle was saying. It's too hard for her not to.
The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills after show starts right now.
So at your sisterhood serenity soiree, Bose, you and Sutton...
Say that 3 times fast.
I can barely say it once.
What? I know.
Bose, you and Sutton questioned Kyle's text to PK.
It's very questionable.
Let me ask you this.
No guarantees.
Can you read the text, please?
Read it to you?
Yes.
If there is an innocent party, it is not Kyle here. In this situation, something was going on, and she didn't want to reveal it.
I mean, can you imagine if we're sitting there and then someone says, put your phone down and let's read this message?
You? No, I am not doing it.
I mean, are we in school and we're
Well,
the principal's
first off,
office?
who are you? You need a warrant to open my phone.
And does that mean you're hiding something?
Maybe, maybe not. It's none of your business.
I also think it's suspicious that when we were talking about it at the Viper Room, she didn't want to show anybody a text.
My friendship with PK is memes and jokes.
She didn't want to talk about it. She didn't want to reveal any details about it. But now all of a sudden, she's like, oh, look, look, look.
I'm gonna read this once, and that is it. Obviously, I'm showing it, I have nothing to hide, so I'm gonna read it to you guys now.
Did it get cleaned up? Do we have some deleted messages in here or something like that, that now you're showing it off? But still, you can't show the one person that it actually matters to? That doesn't make any sense.
They know who I am, and I know that they don't think I was doing anything malicious, yet they were jumping on this bandwagon for Dorit to send me funny memes, and I won't forget the laughing emojis.
But what does that mean?
You said more than that, though.
What? When they don't even like Dorit, and they're always coming for Dorit. So what are you doing? And who is my friend in this group right now?
Why was Kyle so upset about the contents of the text if they were innocent and innocuous? It doesn't really take like CSI to understand this crime scene that we got going on here.
I want to be real clear, because I can kind of foreshadow where this is going. There's nothing inappropriate going on between PK and Kyle. I have to say that. But I have to. I have to get that off my chest because I feel like people are going to try and squish this in a
Well,
box.
that's what I was also thinking, which is why I was getting more offended. I'm like, are they trying to say that this is inappropriate? I mean, that is so ridiculous.
The thing is, PK and Dorit are going through a separation. Mauricio and Kyle are going through a separation. It can't be as it was. It can't be like, oh, PK sends the funny memes and, you know, we have that jolly relationship. Because obviously it's disintegrating. The foursome as a friend group is disintegrating. So things are different. So you need to rethink what's appropriate.
I have no problem, not, sending any memes to PK. I'd already said that to Garcelle and Sutton. I just thought, wow, they're just not gonna let this go.
Well, I've been texting Mauricio for years, so I'm just kidding.
I don't know how production got into it. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me.
If you need me, I've never repeated anything you shared with me and wouldn't, meaning I don't mean about regarding you. I think that's what you're taking it as. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about this. Okay, which I can't say because we were filming in production.
I think it was an excuse. I believe that it was about Dorit. Because if the text was about production, she should have rolled her eyes and been like, y'all are making a mountain out of molehill, relax. Can I have another snack, please? That's what she should have said. But instead, folks are getting really upset.
Now I'm done. I'm not gonna be made to feel I've done something wrong. I've loved you and your family, everybody. I'm done with this.
I just think it pointed to something much, much, much more.
When you do what we do in this world, you get scared sometimes to say something because you're like, what if it comes up on camera? So that was part of it. But also, that wasn't the only part of it though. The other part of it is that when I'm telling someone, if you're going through a hard time, you can share things with me, I would never repeat anything. I want someone to know that you're safe to share with me no matter what.
What you were saying was, even if we never speak again, you can understand I am your friend
everything that you said to me is confidential, whether it was good, bad, or indifferent, or nothing. And that is just being, in my opinion, a friend. At the very most, and I said this to Dorit, whether she remembers it or not, I said, at the very most, Dorit, at the very most, maybe they bitched about you and they were like, ugh.
If Kyle was talking to PK and sending jokes and memes and also once in a while a little dig at you, like, I'm like, okay, you're not getting along, I can get that.
Had Kyle said, you know what, we weren't in a good place, I was talking about you with your ex, everybody would have understood that. We've all done it.
But then admit it. Like, all I'm saying is just be honest about that. Be like, yes, I was talking about you to your ex.
Yes.
Like, okay.
He's not gonna bitch to me about his wife.
Exactly my point.
And I'm not gonna complain about Dorit to PK when I have a million people I can complain to.
When we were together, I know that when she was mad at me, she spoke to PK about being mad at me before she spoke to me. But by the way, that wasn't on text or on phone. That was PK and Mo having dinner. This is when Mo and Kyle lived together. PK going back to Mo's house and bumping into Kyle. So it wasn't something sinister, and we weren't separated. It would be harder to swallow given that we're separated.
I left that thinking, I'm done. I don't need friends like this. I don't need the money. Why am I here? I've loved you and your family, everybody. I'm done with this.
I thought we'd never see her again.
I didn't think she was quitting.
Really?
Yeah, I thought she was causing a big commotion because she didn't like the way where the conversation was going, and that was her way of getting out of the conversation. I was pretty sure we'd see her again the next day or the day after that.
It's too ridiculous of a situation. The reaction, I'm done, I'm not doing this anymore, outweighed the accusation.
In your text, you said more than continue sending me funny memes, so.
And so to me, I'm like, hey, look, something doesn't add up.
Bo seems to really just only see through Dorit's lens everything because they spent time together. And Dorit was just coming at me nonstop. And then Sutton and Garcelle, who are my friends who know who I am, were all of a sudden backing up with Dorit, which makes no sense because they're always coming for Dorit. And then I have, Erika, the only one who was standing up for me. And even Dorit came out.
Let me go, Erika.
She's not gonna listen to you.
She will.
And then Sutton didn't.
Come on, let's go. Sutton, get up. Come on, go over there. We got it, it's okay.
And I'm like, wow, this is just like, bam, bam, bam.
I was just tired of talking about the text.
I still care about her, and I still have a heart, and I felt in that moment the best person to be able to take her out of that hypersensitive place would be me, because I'm the one that she's offended.
They wouldn't have done that for you. I promise you that.
At the end of the day, Kyle was still going through a separation like Dorit, and I felt like sometimes we didn't give Kyle the sympathy that she needed.
Or the grace.
Honestly, I was just dealing with too much at home. I mean, Mo had just moved out. Lexi just moved out. I was feeling really alone. I was too emotional. I was run down. And I thought, I'm tired of having my character questioned when I know that everybody here knows who I am.
But this is the problem. It's that, no. See, the victimization is at an all-time high because she started it. Like, if she had simply said, my text messages are innocent, there's nothing to it, here you go, look at it, we were sending memes and jokes, there would be no further conversation. So I'm like, Kyle, you can't get upset at being challenged about this text message chain that you have with Dorit's husband and then get mad at the rest of us for asking you what it's about. And then challenging you that hey, look, this is inappropriate. It doesn't look right. But don't get mad and then stomp off.
I just thought, I'm just gonna remove myself from this. And if they want to pick on people so badly and look for, flaws in everybody so badly and try to find a problem, then they can do that amongst themselves because I'm out. And for the first time ever, I said I'm not shooting. And production said, we understand, take a moment.
I mean, you had every reason to.
What made you come back?
I know that after 14 years of being on the show, that a lot of you guys are family to me. And through all my ups and downs, You guys have been a constant in my life. And I thought to myself, and I sat there on my porch actually when I came home, and my house was so quiet, and I thought, what would I do if all of a sudden that's removed from my life too? I feel like at this point, this is gonna make me get emotional, but
I can already tell you're about
yeah.
to cry. You know,
I didn't want that to be another loss. And I know that it would be, even though it's hard, I know that that will, when that day comes, that's going to be another loss.
At one point, Dorit questions if your concern about her situation is genuine.
I thought she was being a complete bitch because I was being genuine. Like, how are you doing?
Do you mean that, like, genuinely?
How else would I ask you? I don't think she had heard me when she initially said, PK is making my life hell.
PK and I are not good when he's making my life difficult.
I really thought, oh, we're finally gonna get something out of her. So I was like, how? But then she never heard that, and then her and Kyle started going at blows. Whoa! So then when it came back and I was like, tell us, she then took it the wrong way.
Back to how? You're like, let
me
go back at it.
Yeah, I was just like, well, how is he making your life hell?
When I really thought about it, I thought I'd actually like to believe that it was genuine, and if she's telling me it was, then why wouldn't I believe her? In fact, I apologized to her for that reaction. My reaction to you was far less about you and more about me. I know I've done things that have hurt you, and you felt like I've not been receptive to hearing you and your soul.
Yeah.
And for that, I apologize. I want to change that.
I mean, I do think that Garcelle was sincere. It was just the really, really bad timing.
Had there been a breath, had there been like...
I don't think it was, she wasn't doing a Sutton.
When I looked at it after the fact, I thought maybe my timing was wrong. You know, it was so heated that she couldn't see that. But Dorit almost went down the line. She went from Kyle to Sutton to me that night. I mean, she sort of had a problem with everybody in that booth. But in the moment, I thought, oh, I'm next? Okay, come on, bring it.
I don't want to choose anybody over anybody, and I'm sure it's gonna look like I am the biggest flip-flopper ever. I hope not, but I was trying to be kind to two women that were in a terrible place.
I heard you say over and over, Kyle did nothing wrong.
Did nothing wrong.
I know you did nothing wrong. I know you did nothing wrong.
And you saying she did nothing wrong, like so sure of it. You're not so sure of that. Are you?
I don't know.
That hurt. I'm your friend too. And you saying she did nothing wrong when my feelings are that she did something wrong. And by the way, Erika would not be okay with it.
Would you have a problem if your man was texting your friend and you're getting a divorce?
I've never done that.
So Erika chose to believe what Kyle was saying.
If you need me, I've never repeated anything you shared with me. And wouldn't, meaning I don't mean about regarding you. I think that's what you're taking it as.
Because she feels like it's too hard for her not to.
Why? Why hard?
Because she will think differently of Kyle.
That's deep.
She pressed me.
When she said, I will never repeat what we talk about, or I never repeat what we talk about, that is plain and simple about me, not about anything else.
You really think that?
I don't believe for a second that you don't believe that.
I said, well, I need proof. She's like, well, I don't need proof. I said, well, I do. I need more proof.
I don't need to prove it.
Okay. I'm not going to take a position on that because even if it was that way, I don't want to believe that. So
Well,
don't
it's
try to
definitely-
push me into a place. And I said, you know what? I quit. Now the two of you need to handle it.
And now I feel like I need to bow out of both of these friendships so you guys can work it out.
I knew it was a terrible position. At some point, I was gonna get it wrong, and I was gonna have to step back, which is what I did. You guys have gotta figure this out. Both of these women are important to me. Both of these women are going through very tough times in their life. I'm going through a tough time in my life. I wanna give everybody the grace and the love and support that I possibly can. I don't want anybody to hurt more than they have to. So all I tried to do was show up and be kind and be supportive and try to be as objective as I can with the information that I had. And do I have all the information? No, I don't. It's important to remember, You have to take into consideration what is happening to these women at home and their marriages. That, for me, is the biggest thing when I look at people's behavior. It's like, friendships are one thing. Home is a whole other ballgame. Look, at the end of the day, I'm gonna do what's right for me. But yes, I'd never been put in between two people like this before. No.
We all peed our pants.
4 people peed their
which
pants.
means we're
laughing.
all incontinent.
Coming up on the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills after show.
Jagger, he's like, are you and Daddy divorced?
I'm sorry, I
This
hate
is
to
the
interrupt.
thing
I'm so sorry.
about, of all the things that Sutton has ever done, I can tell you this was the most cutting.
I said, excuse me.
The sponsor's the one who suggested that we take some time apart and separate.
You gave up the accountability, PK. You don't get other people to fight your fights for you.
What I would like to see is that we're able to feel comfortable telling one another how we feel.
Yes, I would like that too.
Praise Jesus, just let us eat.
Dorit did have plans with me one night and then canceled with me to go with you, and she didn't know I knew that.
The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills after show starts right now.
Dorit, let's talk about the day you and PK decided to separate.
Felt totally blindsided. The day PK and I decided to separate, it was him, his sponsor, and myself in our backyard. And his sponsor was doing the talking. His sponsor's the one who suggested that we take some time apart and separate.
Wait, his friend said it?
Yeah.
Girl, ain't no way.
Yep.
No.
Yep. His sponsor.
His sponsor said...
Sponsor and friend, you know.
I'm sorry.
I know.
Why did his sponsor need to say it?
Well, he sort of said it like, I think the best thing for you guys is to take some time apart. And I was waiting.
Girl, with all due respect, the sponsor is supposed to advise him on his sobriety.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Now you enter our sacred marriage.
Yes.
Then you want to tell me what we should do.
I know.
Oh, absolutely not.
I know. You know, he was a friend first.
Still. I don't care if it was your
still.
mom. I would want more for you.
Why was the sponsor involved? Was it a conversation about something else that just randomly led to this for whatever reason, or?
PK, it was the new stages of his sobriety. So he was, you know, working with his sponsor every day. And I was really, really grateful because he really helped PK.
But see, but again, I still have a problem with it.
Oh,
because
I'm with
I'm
you.
like, look, that's like you talking to your mom or your best friend or your, you know, some religious leader or something like that about things that are going on in your life. And then that person comes in and then communicates something like that to your partner. I think that is problematic. Like, there's some part of it that I think like, oh, well, but then you gave up the accountability, PK. You don't get other people to say it for you or fight your fights for you.
Is this the first time the word separate came up in a way that you knew it was serious?
In fairness, to be totally honest, no. It's the 700th time. But it was thrown around so easily and so quickly that it lost its strength, you know?
Yes.
So
it was like crying wolf.
It's a huge decision. There are children involved. It would have been nice to have been included in the decision.
Yeah.
Is the sponsor or friends still involved in any conversations that you have?
No. And interestingly
What happened
enough,
to the sponsor now?
Exactly. A couple of months into our separation, PK felt that he had overstepped.
Girl, I'm gonna step
You
out
are
of
gonna
here.
leave. You're gonna ask me this question. I'm gonna have to chain her to the chair. I know Bose is gonna. She's not gonna be able to handle
I'm
it.
activated. You know what? Actually, that's fine because at least he then recognized the overstepping. Okay? Because that person could still be here trying to tell you how to raise your children.
Oh, that was exactly the overstep, which.
No way.
Swear to you, this was actually. I mean, dishing it all out, but that's what I'm here to do. When we were in Oceanside.
Oh, really?
And you remember in the van when I was very, very.
Yes. That's what was happening.
Yes. And I'm away from my children, and PK was out of town, and his sponsor was getting involved. He was unaware that he had gotten involved and was very upset about it.
Okay.
So he decided to change sponsors. Kept him as a friend, but changed sponsors.
Good job, PK.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the only points I'm giving you.
Well, you're fair. You are fair. Of all the things that Sutton has ever done, I can tell you this was the most cutting. Jagger, he's like, "Are you and Daddy divorced?" And he said, "You're always gonna be friends, right?" And I was like, "Well, I sure hope so."
Speaking of best friends, I'm sorry, I
This
hate
is
to
the
interrupt.
thing
I'm so sorry.
about.
And I think we need to get going because it does take us a while to get out there.
I do not regret interrupting Dorit to get us on the road to be on time for my friend's party. Does Dorit regret starting a story that could have been shared at Garcelle's beach house?
You don't have to like me. You don't have to care about my kids' feelings. You don't have to have a heart. I haven't seen much evidence of one anyway. But at the very least, especially the person that bound all of our hands together, talking about some sisterly bonds, that bullshit that spewed out of her mouth to behave like that, it just speaks volumes as to who she is.
I
said, "Excuse
and
me."
Sutton said, "Oh, there's a pause," but that was the first pause she took because then she was.
Sometimes you just got to get in the pause.
She just
Gotta get in the pause.
Yes.
And I said, "Excuse me," and I thought that the story was over.
She thought it was over because she wasn't listening. She was
I was
like, She was like,
listening.
"No, I'm looking for an
I was
empty
totally
spot
listening,
in which I
and
can
I
get
said,
the show on the
"Excuse me."
road."
It's like on the highway when you want to get in, you want to get in, you got to
My
find that empty
blinker had
spot.
been on. My blinker had been on.
I still managed to bring, a really great attitude and have fun. But I remember getting into the car feeling like, this is not a group of women.
But that you want to share things with.
Yeah. It just felt really yucky. I don't want to throw away an 8-year friendship.
I thought it was very, very nice, the healing power of the ocean.
What I would like to see is that we get to a place where we're able to have conversations and feel comfortable telling one another how we feel.
Yes, I would like that too.
Praise Jesus, just let us eat.
It marked the beginning of trying to start moving forward, which was necessary. And I don't think it's something that can happen overnight. I think it's really easy to lose trust in someone. And it's really hard to get it back.
Dorit and I today are good. We're not arguing. We're not speaking. She did have plans with me one night and then canceled with me to go with you, and she didn't know I knew that. Yeah. So we had plans. I invited her to dinner, and she said, "Great, we'll go to the chateau Saturday night. I'll ask PK to watch the kids." And then you said to me, unknowing, I'm going to see Dorit Saturday night. We're going to dinner or whatever. And I said, "Oh," I kept it to myself. And then I was like, well, maybe we're all gonna go.
Well,
so then I texted her, "Are we still on for dinner?" And she said, "I can't tonight." So that's where we're at.
My life. Okay. She said to me, "We can't go to the chateau. The chateau's all booked out." You know the truth is, she didn't want to see you.
Yeah, exactly. Liar, liar, pants on fire.
I'm hopeful that Kyle and I can repair our friendship. Do I believe that we will be able to go back to the friendship that I believed we had? I don't know. And I say that only because I sit here and question whether my view of our friendship was different to hers.
Oh, well, yeah. I don't think that's a question. I believe that's a statement. Yes. I think you saw your friendship differently than she saw it.
Yeah. That was...
And that was the beginnings of the conflict.
Equally so, I've heard her on many occasions, in a forum like this, suggesting that the reason why there was distance is because of things that I did.
You never would have done the things that she did at BravoCon. Questioning me, crying about my husband, who I've been literally with 30 years. He was trying to create things out of nothing, and I really didn't appreciate it.
You know, repeatedly, that hurt her so much. And, you know, when you have two people that have different perspectives and, you know, there's just many more conversations that her and I need to have where we go a little bit deeper, you know, but it's also about timing.
I'm good now. We're fine. I don't want to have an argument with her.
It's a long time ago.
At this point, they posted on their Instagram that Jagger's been going through a hard time, and he's
okay
in the
now.
hospital, and I have been talking with her. And by the way, I will admit freely, and PK too, I've texted both of them regarding their child. And do I feel bad about texting PK about his child? No, I do not. And if someone says there's something wrong with that,
you.
You.
My hope for Erika is that she falls madly, deeply, stupidly in love.
Yes,
Like
me
at least
too.
one time in her life.
Yes!
Erika has never been in love. In love where you feel it in your whole body.
I mean, I feel sex like that, but love? I mean, I gotta have some penetration to get there.
Oh, Jesus. Father God, we commit Erika into your hands.
Yes.
Let the girl get stupid.
Yes!
Yes.
Yeah,
Amen.
stupid. Oh, yes.
Do you know that I tried to go on Raya and they told me no?
Oh, there was somebody else who was telling me, they were like, oh, Sutton can't get on there either.
By the way, I'd like to say I'm very single and I'm auditioning.
I think the next one's gotta be fine as hell.
Oh.
Don't you think?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
Gorgeous.
If you know her type,
Oh, yeah. What
I
is
know her
type
type.
then? Okay, what celebrity?
I would say like an Idris Elba.
You are so
Get her out of here.
spot on.
Tall, dark, handsome, wealthy, younger, blonde too.
Yes.
All right, Erika, I see you.
I do think intelligence is important for me.
She needs someone who can match her wit.
Yes.
Beirut is
What's
almost
favorite?
like Los Angeles in the sense that it was the sea to the mountains in the snow.
Exactly.
Can't be no dummy out here for Erika.
1,000%.
Okay?
Got to be able to talk about weird shit with me.
She needs to be
Of course.
adored.
Don't
like
we all want to be
absolutely
adored?
doted on, adored,
Yes, yes. Spoiled.
spoiled.
I mean, I had a rich man and then he made me a poor woman. But you know, here's the other thing. I really enjoy, at this time in my life, making my own money and taking care of myself. Now, if someone would love to shower me with beautiful things, of course. But being beholden to a man ever again, I don't know about that.
So
That's all
are you
I want
looking?
to
Are
say.
you looking for anything
I'm looking
serious?
for a good time.
Just a good time. Nothing serious.
Well, I don't.
What if you fall in love at the first time because you said you've never actually?
What if I do?
felt
I mean,
like
that's
those-
possible. I've already had children. I've already been married twice. I'm still married because I am. I don't think that I will ever be married again, and I'm okay with that.
But you could have a companion.
That's what I'm
That
saying.
you can
I would
do
love
these
to have
things
a
with
companion. I'd love to have a great boyfriend. I really would. I'd love to like have somebody go do things with, but I don't want to saddle someone with my f***ing problems that I'm dragging in from my previous relationship. I don't think that's fair. Come to me and let's like, just like go have a great time together. The world is a big, beautiful place.
For me, I mean, I don't want to just have a good time. I mean, I want to.
Do you want a serious relationship?
I want to be in love and in a committed relationship, 100%.
I don't know that. That's interesting to hear you say that because you've been in a committed relationship since you were 18 years old.
I know, but like, I don't know if I'm that person to go out and just be like, I mean, I don't know. I know I'm not that person to be like, oh, that guy's cute. I mean,
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. But I am saying I'm open to meeting people.
To me, it's about a soul. It would just have to be someone shows up in your life, serendipitous, and that you have a soul connection, and that's it.
I feel like they'll have to own a few cowboy hats, right?
I have enough to go around.
She can pass out the hat.
I mean, the fact that Sutton is coming in here and questioning me when she is the queen of walking out is kind of funny to me.
I think that we were all very surprised at your reaction.
Yeah, me too.
Because it was a lot of reaction. And I was like, I feel disappointed in Kyle that she's leaving this group.
We all have had those moments.
Right, I know. You yelled at me for doing it.
Sutton, you want to make this about you. You want to have a moment here. Fine, have your little moment.
I have been in many situations in the past where I've wanted to leave, and Kyle specifically has stopped me from leaving and told me, like, suck it up.
Magic Mike walking out.
I don't
It has
understand. Nothing to do with that.
Well, maybe a little something.
No,
There's
this
so-
had
it's not about the
nothing
pants.
to do with the pants. It had nothing to do with the pants.
Ugly leather pants walking out.
Jealous of what? Your ugly leather pants?
No.
Sutton, don't run. She loves to have someone go chase her to stay.
But you get to run out in a robe out on the street.
Oh.
You can't even take time to put your clothes on. So I was a bit kind of miffy.
I don't know why she takes such an issue with this, and especially I'm apologizing. She's taking issue with my apology.
But
I
if
will
you're
say,
apologizing for it, I'm just curious
well, how about this? I'm apologizing for all of that. It's my apology, so I'm gonna say it the way I want to say it.
Okay, I'm just curious.
You came into this season saying, I'm really sorry for being a bad friend to you. I apologize for not supporting you last year. I want to be a better friend. And now you're mad at me for walking out of Bose's. Who are you defending here? Dorit, who you don't even like?
We're asking questions.
Can you read the text, please?
Rightfully so. And then she's so upset, pitches a fit.
No, I'm leaving, please, okay?
I didn't think it was fair. I didn't feel like Kyle lives on the same plane as the rest of us.
Nobody holds you to that same level
Right.
of accountability.
Yeah, I mean, considering, and even before I joined the group, I know Kyle to be the one to like open up and share. And listen, she's been on for 14 seasons. She's shared a lot of her life.
Yeah.
A lot of her life. So, but if you no longer want to show a certain part, then you gotta leave.
But are we talking about a text between PK? I mean,
no, we're not.
To me, it seems like she's very guarded. Her friendship with Morgan, she's trying to protect, and she doesn't really want to get into what she's going through with Mauricio either.
I have showed my life for 14 years. My relationships with both of my sisters.
You have mistreated me and for done years. I'm sick of it. Years. I'm sick of it.
You're acting like a martyr, like it's just you.
I'm
And that's
sorry, I'm
not fair to
upset.
me.
There's nothing I've said, we can't show this or talk about this in these 14 years. This season, I came in with my hands tied behind my back a bit because there were some things that I was asked not to address that affected other people. I'm not using her name intentionally. I don't want to speak on anyone's behalf except my own. If it's just about me, I'm happy to talk about anything in my life. I would love to, actually. I just don't understand Garcelle saying that. Like, where are you coming from right now? What are we seeing from your life? What are we actually seeing? I just don't understand that comment at all.
Well, since you didn't get a chance to share that story with the group, can you kind of briefly tell us how the conversation with Jagger went?
In a nutshell, we were walking the dogs one night and he said, Mommy, are you and Daddy divorced? And I said, no. And because I had posted on Instagram the announcement that PK and I had separated, there's gonna be a child that ends up saying something to the kids. So I said, Jagger, sometimes two people need some time apart, even though they love each other very much. And most importantly, Daddy and I love you and your sister more than anything in this world, and nothing will change. And I was sort of gauging his curiosity to see how much further I'd go.
Or maybe how much information he really had.
And wanted.
Oh, yes.
So after that, it was, the follow-up question was, okay, but you will tell me if you were divorced. And I said, Jagger, I would tell you way before Daddy and I ever divorced. So that was enough for him.
But it was an important moment because that's what you were most afraid of.
Yes.
Is that, of telling them that anything was going on.
Exactly.
And you know what I feel like? I honestly feel like Garcelle would have understood. If we were late, I do. I think that she, I think she'd have been like, okay, well, I'm having another margarita, and had two more waiting for us.
Yes.
Have you had any additional conversations with Jagger or Phoenix since then?
If I'm being totally honest, I think all these months later. As long as they see PK and I okay together, and like we spent Thanksgiving together, no matter what the situation, even if PK and I do decide, you know, that we're not meant to be, I think for them, that's truly what they would make things easier for them.
Right.
Because they have spent a lot of their lives where daddy was traveling.
Yeah.
You know,
so it's not strange for them.
It's not.
No.
It really isn't. Now, they do go to, when PK's in town, they'll stay over, you know, on a Saturday night. And he's great with them, and it's actually great quality time that they get to spend, and the kids enjoy it. So I feel like when they really want to know more, they are going to ask me specific questions. And because they're not, I feel like they almost don't really want like a lot of detail.
But I don't think they even know what it means. Like, because I mean, adults don't know what it means.
Yeah.
You know, you ask an adult, like, okay, you're separated. What does that mean versus Kyle being separated?
Right.
Very different things.
Right.
And so I think for them, actually, you're helping them understand a new normal.
Yes.
And so then the innocent question, which is like, when is daddy coming home? Right. That is actually curiosity. And so until you frame it and name it, they're just like, okay, that's what we're doing today, I guess.
Yes.
All right. You know?
Yes. Like kids, they're all different. And you know, a mother knows. They know their child. They know, you know, there's certain things, you know your kids' limitations, you know their I want to protect their hearts as
but
best
this is
I
why
can.
no one else is an expert on how you should do it.
Yes.
And so even more so why when you're sharing what is happening, it's like, okay, everybody be quiet and listen to what you're saying about what's happening. Because how are we gonna know? How would we know?
I mean, Garcelle had pictured like, oh, we're gonna light these lanterns.
And they're gonna
and they're
float
gonna
up. And it's gonna
we're
be so
sit
beautiful
here.
and ethereal. Bullshit.
Bose is making a wish.
Oh, God, jeez. Oh!
There's a energy.
Whose wish is that?
Whatever wish, it was like someone going, as if that's happening.
Kyle peed herself.
Yes, she did.
I peed my pants. I peed my pants.
4 people peed their
Which
pants
means we're
laughing.
all incontinent.
Who peed their pants?
This is pee their pants laughing.
Absolutely.
Dorit, Kyle, Erika, Garcelle. No, I think Sutton too.
Sutton too.
I did not.
Literally,
I did not.
literally, Kyle and I peed our pants. So much of my pajamas.
It
But
was
at
funny.
the end of
Yeah,
the
this is a
day,
great day.
everything that was tumultuous and crazy between all of us, we just had fun.
Those
and I think
lanterns.
that's the bottom line.
Yeah.
That, we can go through whatever, but at the end of the day, we can also laugh and just be girlfriends.
There was so much laughter.
Oh my God.
You know, everybody was just like, I could not believe it. I was like, now this was such a good idea. How could it go so horribly wrong?
I know, it was like.
Much like everything else.
Yes.
In the group. You know?
Yes.
Yes. Good intentions and then, oops.
We went to Paris together too.
Yes.
We dropped her off at a hair salon and went to get her hair done, and then we forgot where we left her.
No.
Coming up on the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills after show.
I didn't want like all the girls to come.
Sure, of course.
Because God knows we don't
No,
need.
that's scarier than Reba.
I needed it to be calm.
But she was on the trip.
I'd rather that somebody said to my face that I'm negative energy.
If you don't make these decisions, life will make it for you.
Yes. He will make it for you.
I don't know what he's capable of. I don't know what he's gonna do.
First time they threaten, believe them.
A scarf? Yes. I think I got it for Christmas.
Did she re-gift it? I'm dead.
The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills after show starts now.
I remember feeling really like self-conscious that day because I was so emotional and because we aren't living together anymore, and I didn't want it to be like, oh, let's go to the gun range, and all of a sudden here I am just crying.
How is it living at the house with the girls?
I'm in a place where everybody was, and it just feels different.
Yeah.
I kind of want to give off that I'm a little stronger than that right now, so I felt just embarrassed. I mean, with all things considering, we get along really well. We love and respect each other. We talk all the time. We want the best for each other. We spent Christmas together with the girls. And, you know, if you were a fly on a wall, you would see that it was, you know, making dinner, watching movies, playing games, doing karaoke. I feel very grateful that we are able to work through our separation like this. You know, and it's not just for our daughters. Obviously, they're the main reason, but we genuinely care about each other. There's no animosity.
Do you think that it does help the separation, or do you think that it might prevent you from moving on?
While I'm so grateful that Mo and I've gotten along so well throughout all of this and that we love each other so much, it's also confusing and complicates it sometimes. Like, I look at other people who are like, oh, we're separated, we're fighting like crazy, boom, done, divorce finished. And that's just not the case with us. And sometimes I think, you know, would it be better if it was more, you know, black and white? But, you know, it's just different things work for different people. And obviously we have lived together more than half of our lives, and it's hard to just cut that cord, I think. I mean, we still have not filed for divorce or anything, but I think, you know, we have had more conversations about, like, what should we do? You know, should I still live where I'm living? Should we sell the house and each go buy, you know, 2 new homes? Or do we keep the house because it is such a special property and just each go our different ways? We're discussing those things now, which we did not before, but still getting along and being able to be good friends while we're doing that. I don't think that there is a blueprint for exactly how this has to be done. And, you know, I don't know. And I find myself being oddly, like, protective and defensive of him because people want to, like, say things about him thinking it would make me happy. And I'm like, you don't know how we work. Like, we're good.
Garcelle gives Sutton's mum a gift.
I was like, oh no, what are we in for?
A scarf? Yes. You're welcome. I think I got it for Christmas. Did she re-gift it? I'm dead. I'm dead. She was like, what am I going to do with this?
Use this as so long.
You could do that,
if
too.
I was skinny, you could.
That sounds like Reba.
Well, what should I brought? A chisel? I don't know, for Reebsy. I don't know. Reebsy, is that what you call her? Sometimes. She likes a bathrobe. It could have been a bathrobe, but I didn't think that big.
It's a gesture. Like,
It's
she
a
just
gesture.
says
She
what's on her
exactly.
mind. She has absolutely no censor.
No, she doesn't.
Once I was making fun of one of her friends who was tone deaf, who was not in the room, singing karaoke, and she goes, well, you don't sound so great yourself.
To you?
Wait, I thought the rule is you make fun of people that are out of the room, not to your face. And that was the first time meeting her. And we went to Paris together, too.
Yes.
We took her, we dropped her off at a hair salon and went to get her hair done, and then we forgot where we left her.
No.
And all the streets looked the same. And the hair salon we dropped her off at, it was a combination, guy sold music and taught music, and he also
Had a
did blow
piano.
dries. We came back, Reeb is playing the piano. We thought maybe there was a love connection, but we had been gone for a really long time. She's like, oh my God, where's Reba? Where did we leave her?
La vie en rose. Oh, God. Reba.
But she's a character.
Yes, she is. Oh, God, yeah.
When you're going through a difficult time, right, you go through a range of emotions. And in that moment, I had just gotten a really difficult 9-page email.
I'm the girl that wants to know.
Really angry, horrible note.
What? What's in it? What did it say?
Just finances, and I'm gonna stop paying this, and you're gonna be liable for this. And
Where
so,
are we going with this?
Honey, that's a divorce.
I thought we were trying to take a little separation.
Right, that's not a separation.
It wasn't just blindsided. It was like, who are you? Who is this person? You know, you start to question everything. When we agreed to separate, it was, let's do this amicably. let's work on things with a therapist and figure out what we both need and what we both want, to that. And I don't know what he's capable of. I don't know what he's gonna do. He had mentioned things in there that I would never in a million years believe would come out of his mouth. And that is scary shit. And you think, holy shit, that means anything is possible. What do I have ahead of me?
Right.
And when you're already in the dark and then you actually can get to a place where you think the absolute worst, that is a mother effing scary AF place to be. And it was just like, is he a good father? No.
I think he's a very good father. Am I correct?
Wrong.
Well.
See, I thought you were going to say yes.
I would have ordinarily. Protecting him, I would. Do I think PK is a bad father? No, not at all. Do I think he's a good father? Yes, I do. Truly. He's not the most hands-on father, he's not, but a good father, you know, there's many different ways to be a good father. And I feel very lucky that my kids have PK as their father. In that moment, it's what came out of my mouth, and it's how I felt, because for me, everything that I do and the decisions that I make, and even in our separation, there is never a moment that I don't consider what's best for the kids. But, you know, it's one of those things, if I'm honest, that I didn't feel great about the next day.
Was that the first time that you'd ever received an email like that?
Oh, God, yes. I had never received a threatening email like that ever by PK. I have received bitter, threatening, you know, in the heat of the moment, texts and emails, you know, when we've fought. Never like this. Finances, we've had conversations about it. Custody, no. Never these kinds of threats.
Yeah.
What's your takeaway from this?
My instincts are usually right.
You have to protect yourself. If you don't make these decisions, life will make it for you.
Yes, he will make it for you.
He will make it for you.
Yes, don't get to the place of being desperate. Desperation breeds no good strategy, girl.
Oh,
That's what I've heard in business. I still feel the same way.
She's absolutely right.
I don't know, you know, why she would wait. Yep. It's like, you know, believe them the first time.
Yeah. Yes.
There's no need for a second time.
Yes.
The first time they threaten, believe them.
How are things with the girls? Like, Alexia's obviously got a wedding coming up this year. Portia's gonna be touring college. How are you handling those things with Mo?
I mean, we have so much happening because Alexia's getting married September 6th in Aspen. And Portia, we're taking her to tour schools in the spring. So Mo and I have these conversations. Like one day, I got annoyed about something in Aspen. And he's like, listen, we have a lot of important dates coming up. You know, we want to have good energy together. And I was like, okay, you're right. I mean, it's hard sometimes going through this, and you see like headlines that I try not to look, and then I'll just be scrolling, minding my business, hoping to find a funny meme to make me laugh, and it's like, bam, Kyle and Mauricio, and I'm like, oh, I wasn't expecting that.
I have to ask, this is your first daughter to get married, so are you going to be like a calm, cool, collected mother of the bride, or?
I mean, I think I'm going to be a calm, cool, collected mother of the bride. Alexia is very hands-on. She knows exactly what she wants. She is planning like crazy, and I'm just saying, okay, yes, love it, perfect. You know, she's like, what do you think about this wedding planner? I'm like, love it, great, done. What do you think about this date? Great, done. So she has a very clear vision of what she wants, and basically we just have to pay for it.
Portia has a few colleges lined up, right?
Yes, Portia has changed her mind a couple times, but we will be touring different schools, and allegedly she wants her dad, her mom, and her 3 sisters to all come to look at these schools so we can all make this decision together. And I'm like, well, I don't know if that's how it's normally done, but hey, you know, I guess we're not normal. You know, I've been a mom what feels like my whole life, since I'm 19 years old, and everything has been about doing everything for everyone else. And when Portia goes to college, it's going to be quite an adjustment that I don't have to really think about. Oh, I've got to be home for this, or I can't go away because of this. You know, right now my life is still built very much around Portia's schedule. So it's going to be interesting to all of a sudden have that freedom to do what I want. Once Portia leaves home, I don't see myself as someone who's going to live in one spot. I feel like I'm always going to be in Aspen, LA, maybe somewhere else. I don't know. I feel like at that point, I can do what I want with my life. I don't have to stay in one place. I don't know. Maybe I'll live on a farm. I'll live on a farm. I'll live in Aspen. I'll live in LA. I'll live in La Quinta. I'll just kind of bop around. And Sophia will either still be living with me or not. A psychic said she's my life partner, so maybe she'll still be living with me. I was like, wait, you cannot say that about your grandchild.
And I love your grandchildren. Very smart, very sweet kids.
They are smart. James is kind of weird, but smart.
What are you doing?
And then I felt like I had to help her out, and I was like, oh, I got a weird one too. I got a weird one too.
I know, I've seen it.
Oh! I'm like, what am I doing?
And you're like, which one of my kids am I going to throw under the bus?
Who am I going to throw under the bus?
Voice.
Garcelia just saying that so that she feels better about her comment. But guess what? Reba was not worried about that comment, I promise you.
I brought it up at Thanksgiving. I was like, you know, you have to remember you did call James the weird one.
In front of James?
Yeah. And he kind of looked at her. And she goes, well, James, you are weird.
Oh, well.
So, you know, she's going to stand by what she says.
Yeah, she is.
James is very creative.
James is his own person. He doesn't care what anybody thinks. He's going to do what he's going to do. And maybe she thinks that's weird, but she does the same thing. So
James is also really blunt, just like your mom. So maybe she recognized a little of herself in him.
Maybe, yeah.
I mean, listen, aren't we all a little weird? Whatever.
Are we pointing?
Yes. I think all of us.
Okay, we're playing the pointing game.
Yeah, I was there.
Yes. I think we're all actually normal. I think that's the problem. We're so normal.
I think we're so normal, we're weird.
Okay, I think we're delusional because we all think that we're perfectly normal.
Oh, no, we're not normal.
I remember I went home with not my boyfriend now, who's wonderful, but my old boyfriend, and I said, I visited my family, and I said, my sisters, they're all so childlike. And he goes, mm-hmm. And I go, what? No, not me. And he's like, mm-hmm. You never know how other people see you.
That's right.
Yeah. When you're going through it, divorce, you're worried about yourself. Like, am I okay? Because I hadn't worked in 17 years. And I had this panicking moment because I didn't know what he was going to do. He's capable of doing a lot of things. He did the right thing in the end, but I just got nervous. And so for my mother, she was worried about herself.
Her first question was, well, who's going to pay for this? Like the car, the house, the everything. That was hurtful.
That's a mom making sure you're going to be okay, that it's not necessarily negative.
It was about her.
It was about her.
My house in Augusta, that was joint property. And she lives in the house behind the house.
Right.
And, you know, everything, you know, we kind of take care of her. I'm like, well, can we just deal with can we do me first? Or, you know, we'll get to you, Reba, but let's do me first. And so it was a bit hurtful for me.
I can see where Sutton would be hurt by that, but I think there was a lot more to that comment. I think that Reba probably spent a lot of her time worried and afraid, and Sutton never knew that because she masked those feelings. I mean, maybe she's worried about herself too. And she's just being honest about it. I don't know. Where would she go? What if she's like, am I getting kicked out of my house? And what are you gonna do, by the way? I think Reba, her delivery is harsh, but her intention is coming from a good place.
Well, she was probably thinking the same thing when my dad died. Like,
who's going to pay this?
And now my mother has worked her entire life. But I'm sure there was a point where she must have felt like, well, now who's going to take care of me?
Yeah, I say that every day. I think now that if my mom was alive when everything went down with me and Mike, she would probably hope that I would look the other way, just because it's like, well, you got these 2 babies and you're gonna be by yourself. And I think that's old school thinking.
She was very indifferent during my divorce. I think that she and Christian were very close. In a way, it was like a PK Kyle thing with my mom and Christian. They kept talking. And I was like, why are you talking to him?
Right.
She liked to call him and talk to him about what she had read in the New York Times
Right, but you wanted her to be loyal to you,
right?
like
to a
Dorit
fault,
wants.
because they could talk, and I think that's probably when they became even closer. But my dad and I were really close. So then, Mom and Christian would talk and do their high-thinking things, and Daddy and I would just talk about food and how to make, cake and pie. And I don't know if my mom and Christian talk anymore. I had a long discussion with her when I found out that they were. I was like, you're hurting my feelings.
It's just loyalty.
It almost feels like she's choosing Christian over you. I mean, I'm sure she doesn't see it that way, but that's
how it feels.
Yeah.
It's how it feels. I was like, do you not understand that this is hurting me?
Yeah.
But I think she's gotten it. I think they don't talk anymore, I think.
Sutton decided to take a trip to Augusta and invited Garcelle and Kyle along for emotional support, leaving the rest of you ladies behind
Did
in
you
Beverly
say the
Hills.
lesser of us? Is that
The
what you almost
rest.
said? Woo! Did you catch that? All right, then.
This is very emotional for me. And it's why I didn't want, all the girls to come.
Sure, of course.
Because God knows, we don't
No,
need...
that's scarier than Reba.
I needed it to be calm.
But she was on the trip.
Oh.
I mean,
damn.
If the broom fits.
While I was touched by Sutton wanting me to be there in Augusta, and I understand her wanting it to be a small group, but I first thought of Erika because Erika's from Georgia.
Sorry, Erika. I mean, when do you ever go to Georgia?
Oh, I don't know.
I thought that she'd be hurt because she also feels that she's in a much better place with both of them.
Erika called Kyle while we were in Augusta, I think.
I don't know.
And gave Kyle an update. They went to dinner at Kathy's house or something. And said that she was kind of offended that she wasn't invited. But I immediately addressed it with Erika. I said, look, it was a big trip for me. And, we're friends, but it was a bigger trip. This was not about bringing along someone that I've just started to trust. I wanted people that I trusted there. That's all. And Jennifer was out of town, for real.
I was going to go, and then they changed the date of the trip.
We changed the date of the trip, so you couldn't come.
I had to go to Italy.
Jennifer has been to Augusta, and she's met my mother.
I love your mom.
Yes, so she's experienced it. Dorit is at my throat, so why would I bring her? I wouldn't. And Bose, I'm just getting to really know, and it doesn't seem like it's a good match to bring to Augusta, because I really wanted to talk to my mother about something very serious. And I didn't want a bunch of drama that way, because there was going to be enough drama in my head with my mother.
Yeah.
Look, my position has always been that she can invite whomever she wants to that type of trip because she was going for very painful reasons, very personal reasons. Now, aside from the fact that she'd asked us all to be sisters and all of us to share all kind of information, I understand when you're like, hey, look, I can't take the whole group, but then my feeling is that then you should just communicate that.
We didn't find out until Kathy told us. Have you caught up with Kyle?
She's busy, and I guess they left today, Sutton and Garcelle.
They went to Augusta.
I didn't even know.
I'd rather that somebody said to my face that I'm negative energy. Go ahead and say it.
I dare you.
Without saying it, I think it's cowardly.
Absolutely.
I think her not saying anything up front and everyone finding out later probably didn't, probably wasn't the best idea. But I didn't think it was, you know, a trip that had to be everybody. It's not always going to be.
The whole group doesn't move en masse like a school of fish.
No, we are not a school of fish. We evacuated for 2 days and went up to Oxnard, and so did my ex-husband.
Where did he sleep? I'll ask the questions, Craig.
Coming up on the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills after show.
Why would you think I wouldn't be proud of you?
I guess because you don't say it.
I don't need to.
A past cast member had a similar situation. Starts with an L.
Saying I love you. That is so trite.
Do you think your mother wanted to be a mother?
This is the last spot where I saw my dad alive.
I want to release the blame from my mother.
That's huge.
Keely and I, we've actually never said the words I love you.
Sutton thought that there were red flags with you and Keely.
I don't think she can pick out a red flag, orange flag, purple flag, pink flag.
She would just love to hear you say that you're proud of her.
I don't think that's any of your business.
Give me that scarf, bitch, I'm out of here.
The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills after show starts now. I don't think she gets me, my mother, like completely. Like, that's why when people say, oh, you're so much like your mother, I'm like, I am so not like my mother. I really want people to love me, and I need that. I want love. Where my mother is like, she can take it or leave it. So of course she's confused. She's like, why would you want me to be proud of you?
Wait, did she say that?
Why would you think I wouldn't be proud of you?
I guess because you don't say it.
I don't need to.
I remember when Sutton was opening her store and she really wanted that validation from her mom and wasn't getting it.
I spent a lot of money, I spent a lot of time, all of my heart in this store. And it's important for me, for you to take it seriously.
Okay.
So just hearing I'm proud of you meant so much to Sutton.
Okay, I'm proud of you.
I can't imagine what that does psychologically, and you can't get that love and affection from home. You would want it from somewhere. I don't know. I just all of a sudden made a lot of excuses for the things that she has done. She's someone who needs validation or attention, maybe. Maybe her being hurt, like, for example, Magic Mike, feeling she was being excluded and walking off. I don't understand.
It has nothing to do with that.
Well, maybe a little something.
No, this had nothing to do with the pants. It had nothing to do with the pants.
I don't know. I'm not a psychologist. All I know is I'm just making a lot of excuses for her, and things are just clearer to me. I remember, anyway, it doesn't matter.
What were you going to say?
A past cast member had a similar situation where her mom didn't say, I love you. And I find myself going, oh, okay. That's when somebody really needs outside validation.
Who was that?
Starts with an L.
Do you think your mother wanted to be a mother? Or it was just something that comes along with the territory of being a wife?
You know, my mother was very different in 1968 when she got married. Very different in 1971 when she had me, unlike any of the other women in the South. She was working and she had gone to graduate school. And I think she wanted to be a mother because if she didn't want to be a mother, she wouldn't have gotten married and she wouldn't have had children.
Do you think it's perhaps a deflection? She doesn't want to claim responsibility for your emotions in terms because of what happened with your dad, that she wants to be sort of in a little bit like I raised her to be an independent Southern woman. Like you have to be responsible for yourself. Don't come to me for emotional succor.
Absolutely. I think that you just psychoanalyzed the psychoanalyst perfectly. And I think she raised me to not be this needy, married, no job,
She wanted
stay at home.
Right.
I mean, I am the antithesis of who she is. And she doesn't get me.
My boyfriend, who was withholding, that thought that you could overuse the word love, he would never compliment me when he saw me in a movie or anything. And he said, you'll get conceited, you'll get a swelled head. And I said, an actor's psyche is like a deep, dark, bottomless well, and you can throw a pebble in it and listen, and eventually you'll hear it splash. But it doesn't matter how many pebbles you fill and throw in it, it's never gonna be filled up. So for her to be like, why do you need me to say that I approve of you?
Right.
It's like, it's nice to get validation once in a while. From the people you love. So it's kind of withholding. I understand perhaps she's protecting herself. She wants to raise a strong person that's not needy, but people are needy. It's the human condition.
Bose, you revealed that while you're making plans with Keely for the future, you haven't yet said, I love you.
I know, it was like torturing me. Keely and I have talked about having a baby. We've actually never said the words I love you to each other.
Wait a minute, that's
Look at both of you. Oh, we say I love you all the time now. Yes. 100 times a day, all of the time. Yes.
All the time.
I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. It's fantastic. I called Dorit immediately. I was like, he said it, oh my God.
They are, honestly,
it's so good.
It's like two pieces of a puzzle that just fit.
Yeah, thank God for him.
And thank God for you.
Amen.
You know?
Yes. He got lucky with me.
He did, and he knows it. And that's what I love. He's not threatened by her.
He respects me and is not threatened by me.
Exactly.
That's what I like. Yeah, that's the balance you need.
Yes. You're a very powerful
But it was
woman.
it was a very scary thing, I think, for me not to know for sure, you know, because I do like to communicate.
Yeah.
And so it was even strange for me not to communicate the fact that I loved him.
Right.
Even though I knew it.
Right.
But I wanted to wait for him to tell me.
I understand that.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be so awkward too? If you
Well,
were to
imagine
say it
if
and
I
you'd be
said
like,
I loved you, and then he was like, thank you.
can you imagine? Oh no, that would send me over the edge.
There?
Yeah.
Oh, I'd have come straight to your house.
Yes. He's a good one. He really is. That whole, like, I did the route, that got me.
When I went for surgery, for the fibroid surgery, Keely drove from San Diego that night, right? Yeah. But he showed up at my house so late, and usually he sends me like the map so I know where he is in the journey. And so I saw him approaching my house, and then I was just like, well, where the hell are you? Like, it was like 45 minutes later, and he's still not coming to the door.
Yep.
And I looked on the app. He had retraced the map so that he could go to the surgery center and make sure that he knew exactly where he was going.
Okay.
So when he drove to my house, he just drove it again. And I was like...
Do you know, there are so many things that says.
I know. And I wouldn't have done it.
Well,
I was like, let's put that in the GPS. Where are we going?
I know.
You know what I mean?
Do you remember when Sutton thought that there were red flags with you and Keely?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
girl,
that really got under my skin.
Yes.
It really did.
Well, the funny thing is that she didn't know anything about him at all.
At all.
I don't think she can pick out a red flag, green flag, orange flag, purple flag, pink flag.
No.
Girl,
no.
she can't.
No, I think her red flags are actually something that's normal.
One, I don't like a black shirt with a black tuxedo. I'm out.
She's got a lot of opinions and about everyone else's personal business. It's like misery loves company.
Oh.
Sorry, but that is, actually, I'm not sorry. I'm not freaking sorry.
I don't think she has good instincts.
Nope.
In these situations. And so if she doesn't have good instincts about my situation, then how could she have good instincts about her own situation?
Sutton, your mother has opinions on the word love.
Trite and overused.
Saying I love you, that is so trite and it's overused.
Now, I know what she's talking about. Mm-hmm. You know, now you can meet somebody and that first day they're like, I love you. Mm-hmm. That's what she's talking about. Mm-hmm. But I've known her for 53 years.
You're talking about a mother saying it to a daughter. I don't think you can say it enough.
I don't think it's trite. We don't want to hear it all the time.
Yeah. Oh, I do.
Yeah, I do.
I love you.
Oh, thank you.
I really do.
I love you too.
And I love you.
And I love you, Garcelle.
I love you both.
And see, that's not being trite.
No.
You want this, like, you know, nurturing, soft, cuddly mom that you can always go to and be hugged and told everything's going to be all right, I love you, and she wasn't necessarily getting that. So I can see where Sutton would feel hurt there. To me, I look at someone like RHOBH, who comes off as so stoic and strong and cold, and I think that's because this woman has a story. There's a reason that she's like that. This is someone who had to bury a lot of her feelings, clearly.
But she made a good point. She said, you know, I knew my father loved me, and he didn't say it.
He also went to World War II when she was 1.
And she's trying to protect herself.
My father never told me he loved me. So then when they die, you're like, well, never got to hear it.
Right.
There's something about the words that you want to hear.
She's just not warm and fuzzy.
She's not
no,
warm
she
and
is definitely
fuzzy.
not warm
Yes.
and fuzzy.
Right.
Sutton, I do not remember, and my memory isn't what it used to be. I do not remember my ex-husband ever saying it to me. And I knew that he loved me.
Right.
But I don't remember him ever saying it until he was sick in the last 2 years of his life, and I was taking care of him. And then he said it all the time to me.
Aww.
It was really nice, but I'm sure he must have said it when we were married, but I don't remember it.
You took care of him despite being divorced in the last few months of his life.
We were very close after we got divorced. He was like probably my best friend for 30 years. But it seemed weird, like once I wasn't saddled with being a wife and all the expectations that came along with being a wife, then it seemed like it liberated us to be really close because we were there because we wanted to be there.
I'm still waiting on that phenomenon to happen between me and Christian.
Well, we evacuated for 2 days and went up to Oxnard, and so did my ex-husband and his dog.
In your house?
In my house.
Did his girlfriend come?
No.
Just checking.
Did he sleep in
Where
one of
did
the
he
triple
sleep?
bunks?
I have triple queen, yes, I said queen, triple queen bunk beds, so 2 kids can sleep or 2 adults or whatever you want going on. I'll ask the questions, Craig. I will ask the questions.
He slept in the guest room, and it was really interesting because we got along so well, except there was no sexual
at all.
At all. And the only thing that I realized why I'm always the bad guy is he says yes to the boys about everything.
Well, that's just being a mother.
I sent a picture to my ex-mother-in-law because I love them, and she was like, "This is how my movie ends." And I was like, "Lady, the movie is over. They've swept the popcorn. The credits are rolling. It's done."
But you created a beautiful family together. This is how my movie ends. Gosh.
I was like, oh my God, lady, please go.
At one point, Bose and Erika both urge you to keep your eyes open with the PK situation.
On reflection, have thought to myself, what's wrong with me? Do you know what I mean? Like, why was that not something that I was, took very seriously?
Yeah,
like,
because you didn't want to believe it. He wants to have the upper hand.
He's calming you down so he can run the bases on you.
Correct. Because legally, he can go around town and scoop up everybody so that you don't have good counsel.
You think this is a game?
Yes! Wake up!
Whoa.
I'm just saying.
Holy sh**.
But that's why you have friends.
Yes.
Who then can see for you.
Yes.
And say, girl, there's danger.
That wasn't the first time Bose had said that to me.
Don't get to the place of being desperate. Desperation breeds no good strategy, girl.
She was absolutely right. I was so concerned and I didn't even know what to do. I had to know what I was dealing with. I had to know if there was any semblance of the PK that I knew. And the only way I could know that was by picking up the phone and trying to talk to him. So I hadn't spoken to him at this point, for a long time, and then I got that email. Just
I'm the girl that wants to know.
really angry, horrible note.
What? What's in it? What did it say?
Just finances, and I'm gonna stop paying this, and you're gonna be liable for this. And then I called him, and it was a completely different person. And we start talking like
nothing
we're
is.
friends.
Oh,
no, you didn't. This is a lie.
Subsequently, he's said that he used a sledgehammer to crack a nut. So essentially, it was empty threats or he would never follow through, but none of it is okay. None of it.
Do you believe that?
I believe PK is impulsive. He can be hot-tempered. PK has a way of saying things like when he would say, throw around the word separated or divorced, like so easily. Bose, if that comes out of my mouth, if I say that,
you mean it.
Exactly. You better believe I mean it. And it's really difficult when you're dealing with somebody that literally afterwards can say, "Oh, you know what? That's nothing. Like he almost doesn't understand the severity of things and words sometimes. And it's hard. I really honestly, whether PK and I stay married or not, I really want to get to understand him better. Really try to understand, only for the sheer purpose of I want to have a good relationship with the father of my children, of course, if I can, and if we don't end up together, and then I have to be able to find a way to navigate the challenging things that come with PK, and so getting to understand the way his mind works and better is only going to help.
I don't know if my mother didn't want me to visit. She did not want to visit. That was very clear. The house where we grew up. So I was thinking that I might take them by and see it.
And we're going inside.
No, we're not going inside. Somebody lives there.
Well, we might ring the doorbell.
Oh, Horace, no.
You don't want to go inside?
I'm
Are you
definitely
coming with
not
us?
going. No.
How soon did she move out of that house after the incident?
I think it took her about a year.
I think she's close to off from that. She just sort of shut the door on that particular period of time.
My dad shot himself 2 days before Christmas.
What'd your mom say?
It was the first day of her retirement. No, and she was home.
And doesn't want to revisit it.
I don't blame Reba for not wanting to go. I think that it was understandable that she didn't understand why Sutton wanted to go. But if that's what Sutton wanted and needed for some sort of closure, everyone's different.
It's a different generation. And I just don't know if she needs or wants it. That's
Way of
her
coping.
own
journey
path.
Yeah.
And it wasn't mine. And my brother.
And she had a different relationship with your dad. That was her husband.
That's really the conclusion that I've come to is when she told me that 6 years ago.
It was my marriage to him, not your marriage to him. And my relation to him was totally different from yours. I don't miss him.
And I realized I don't know what happened. And for me, I have to let that go. The curiosity of, what were y'all like without me in the room? What actually happened that morning? It's really haunting me right now for some reason.
And probably your mother also. I mean, she was there, thinking, what could I have done? Where she probably could not have done anything.
Is there guilt? Is there shame? Is there, I don't want to go there because of what it will bring
it's
up?
probably too painful for her to
never
revisit.
talked to me about it.
Yes.
Ever. The next time I go home, I really want to have a conversation with her about that day. That morning. She probably will not want to speak to me about it. But I have questions, and that I've never asked in 22 years.
Your memory of your father and all your loving memories and how important he was to you, that won't change.
Right.
And, that's a reality. That's your truth. And, you don't want maybe some of the things that the darker elements of her relationship with your father perhaps to infringe on your memories that are so important to you.
While I'm hearing you two talk, I'm thinking, but do we need to force her to face it if she doesn't want to? But I say that, and I wish, for me, that my mom had forced me to read the letter that my dad wrote to me. When my dad left when I was 3, he came back when I was 14. My mom went to a birthday party and brought him home like he was a party favor. And I resented him, I think, from being gone. So I never really had a relationship with him. And before he passed away, he wrote me a letter. And my mom knew that I wanted nothing to do with him. I didn't want to hear it. I didn't want to see it. I fantasize about what I think the letter says because I never felt like I got validation from him. I never felt like I was enough. Now that I'm a grown up and I can look back, I only got my mom's side of their relationship. I wish I'd read it. So it's interesting that I can say that and go, but if she doesn't want to go there, do you want to make her go there? But at the same time, I wish my mom had done that
my
to me.
questions to my mother aren't, why do you think he did this? Because that's not it. I kind of just want to walk through the morning. I want to release the blame from my mother.
Yeah, because she probably has
I know,
a lot
it's
of...
big.
That's huge.
Yes,
It's really big.
but you know,
but it's going to be like monumental.
Well, I think that's why you butt heads so much.
It's the last
You were so
step.
close to your dad.
I mean, I don't know if Reba and Sutton will ever see eye to eye. I think that maybe Sutton thinks that Reba is just cold and doesn't have feelings about her dad, where I think it's actually quite the opposite. Look what Reba's been through too. You know, her husband, the father of her children. You know, I mean, it's a lot.
You know, there's also something to it. Thinking about flipping it over to my mother's side, to being a mother. Sometimes you protect your children and you don't want them to know because it's too much. So maybe my mother's protecting me and I don't need to know.
I think that might be true.
When Garcelle came back and told us that Reba had said it's none of your business, I mean, I was like, no.
Sutton and I have had intimate conversations. You know, she's so proud of how far she's come. And she would just love to hear you say that you're proud of her and that you love her too.
I don't think that's any of your business.
Yeah, I was surprised by her candor.
I told her.
I
told her.
She had
It's not gonna go well.
But I thought I came like very soft and, you know, I love your daughter.
I have such an affinity for your daughter.
We're such good friends.
I think she would give the shirt off her back.
She was like, I don't care.
I think you have no clue.
Like, that is none of your business. I was like, ooh. I tried to keep a straight face and I go, you're probably right.
You're right, I don't.
But, I mean.
But I'm Garcelle.
But I really enjoyed Reba because she stayed true to who she is, no matter what.
James is kind of weird, but...
I got a weird one, too.
I know, I've seen him.
Whether we were being nice, whether... It didn't matter.
It just felt like Reba did not like Garcelle from the get-go.
A scarf? Yes.
At least she was able to laugh about it. I'm glad it wasn't me. I would have been like, time to go.
Give me that scarf, bitch, I'm out of here.
The first morning, she was like, can we leave now? I was like, no, we can't leave,
And then towards
Garcelle.
the end, she was like, if I come to LA, will Garcelle pick me up at the airport?
She did. Because she does. I'm not going to.
I mean, she's got Garcelle working hard to try to win her over, I'm telling you. I would be intimidated to pick up Reba. I would be like, where do you want to go? What do you want to do? I don't know, a tea? Some tea sandwiches at the Beverly Hills Hotel? I mean, listen, even if I did pick up Reba, at least I wouldn't lose her like Sutton did in Paris.
We dropped her off at a hair salon and went to get her hair done, and then we forgot where we left her.
No.
Maybe that's where their issues stemmed from.
She has a bone, and she's just like, she just thinks it's wonderful.
Coming up on the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills after show.
You're such a bitch.
Excuse me? She called me a bitch.
Bye, bitch. I'm leaving your hot dog party.
If the man wants a divorce, we're getting a divorce. If you turned around to me tomorrow and said, I want to come back home, I don't think I could accept that.
I think that they really are done.
She called her husband an alcoholic minute one.
You're just as bad as me with the photos. This looks like a shrine.
When we were at her house, there were pictures of Kyle and Mauricio all over. I took it down and I put it in a drawer.
You did? Stop being Dorit's spokesperson.
Garcelle's accused of that all the time with Sutton.
Did you not say that she hasn't been welcoming to you?
She was trying to put you in the hot seat.
Well, she can't.
The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills after show starts right now. I don't feel like I've reached a place where I know PK's not in my future. At the same time, if you turned around to me tomorrow and said, Dorit, I made a terrible mistake. I want to be, I want to come back home. Let's have a go at this. We belong together, blah, 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 blah. I don't think I could accept that.
Oh, wow.
I'm going to go a step further. I know
Yeah,
I couldn't.
Without some work.
Exactly.
I think that they really are done, and I get that only from what Dorit has said to me.
Kyle, listen, if the man wants a divorce, we're getting a divorce.
I guess it surprises me because, I always saw them as a couple that were codependent on each other, really, and loved each other so much. It's also making me think, wow, Mo and I are so far behind. Just a completely different separation going on here.
I don't think Dorit are gonna get back together. It's a shame because of the kids, but I don't get that feeling where with Mo and Kyle, there's sort of a gray area.
I feel like the PK Dorit marriage was over before it was over, and it's not over, they're just separated. But I feel like, sometimes where you'll break up with somebody, but in your mind you've broken up with them like half a year earlier, and so, it's all, the only thing left is the walk out the door situation. I think because Dorit puts on a good face, I feel like with Dorit, when you're with Dorit, yes, obviously she's going through a horrific thing, and you say with the 2 young children, but she doesn't show it. But the reality of it was when he had lunch with her, and then I saw that there truly was a divide.
We're talking like 5 times a day.
I know, but we're not going to.
I think once you've separated, it's kind of an irrevocable thing. It's all over but the shouting.
She called her husband an alcoholic minute 1.
He's a full-blown alcoholic.
I was surprised that he was surprised that she's saying that about him.
It's so mean, and I don't even like PK. And I was like, PK, call me. I'll stand up for you.
Send me some funny
She didn't say
memes.
you couldn't text me. I don't even like you. We'll send memes about how we don't like each other. But truly, it was the meanest thing I've ever seen anybody do to anyone on this show.
Yeah, I was really shocked
Dorit
about
to
that.
PK, I didn't like
the father of her children.
Do you know how many times I've wanted to be mean about Christian? Oh, not because I want to, just because it could be, there could be something like that felt really good about it,
I think she felt like
I would
she
never
had
do
to
that.
set him up that way so that it's a little easier for her.
To explain why I had to get
explain,
out of this.
right.
That bothers me.
PK is not happy about being labeled an
No, he's
alcoholic.
not.
Like that wasn't in the
I
deal.
was surprised.
Yeah,
I was surprised that-
They really sort of, diverged in that recounting of why their marriage fell apart.
This does not seem like somebody who was home crying about wanting to be back with her husband. So I think that she seems very strong and solid in this decision, even if it was PK who was prompting it. And I don't see them back together now.
Bose, I feel that I have come a long way since the beginning.
Girl,
I really
you
do.
really have.
I really
can
feel
see it.
Yeah.
Whatever it is that you feel, it's like being honest to yourself
Yes.
is the most important thing.
Yes.
Not to any of us.
Yes, and I've committed to that. And that's what's allowed me to feel stronger, more capable. I feel like things are getting clearer and clearer and clearer. We're kind of going through things, finding our feet in how to navigate a separation publicly, raising and co-parenting our children. So we haven't gone into that place where we're actually doing the work, and I don't know if we ever will.
It was such a sabotage. I'm like, what are you doing? I am here. I am being nice. I waited 30 minutes for you while God knows what you were doing upstairs. Did you get this one? This one? So I'm like, really? She's trying to steal my mini Kelly. You give me a drink from your tiki bar thing. Watermelon mint, something, something, something.
It was actually delicious.
Why are you picking on me?
Didn't you ask Sutton what she's drinking?
Yeah.
And you asked, is there alcohol in it? I mean,
Dorit, shut up. I'm gonna go.
First of all, it's 4th of July, so, yes, ma'am. It's Friday afternoon. Have you heard of Friday?
Yeah.
Have you heard of you're drinking vodka and you're Coca-Cola, girl. What do you mean? I was not having it. I'm like, if you're gonna do this bull, I'm leaving.
To me, it was so obvious she was looking for a reason to leave.
I'm glad I could come. Can I leave now?
Garcelle had even said Sutton really did not want to come.
I wanted to just sleep in, watch movies. But instead, I went to her hot dog party.
And you called her a bitch right away.
You're such a bitch.
Excuse me?
Well, that was a bitchy thing to say.
Right.
What I had said was not designed to hurt her, to, spread this lie about her.
The comment was definitely intentional on Dorit's part. Dorit knows that is a trigger for Sutton.
I made this joke, I said it a comment in jest.
Dorit isn't funny.
No, that's not, no. Even Denise didn't think so.
Where I think your jacket is upside down.
Stop it. I don't give a flying ass about a jacket.
Okay. Do not try to be funny with me, because we're not being funny right now, Dorit. What am I gonna say? Your weave looks really good, Dorit.
Damn. Okay,
would that have been funny?
Look, and I apologize if this hurts, but you know what an alcoholic looks like. You are up close and personal.
Yep.
If you thought that Sutton was an alcoholic, you would say that. You are the very last person who she should get upset about making a joke like that.
It's just a jab. I might get the duty nails away from me. Do not jab me again. And you've been jabbing at me for years.
Sutton is a drinker. I would not be surprised if she pours a little vodka in her coffee in the morning.
So, bye, bitch. I'm leaving your hot dog party with the watermelon slide. I'm out of here. Bye. Bye, bitch, bye.
What is happening?
That was a hair flip.
A hair flip, because she has so much more hair now.
Garcelle has made comments.
Is there vodka in your coffee?
No.
But yet, if I say something, it's just the end of the world. There's such a double standard, and that's what makes it even more infuriating.
To perpetuate this myth is so wrong. Dorit will not let the mouse go. She has a bone, and she's just like, she just thinks it's wonderful.
What is she doing?
She licks it. She goes and buries it, and then she pulls it back up. She blows it off, and then she gets back on there. She's like, this bone is still good. But because you know why? She's being a bitch.
I already know from last year. All I said was I wasn't sure if she was drinking or not. With the whole name 'em. What you did was ridiculous.
Name 'em.
Not having.
Name 'em.
Well, be quiet. So
Name
let
'em.
me talk, Jesus. And I wasn't even implying anything. I just didn't understand why she was acting like that. And I know she's super sensitive about that, so I don't talk like that now. Dorit knows that too.
It makes me speechless. I love you.
Well, I love you too, Sutton.
Oh, that's cute.
We love you, Reba.
Golly, to hear that for the first time from somebody is like really wild. I think maybe this is why men don't stick around, because I'm like, I love you. I just want to hear it so badly.
I would say that.
To wait 53 years to hear your mother say it, I mean, it's like, it's kind of crazy. It's wild.
And I think she's happy she said it, too.
I don't know about that, but
It was so hard for Reba to say it, even though she feels it. And I'm sure she wishes she could say it more. She definitely loves her daughter.
I don't need to hear it every day. Like, Reba, do not be calling me every day saying, I love you, and then hang up. Just don't do that. You know, my kids are getting older. She's getting older. And, I don't have a husband. This is when I want my mother to tell me, I love you. It was missing in my life, I guess, maybe. My mother once told me, you're a better mother than I am. I don't know if that's true, but I am much more forthcoming with telling them I love you, and they say it back to me. I think it's important to get comfortable with saying the words I love you with someone that you truly love, because it's meaningful every single time you say it. So my children, I think I've given them that gift.
And how are things with Reba today?
My birthday's in September with Jennifer, and my mother called me, and at the end of the conversation, she told me she loved me. I was like, I think it snowed that day. No, but, you know, and she hasn't said it since. So I've heard it twice now in my life, which is really nice. And to hear it on your birthday is phenomenal, fantastic. It makes you feel really good. It makes you feel loved, and it makes you feel safe. Like 2 days after my birthday, the hurricane hit Augusta. What if she hadn't said it and that my tree in the backyard of my house fell and hit both of her cars? It could have easily hit her house. And God forbid, you know, truly. So we are very close now, and she's lost this other man in her life.
Jim.
We can talk about it. And now she even told me, she said, you know, when I was home for Thanksgiving, she said, Sutton, I'm lonely.
Oh, and that's so unlike Reba to say something
And
like
I'm
that.
sad. And I was like, wow. She's now sharing, not only has she said, I love you twice, but she's sharing her real feelings with me. My relationship with my mother, probably the best thing that's happened in 6 years to me. And I need for her to live a happy life. And I want to be there for her as a daughter. So, you know, thank you. Thank you. That trip has changed my relationship with my mother and subsequently changed my life.
Amazing.
That's amazing.
Okay.
What are the chances that the three of us have
weirdness?
Yeah, well,
not weirdness. We're
not
normal.
weirdness,
Forget.
but just
Remember?
just the parental
Yes.
stuff, right? I never asked you. Did you ever want to be a mom?
Never.
Wow.
Because, you know what?
I mean, she was like this, never.
No, no, honestly, I never. No.
Never.
You know what? We had like such a not a very good childhood. And, you know, everyone's like, oh, I'll be the perfect mom. I won't make the same mistakes my mother did. But I had a feeling that I would. So I felt like, well, got to break the chain. Yes.
I've never heard anybody say that. You're amazing.
Well, I don't know.
That you can actually say, I don't know if I would have been better.
No, I don't think so. I mean, hopefully I would be better. But, I never really wanted children. And now my sister had a bunch, so I have nieces and nephews. And, you know, so that's really nice.
James.
Yeah.
And you can mother in so many other ways than
Yes.
just having babies that come out of you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Wow.
This was like when you go to a wedding and all the photos are there. It looks like they had their like wedding photo shoot, their engagement photo shoot. Where's the guest book do I sign? Oh, look at this. What is this? Oh, you're just as bad as me with the photos. This looks like a shrine.
Oh, God,
Why does it look like a happy anniversary party? It was very interesting considering how she just seemed so done with PK.
Until she mentioned it, it wasn't even a thought. You know, I live in the house with my children, and for my children, it's business as usual. You know, I usually come in through the garage. I don't come in through the front door, so I don't see it. Do you know what I mean? It's not in my face. Now, I do in my bedroom, where I'm laying in bed, have a big, giant, blown up, framed picture of PK and I. And from my bed, it's like I am looking right at it, Bose.
Lord.
Okay? I am looking right at it. And recently, I was looking up thinking, why the hell is that there? Ooh. Like, why?
Did you take it down?
I haven't yet.
But you've been thinking about
But I did think about it. I mean, I've looked at it and felt really sad.
I still have family photos up and photos of Mo and me together.
When we were at her house, there were pictures of Kyle and Mauricio all over, and there was one at the bar where they're literally kissing each other on the lips. And I said, it's like she's waiting for him to come back. And I said, you need to get rid of these pictures. And she's like, well, they're all over the house. And I said, well, let's get rid of this one, the one where they were kissing.
Oh, I wanted to pull them all and put them in a drawer.
I took it down and I put it in a drawer.
You did?
Yeah, I did, but I'm sure she took it right out.
Right.
But it did seem like she wanted to keep keep everything the way that it was because it seemed like she was in a state of waiting, like
Right.
perhaps
He's
waiting
gonna
for him
come
to
back.
come back. Yeah.
I just last week took the ones down next to my bed. I left the family ones up and then put the other ones of Just Mo and me in the drawer. Jesse and Marta, who work for me, they're gonna open the door and be like, oh, okay. But it was time. It was time. I mean, he definitely doesn't have them up in his condo.
Last time that you were here, you hadn't been to Mo's condo yet. Has that changed? Have you visited?
I still have not been to Mo's condo. And once again, it's not intentional. It just hasn't worked out. Now I have like my valuables that I sent there because of the fires. So I can go whenever I want to get them. I just have never been there yet. But Portia dropped off the valuables. I do think it would be a little weird going over there and seeing a bachelor pad. You know, I don't know that life of his and that part of him. Like when I see pictures of him on the internet out and about, I'm like, it looks in my mind like two different people to me. So it would be weird. But that's not why I'm not going.
You're in Dorit's house, and she's over there, and everybody's over here with Sutton, who is trying to leave. Well, she's trying to leave. Let her go. Come on into the house.
I'm not comfortable
She
here.
was in.
I mean, y'all want to coddle her, coddle her. Like, I don't understand why we're sitting around trying to convince her to stay. She don't want to stay. She's a grown woman.
We had come from a long trip. We were tired.
She was jealous.
Who?
Our little trip. She was.
We had just spent very emotional 3-4 days with Sutton. We've done all that, and then we're just gonna let her walk out the door?
I saw that she was upset. Garcelle saw that she was upset. So we were just trying to talk to her as a friend. So why would that bother Bose? You've been standing by Dorit no matter what.
It wasn't even that I'm coming in defense of you as you.
Right.
If it was happening in Kyle's house, I would have said
I know.
that. Well, just have some decorum. I'm like, if you're gonna just be fair about it, let's be fair. But you can't be hypocritical and call me somebody's spokesperson.
Stop being Dorit's spokesperson.
When you're over here defending the person who's doing the wrong.
I don't really think she's in the position to say, oh, you're Dorit's spokesperson. Garcelle's accused of that all the time with Sutton.
And I knew that the minute it came out of my mouth, honestly, but we say what we say, and I was worried about her. I thought it was a dig.
Didn't you ask Sutton what she's drinking?
Yeah.
And you asked, is there alcohol in it?
So
You thought it was a dig? It was a dig.
Well, okay.
Garcelle, 1,000,000 times, and even in that particular situation, was giving excuses for why Sutton was behaving poorly. Yet I am Dorit's spokeswoman? I'm like, no, I'm also trying to explain the fact that we should be more concerned with our hostess than with the person who's trying to leave.
I mean, I'm like, what did I do, Bose, to make you so almost angry at me? I didn't understand where that was coming from. Why she was standing up so much for Dorit at this point and like not saying, hey, what's going on? I'm like, you're the one that was an hour late, girl. You missed everything.
Well, it does seem like Bose came in as Sutton's friend, but then it seems as time progresses that she developed a sort of antipathy towards Sutton, and I'm not sure where it's coming from unless it's coming from things that Dorit is saying.
You're entering this group with fresh eyes.
Yeah.
You don't have the history, and you're a very, very intelligent woman. And you're seeing things firsthand, and you're noticing. And when I hear you say things that I know I feel, it validates.
Right, yes, those feelings. It is that I am seeing the situation and assessing it. It is who I am, it is what I've been trained to do. And so just because I'm seeing things and certain people don't like the way I'm seeing things doesn't make it not true.
Right.
Or doesn't make me biased. It just makes my perspective my perspective. That's all. What does me thinking Kyle is cold have to do with Garcelle?
Did you not say that she hasn't been welcoming to you?
Yeah. It's not like I think like she's a cold-hearted bitch. I'm just like, we haven't connected.
So funny you said that because I actually felt the complete opposite.
She was trying to put you in the hot seat.
Well, she can't.
Definitely
I'm too
an
cool
attempt.
for that. My opinion on how Kyle is behaving is my opinion.
Yep.
And no one can tell me that that's wrong. I feel that I've had very deep conversations with almost everybody. I haven't necessarily had that with you. And so that feeling for me is like, oh, Kyle is a little distant. She's a little cold.
It genuinely just hurt my feelings because I was having a completely different experience. And it's like, so you had lunch with my sister and then you felt comfortable enough to say that to my sister? That's weird, and it doesn't even feel true. I thought, are you just saying this because you're friends with Dorit? But that's why I had asked the other ladies, have you spent a lot of time with Bose? Because, you know, did you go visit her after her surgery? No. I didn't even know she had a surgery is what they'd said to me. So I felt like that seemed a little strange to me, but maybe it does take me longer to open up more than, you know, I guess I hadn't opened up enough to her. She was expecting more. I'm not really sure.
I think that Kyle was cold to me. I don't take that back at all. She was. Now, why was she cold? Now, we could talk about that. Yeah, but the fact that she was cold, no, that's true. So if she says she was cold because she's going through, you know, her own situation and she didn't want to open up to me, who is a stranger in the group, fine. Easy enough explanation. But then don't get pissed because I said that you were cold. That's the truth.
The really interesting thing is, Garcelle said the same thing.
I thought Kyle was going to be warmer to me when I first joined the group.
I think it's really hard myself, and I'm coming in as Sutton's friend, and I also know Garcelle and Kathy a little bit, and I found it very hard to penetrate this group of women. And I feel like because they've been together for so long, especially, you know, some, you know, like what's left of the Fox Force 5, I feel like it's a little bit, not intentionally.
Oh, they're still together, don't worry.
But I feel like it's a little bit clicky. Like, and it's not a rude or malicious or we don't want to know her. It's not a Mean Girls thing. It's just like they have their rhythms that they're in, and it's hard for somebody to come in that's new, and you're not going to be besties with them right away. So I feel like perhaps that's what Bose is experiencing. And, you know, she did become very close to Dorit right away, but, you know, her relationships with all the girls aren't going to be as rapid as her relationship with Dorit.
I think that coming into the season, maybe Dorit was feeling like, you know, we weren't in a good place, and she knew that she and Sutton and Garcelle weren't. So, you know, there was someone new coming in, and she kind of put her energy there. And then Bose was new, and, you know, I think they sort of just latched onto each other.
The denial of it is what is so infuriating. Because if Kyle says, you know what, Bose, you're right, I'm cold. I was cold towards you. You know why? Because X, Y, and Z thing, then this is a non-issue. There are multiple examples of Kyle being upset at being shown the truth of her behavior without acknowledging the fact that those things are true. I would feel much more respect for her in that situation if she acknowledged the fact that, oh, she's mad at Dorit because X, Y, and Z thing. Or she doesn't want to talk about this situation in her life because of X, Y, and Z thing. Or cold to me because of X, Y, and Z thing. It's like, but the denial of those things is what is infuriating.
Oh, God. I know exactly what you mean.
If I am to get pregnant again, like you say, when I am to get pregnant again, I would really want to enjoy it. But at the same time, given my experiences, I know that it can be fraught with danger. I got pregnant unexpectedly with my first daughter named Eve. I discovered that I had early stages of preeclampsia. About 6.5 months, my blood pressure spiked. By the time I arrived at the hospital, there was a team waiting at the front. My baby didn't survive. And so there is an underlying fear, which is like, oh no, this could maybe turn out bad. Like, you don't want to be hurt like that again. You don't want to have to grieve like that again. And so it's a complicated feeling. You know, it's like, I really wish I could have enjoyed my pregnancy with Lael because I didn't know that there was going to be a happy outcome. And so every day I woke up, I was afraid.
Oh.
Every day I woke up, I had to like inject myself, you know, with the blood thinners and medication. And so I was unhappy the entirety of the pregnancy, and I was scared.
Yeah, but maybe because you had the experience already, you can go into it prepared.
Yeah.
And consciously make the decision.
Yes,
Do you
that's the
understand?
thing.
That's what you...
Is that going into my pregnancy with Lael, all I could think about was loss.
Yeah.
I didn't have the experience of like having a living child at the end of a pregnancy.
Right.
And so I couldn't have understood that like, hey, look, you won't have this experience again. Right. Like enjoy it right now.
Right.
Because there will be many years where you're reliving and rethinking about like, oh man, you'll hear other people's stories and wish that you'd had something similar. And so now from this vantage point, even though my hope is tinged with fear, you know, if I am to get pregnant again, I want to be conscious about enjoying the journey, regardless of the outcome.
Yes.
How did your conversations with Keely go about this?
He clearly wants children. He has told everyone.
I don't have any kids yet. I mean, I would like to have 1 to 3.
Okay, that is not a secret. But I think privately, what you know the public doesn't see or anybody doesn't see is that he is concerned about my health, and so you know the doctor's appointments, the things that I am doing now to ensure that I'm healthy enough, are things that he is actively involved in. You know, so for me, it's like I feel very good about that because he is also not looking at this blindly. I don't take any of this experience for granted, you know, in that I am going in it with eyes wide open about, you know, what this relationship is, also like what this experience of pregnancy could be for me or for us, and how I want to approach it.
She's one of the phoniest people I've ever met in my life.
Coming up on the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills after show.
Did you see the photos of him in Greece with the girl that has no clothes on?
The idea that we're talking about these pictures of Mo is annoying.
Who called, the girl or Mo?
I'm sorry, you need to pick on somebody else whose wallet fits.
How did you get your money, Sutton? Everyone's like, are you getting divorced? Are you getting divorced? I mean, everybody asked me that. They're not getting back together.
I can't imagine that he was happy with her running around.
Who's she running around with?
Girl.
I think I missed the caftan memo.
Child of the world, Dorit has never heard of a caftan?
The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills after show starts now.
I didn't like it and I'm not married to him. Did you see the photos of him in Greece at the airport with the girl that has no clothes on?
Oh my God, it made me feel sick.
Homegirl's hands were all up around his neck.
It felt like a punch in the gut.
The idea that we're talking about these pictures of Mo that come up and these people that are fleeting is annoying.
Did you know this was coming?
Not at all.
Do you know who this person is?
I have no idea.
But this is what happens when, you know, you're in this group and we're in the public eye. So yes, these pictures came out of Mo. And no, I wasn't crying about it like some of the rumors had said I was. It's weird to see. Of course it is. That was my husband, technically. I mean, still is, but I mean, it's weird to see.
Nobody wants to see that. Even if you don't want him back, you're separated. He's still FaceTiming and calling her. It almost feels like it was cheating. I know he wasn't with those photos, but it felt like it was a betrayal.
I mean, I'm not the first person to get divorced. You know, people get divorced, but like last week was my 29th wedding anniversary. I mean, we're not together, but you know, this is a lot of years that we've spent together. So obviously seeing these photos is strange for me. I feel like I'm looking at someone else, someone I don't know.
Mo could exercise a little bit more discretion out of respect for his relationship with Kyle and his children. Yes, you are free to do what you'd like, but you know full well that it garners attention.
My daughters are seeing that. So it's not just me. I know that's weird for them. They've only seen their mother and father together. That's strange for them. That doesn't feel good to them. They, of course, were upset by seeing that picture. Of course they were. I mean, you know, sometimes they get more upset even than I do. Because sometimes I don't know. Sorry.
And it seems like Kyle still feels like they're a couple, like it's a temporary separation. It was so in your face. I felt so bad for Kyle when I saw that. And you know, one of the people in that situation called them.
So then who called, the girl or Mo?
I think the girl might have.
There have been other photos of him with different girls.
Prior to this one?
What about the champagne one with the
Those
girls in the snow?
skiing down in their
Right, but that felt like that was a group thing.
But this is the first one where he was kissing somebody intimate
The girl's got
at
a
the
bathing
airport.
suit
It was him
on.
with two girls.
But this is why I don't know that they're necessarily operating in honesty. Because if he was free to do what he wants, then he could do that.
Of course.
You know? But if he's not free to do that, then I can see where there's a problem because, it's embarrassing to your wife or your estranged wife and your children. So to me, it's like, look, he is not free to do that. And everyone should just admit that. But I think even Kyle, says that like, they're separated, so they can do what they want.
Yeah.
But it's like, no, that's not true.
Okay, did Mo do it because it's retaliation because of all the images he's seen?
Right, because she's in the tabloids a lot.
I'm not going to vote in on this one.
Why?
Because who is that girl? Is she like a model or something?
The girl that was kissing him, I don't really know, but I was reading up. She's sort of, like an influencer type person.
Oh, is she?
Yeah, I think.
Okay, so if she's an influencer, maybe she called.
That's what I'm thinking. I think she might have
an
called.
influence.
Yeah.
But I don't think it was an accidental paparazzi.
No, absolutely not. Okay. I've been to Greece many times, and I've never seen a paparazzi
I've been to Greece
in
that airport. There ain't nobody.
It's a sleepy little airport.
Does that really even matter if it was planted or not? I mean, they are kissing publicly. Right. It's not like there was a kiss in somebody's like bedroom and the curtain was sort of halfway open. This is like a public. So anyone could have snapped that photo. So I don't know that necessarily they were trying to hide.
It's like another reminder of, okay, we need to move forward. We need to do something and make decisions now. This was one of Sutton's worst moments.
You picked at me, and I'm sorry. You need to pick on somebody else whose wallet fits.
Oh, damn. Okay.
You think you're bigger than her? I think my wallet is.
I was horrified.
Disgusting. Horrible. Low blow.
In the moment, don't regret it. I was mad. I reacted in a very aggressive way with the lowest insult that I could come up with in my brain.
Because that would hurt her.
I don't think anything hurts Dorit because I don't think she listens.
I know how low she is capable of going. Listen, it's the same woman that very callously, abruptly interrupted me when I was pouring out my heart about my child. It's the same woman that has consistently stuck out her hand.
And I want you to know that you can lean on me a little bit.
And then slapped me in the face.
You're angry at your life.
Oh.
I mean, the only thing consistent I've seen is consistently horrible to me.
Oh. She's one of the phoniest people I've ever met in my life. If you pretend you've got all these fancy clothes, and you've got all this jewelry on, all these bags, go on trips, and you owe the IRS money, and your house is in foreclosure. I have so little respect for you. And you're having this separation, not divorce, separation, can't decide. All I see are lies. So I cannot deal with that kind of person. And if she had just come to us and say, y'all, you know what? We're in financial struggle. I am in a marriage that's not working. It is much more likable and relatable to me than to just pretend like everything is perfect. And then all of a sudden it's not, and I'm supposed to be, I mean, I don't understand it. That's what my problem is with her.
I know if I was in a very bad financial straits, I know that I would show up with my Louboutins and my Chanel and my, I guess, fake Birkin bag if I couldn't afford a real one. I know, so I have a little bit of empathy for Dorit because I know that's what I would be doing.
You still wear the stuff that you had, but you're not wearing next season's Chanel.
That's what a credit line is for.
Not when your house is in
know what a credit line is, Tilly.
Foreclosure. Not when your husband, it has left you.
Yes,
come on.
That's a time to show up more than ever.
Yeah, it would be nice if she had said, yeah, we're having a hard time in our marriage. When Andy asked her last reunion, how are things? Better than ever.
Better than ever. Liar.
First of all, we don't talk about money like that.
You
know, if you're really trying to have some class, you don't talk about money like that.
Miss Etiquette, Miss Country Club, Miss Reputation, Miss I'm on the board of the ballet.
I have made a lot of changes in my life since I got divorced. I've dropped several boards because I can't afford to have all the boards. I'm not on all the boards anymore. And I did that because I had to. Ask me all the questions you want about my life post-divorce. I struggle with my Augusta house all the time. It's a lot to upkeep that house. I just made a decision to move and I know this sounds real stupid, but I'm still being very honest. My apartment in New York, I downgraded so I can live the way I want to in an honest way. She shows up head to toe in some designer like she paid for it. We don't know. I am sorry.
Don't be sorry.
I just want her to be truthful.
How did you get your money, Sutton? That's not exactly bragging rights. I mean, are we gonna sit there and say we're basing all of our value on who we are as a person by how much money is in our bank account? Because then also Sutton can sit down too. I think a lot of the women were pressing for answers from me before I didn't even have the answers myself. And I think they didn't believe me, but I genuinely did not. They were watching my marriage unfold in real time. But everyone's like, are you getting divorced? Are you getting divorced? I mean, everybody asked me that. I think I'm anxious, I'm getting impatient. I'm impatient because I wanna know what my life's gonna be. So I was like, guys, I don't have the answers. Not everyone has them that fast.
Kyle and I are not close enough yet for me to know where her head is. I think both Kyle and Mo are in a comfortable place.
Are they comfortable?
They are.
Really?
Yeah, they are.
But Kyle was so upset with
Well, I know, that's the...
Mo, outside. I can't imagine that he was happy with her.
With what?
With her, running around.
Who's she running around with?
Girl. Why are you trying to do that? See, look at you. I know what you're doing. Okay? I can see what you're saying.
For me
everybody's running around. Everybody's outside.
Everybody's outside.
People are taking photos of everyone, okay?
That's true.
And so I can't imagine that either one of them are happy with that. So you can't stay in that situation forever.
Well, so you would think, right?
Yeah.
And kudos to Kyle that when she's asked, how does it feel when you see Mo kissing this one or holding this one's hand? She's honest and she says, it hurts.
Yeah.
So you would think that
it would drive action.
Right.
That's what I would think.
Right. For me, the only thing that makes sense why you would even endure that kind of pain is knowing that you're going to get some answers at the end of it.
I need time to figure things out, time to figure out where I'm at. It doesn't bring me happiness to say my marriage didn't work out and I'm moving on, but I'm happy that I'm in a place where I can at least say, okay, we should have these conversations. They're not easy to have, but decisions need to be made. And I'm clear now and I feel stronger, which I'm really grateful for because a year ago I did not feel strong and I just felt scared. In my mind, I knew we were going to have to move forward just at our own pace. And, you know, we were just taking it day by day because it's hard to say that when you spent so many years with someone and you actually care about them.
During the season, she would say, oh, he FaceTimed me and we said, you know, I love you at the end of a call. And I think that is all like, she wanted to sort of walk the line of, maybe we'll get back together.
They're not getting back together. I think that Kyle holds on to a hope that they will get back together. But I don't know if she knows whether or not she wants to get back together. I think she wants the option.
Kyle's living very much in limbo.
Right.
You know, where I think Mo is, on the other hand, doing what they had agreed to do.
The reality, it feels to me that Mo has moved on, but I think there's always a little bit of hope of bringing the family together at some point.
I don't know if anybody wants to get divorced when you have children.
Yeah.
I think you want to keep your family knit together.
Once something is ruptured, it's very, very difficult to repair. And, you know, I had a boyfriend that after a year went by where we'd been broken up, we got back together, and then the whole cycle just begins, but it's accelerated. So, you know, there's a possibility they might get back together for a while, but it's a very, very difficult thing once a relationship is ruptured like that to repair it.
I mean, clearly, if you want something to work, you have to do the work. And I didn't see that being done. And I think Mo thought, well, I'm always nice to you. And that's not doing the work. That's being nice to me. You're a nice person. You know, I'm the mother of your children. But doing the work, you know, I just don't know if he has it in him or wants to.
I don't know what's more sad, that if he didn't want to fight for me, or if he wanted to and didn't know how. Either way, he didn't.
Not doing the work is what I mean, you know, when I say not fighting for the marriage. When it actually did crumble, you know, and we separated, we finally went to therapy, but there was an agreement where, you know, he would go to therapy on his own, and we'd do therapy together, and I would go on my own, and he just decided not to do that. You know, now I have said to him, we have to have the harder conversations now. A lot of decisions are going to have to be made.
I'm starting to feel like I need to really move on.
You know, if we hated each other, it would be so easy. I mean, not really, but emotionally easy. But I think that it was just hard. Neither one of us wanted to be the one to say, okay, we're not going to be together, and let's start figuring everything out. We've made it easy for each other to not have to do that, by just avoiding everything, actually.
I've known Sutton for 5 years. This woman has never, ever, 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 ever ordered water when we've gone for drinks, ever.
Sutton, what do you want to drink? You want vodka cranberry?
I'm gonna start with a water.
A water.
Sutton,
It's important to stay hydrated.
Is that because of our little tete-a-tete?
Well, that day was like 90 degrees. So I'm sorry that I sat down to have a glass of water.
How tacky of you.
I mean, I don't know. Every now and then I do hydrate. I'm like a hamster.
Sutton is ordering that water because of what Dorit said at her house.
Didn't you ask Sutton what she's drinking?
Yeah.
And you asked, is there alcohol in it? I mean,
Dorit, shut up. It's her little way of like sticking it to Dorit, but she's really just sticking it to herself because you know she wants to have a drink with everybody else.
I'm living in the moment and trying to bridge the gap because Sutton and I, we are in a place where things ain't good. So how do you break the ice? How do you, trying to make, you know, a passing comment in jest or have a little banter or
Well, no, she don't like your jokes, Dorit.
No, not at all.
Let's not jest anymore.
Seriously.
She jabs at you like because she sees
She
it
knows
bothers
that's
you.
where
She
to
knows
get
that
you.
it bothers me.
Yeah.
But it would bother anyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way,
Yeah.
it would
Yeah.
bother
Yeah, of
any
course it
one
would.
of us.
Yes.
You know, just like I'll continue to say I saw that woman pour vodka into her Coca-Cola, and we all know she drinks the drinks with the vodka and the lemons and the no peels and the dead carcasses everywhere.
Belvedere club soda, 3 lemons, squeezed in, carcass out. Thank you.
We know that. So we know that. We've seen it for years. I
As
think
the
she
summer
likes to
progressed.
hate me. I think it's like a fun passion of hers.
So was it a dig?
I think it was, yeah. It's subtle, I mean.
It was subtle?
It was a discreet, elegant little dig.
I should have
A
said.
ladylike dig.
Where's your caftan?
I think I missed the caftan memo.
How did you miss that?
She definitely did that intentionally, absolutely. I think Dorit was just like, I don't give a about what your invitation says. And here, this is how much effort I'm going to make for your party.
Dorit did not show up in a caftan, and I thought, I wonder if she doesn't know what a caftan is. But then I thought, what? International traveler, child of the world, Dorit has never
Speaks
heard
4
of a
different
caftan.
languages.
Yeah, so I don't know what that was about, but I did notice that she was talking to TMZ on the way out. Maybe she knew they were showing up, and she didn't want to be wearing like a kooky outfit when she's talking very seriously about the dissolution of her marriage.
Caftans are not kooky.
I personally love caftans. I think that they're glamorous, and
They
they
are.
cover a myriad of wibbly wobbly bits, and so I swan around in caftans whenever I can, as y'all have noticed.
Yeah.
This woman really is, I don't know if it's out to get me or doesn't like me. She just
Yeah.
really.
You were like the target.
Yeah.
We are not friends. I like nice people, and I don't understand her. She's only jabbed at me.
This year, this is the first time that we've really been at this type of odds.
But I've been doing this game with Dorit now for 6 years. You
I was
wanted to
concerned that
share
you were
it with
going
the
to
table.
ruin.
Don't.
No.
I'm sorry.
Sutton,
Why did you bring it up?
First of all, are you getting
Why
heated
did you bring it up, Dorit?
Garcelle
Why
thinks
did
that I
you
did
bring
to
it up?
embarrass-
What
isn't what that's about. Sutton, I was the one explaining to you.
I don't think that they ever really have liked each other, honestly. And I think that they have pretended and tried a little bit. And I think they're getting tired of trying.
I think when she lied and said that I said I was gonna freak the out.
She said, I'm gonna freak the out. I didn't say it like that.
That was a little uncharitable of her.
I was like, what?
You were saying something in confidence to her to, alleviate your
Quietly.
fear that you had
Very
a fear
quietly.
coming into the party, and then she threw it back in your face in a very big way.
In a very big way to everyone. And that's when I was like, oh, okay.
I
Enough is
personally think it's when you were insensitive about her robbery.
And I was on the phone with PK, who was bawling.
I've been putting out fires all day today, too. I've got this French designer that I'm bringing in. Immigration is just...
Was it the let the mouse go?
You had your fun, let it go.
I don't know, but what I do know is this has been going on consistently since they met. They've never gotten to a place where they genuinely cared about each other.
Her self-proclaimed best friend, Garcelle, has had a problem with me. She doesn't like me. She's shown that over and over.
She had a problem with Kyle, and then what you did in Palm Springs, which in you with that.
And I think Sutton has jumped on that train.
You never formed a friendship.
Yeah.
Like her and I never really formed a friendship.
Look, I went to dinner with her and Kyle privately, off camera, and she was making fun of my ex-boyfriend. Then she was going through my, she was very into my Match.com stuff. And making fun of that. Like, what in the hell? What'd I do to you? I don't think I've jabbed her that many times. I don't go after her constantly. Now I do.
And you asked, is there alcohol in it? I mean,
Dorit, shut up.
I mean, honestly.
You're such a bitch. I need for her to stop picking on me. The constant picking on me wears me down.
I feel like you guys are in an impasse now, and it's surprising because I did not realize until this summer that you and Dorit were, at such loggerheads. I did not realize that.
I don't think I realized it either.
I don't see them ever seeing eye to eye, and I don't think either one of them trusts the other at all. Well, I know that they don't, so.
I've called to check on him. Their anniversary, I called him.
Coming up on the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills after show.
She took off the word wife on her Instagram bio.
I probably personally would not have taken wife off because that would show my cards.
I'm also moving on.
Let me see if PK has husband.
Oh! Is this Kyle's way of getting back at Mo, being at the concert?
I mean, I wouldn't blame her. I feel like it's a tit for tat.
You know what people say, you say you don't want it, but then you're standing there.
I'm just like, I see you.
She said that was very sweet of you.
Okay. I know. There she goes.
I don't get mad at Kathy.
No, because we're too busy sucking up.
The Kathy thing is just Kathy being Kathy, but I was mad at my mom.
Congratulations on your first fashion show.
You did it.
If this woman starts coming after me and my business, we're gonna have some problems.
The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills after show starts now.
When you've been a wife for so many years, that was like my whole identity, really. Like, I'm a wife and I'm a mom. And even though Mo and I were not together anymore, I just had a hard time just like deleting that, from my bio. I know that sounds like a silly thing. I think after seeing those photos, I was like, I need to just like get the ball moving here. He took off husband and father off his bio and just put CEO of the agency. Why am I gonna have that on there still if he's, after seeing that, I feel stupid to have that on there.
Is it still gone?
That's the.
I don't have my phone with me.
I have mine. It's still gone. It's mom, actor, author, producer, animal lover, and RHOBH.
Animal
and
lover, that's like Mauricio, right? No?
Oh.
My first thought was Kyle removed wife after the picture surfaced.
Because she was embarrassed.
Yeah. And it probably felt like, you know what, this is appropriate.
I probably personally would not have taken wife off because that would show my cards. And I would not want him to know that I'm really thinking about, like, I'm just so busy. It's like once I unfollow you, that's why I don't unfollow people if you have a disagreement, because why give them that attention?
Mo would never have noticed if I had taken off wife or Umansky unless it was written about in the tabloid. So, I knew that in me doing that, people would talk about it because everything is being looked at through a magnifying glass. So I thought, well, this is not just a little step. I know that people are going to talk about it, so it's actually a bigger step because it's also letting people know I'm also moving on.
It makes me think, do I have wife on my...
Do you have it?
I don't know.
What does your Instagram bio say?
I don't know.
Where's your phone?
Curious.
To me, that was the line in the sand of I've moved on.
Yeah, I think she
Look
is
at me.
still like clinging, like we might work it out and we're
Right.
having a temporary situation. And I think that
But
was
she's
kind
the
of
one
like
that asked for the separation, right?
Yeah, but
Wasn't she?
marriage is
I don't know.
dissolution of
remember
marriage
now.
is like it's we all know it's the hardest thing
Yeah,
in
it's
the whole
hard.
world. It's like
And listen, seeing those pictures with Mo, I would have absolutely taken wife off my Instagram, and I would have changed the locks.
My therapist, when I was in separation, she told me to change the locks. It took me years to do it. She was like, you need to change the locks.
That's
He
very good
cannot
advice.
just walk into your house anymore.
It's not his house. He
and
can't
that's
have the
what I
advantages
said
of marriage,
at
even
Chuck
though
E. Cheese. There are no boundaries. You don't have boundaries with that yet?
I mean, we've really moved slow for this whole thing, that's for sure.
I think that you're giving her very good advice.
I said, go talk to every mean lawyer in Beverly Hills so he can't hire them. Because once you talk to him, they can't hire them.
Right.
Oh.
Oh, shoot.
What?
Maybe I did.
What does it say?
It just says mama to Jagger and Phoenix.
Ooh, it doesn't say wife.
Damn.
To PK?
Did it ever?
Girl.
I don't know.
How do you not know that?
I don't know.
Oh
It's like my mind
God.
has got like, but if I would have taken it off.
You'd have had to make a decision to take it off.
Exactly. Let me see if PK has husband.
Oh.
Wow.
What does it say?
That's it. It just says PK.
Well.
That's
It
literally
didn't even say father.
nothing. It literally just says PK.
He is just PK. Now that is
PK.
a lesson within itself.
Really?
That man is about himself.
I didn't want to get up to go get her and walk on the catwalk. So I was like, there she goes. There's my sister.
Okay, go. Go.
She said that was very sweet of you.
Okay,
Hi, how are you?
I don't know what to tell you. I can't control this woman.
She said that she went in to make a joke with Sutton, something about, something with me.
Oh my gosh. She was going back to do a practical joke to tell Sutton that Dorit wanted to make the announcements for the fashion show because she's the fashionista.
Sutton?
Yeah?
Did you need Dorit? She would happy to introduce and like, she can do all the narrating?
No, we're not narrating. We're not
The
doing
show?
that. No.
Okay.
It's like a real fashion show.
Which I would have believed because I remember her thinking she saved my fashion show.
And I'm just thinking, I've got to save Kyle's fashion show from Kyle.
Were you mad at Kathy? Did you think she was going to mess it up?
No, I wasn't mad at her at all. Okay. It was more like, why are you back here? But no, I don't get mad at Kathy. But it,
No, because we're too busy sucking up.
Avi should have walked her to her seat.
Where was Avi? Backstage?
I don't know where he was.
Avi! Well, what had happened was I was running a little late. So when I came into the building, they had a little red carpet. And the worst thing in the world is when someone is introducing you to somebody. It was Erika's mother, and I had never met her before. And you're saying hi, and then a press person comes over and says, you have to come here and take the pictures quickly because they're leaving, and da-da. So I had gone back, first of all, to Sutton to see if there was anything I could do. And because I didn't know that they would be so organized. I figured we're going to sit here like most fashion shows, and it's going to be 20 or 30 minutes. She said, no, I got it, and she seemed fine, but I still thought we'd have a few minutes. So as I'm walking out, Erika's mother was sitting right there. And so I said, hi, how are you? And treat her with respect. And that show started, and somebody said, sit down, sit down. And so I was shocked that they came out so quick.
The Kathy thing is just Kathy being Kathy, but I was mad at my mom. Of course, my mom. That's my mom. And I'm very critical of my mom a lot, but that, like, I give shows. My mom's been to 1 million shows. Like, don't with people's shows. I don't know.
I don't know what Kathy was doing. I really don't. But I think Kathy is generally unaware of what else is going on around her, and she's living in her own world.
I think that's really funny that you actually think that, because I think that's what she wants people to think.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
You don't think so? You think she did that on purpose?
Kathy,
you think
she
was
not
standing?
oblivious.
You think she was standing on the runway on purpose when the show started?
No.
Oh,
I just think overall, Kathy is not an oblivious person.
Really?
Not at all.
Interesting.
Not at all. She's very shrewd. She's very clever.
I'm surprised Dorit said that.
She must not want to be invited to the Christmas party next year.
She doesn't want to pose in pajamas in front of a Christmas tree.
I don't know. I didn't go. Kathy has like 3 or 4.
That's what I'm saying. Kathy had 150
Kyle
parties.
and Erika went. I don't think Dorit went, yeah.
Oh,
I don't
Erika
know.
went?
No,
Was
but
she sucking up?
Very, very, very briefly. They went very briefly because they were gone by the time I was there sucking up. I find this narrative hysterical that Kathy is the big boss of Beverly Hills.
Right.
And everybody like genuflex in front of Kathy because they want to get invited to her parties.
I think she had 150 of them this year, and I didn't go to one.
She has so many parties.
I don't understand it, but God bless.
When I first saw the picture of Kyle's side of stage at Morgan's concert, my first thought was it could be interpreted in so many different ways. You know, that Mo was splashed all over it. Kyle wanted to show publicly that she's doing fine. She's fine, she's good, she looks great.
But I said to Kyle, I said, it seems to me like you and Mo use the paparazzi to fight.
And to send messages to each other.
Like, that's their way of communication, is what I said.
This is your love language.
At this point, nothing surprises me, so I'm not annoyed. I'm not shocked. I'm just like, I see you. A picture of me from a million miles away, this big. No, I have no interest in retaliating, and Mo doesn't even get jealous, so it doesn't really matter. I was actually there for an appearance, and I had gone to lots of different shows, and that was nothing to do with that. He would never care or be jealous of that, ever.
Do I buy it? Could she have an event? Yes. But I think standing side stage, when you know there's so many rumors, I just wouldn't do it. You know what people say, you say you don't want it, but then you're standing there.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't blame her. I feel like it's a tit for tat. Okay, let's keep going. See, now, that's some honesty for you.
Well, yeah.
I would be the one. I'm like, oh, word, you think you're the only one who can be taking photos of with kissing people?
Yes.
Here I go.
Yes. See, I agree with that. And I would feel the same way, only that's not, it wasn't really what she was doing, because she claims that her and Morgan are just friends, right? And she actually doesn't want the attention.
But there are ways to control that, though, then. Then you don't put yourself in positions.
I think to a certain extent, Kyle likes all the, the chatter a little bit, sort of like the guessing game. And I think that she doesn't, maybe perhaps Morgan wants to stay out of the spotlight.
Stop some more, some more.
Right, yes.
Okay.
And Sutton, you're staying very quiet about weighing in with Morgan and Kyle. Are you worried about this affecting your relationship with Kyle?
No. No, and it has nothing to do with my friendship with Kyle.
I don't believe it.
Okay, believe what you want. I'm not going to suppose upon my friend's relationship when I don't know.
But isn't that what we're doing?
Is there something going on in your personal life that you would like to share?
With what, though? Like what?
For marriage.
I mean, I didn't know. I'm not gonna talk about a relationship that I don't know where it is, how it is, what it is.
Okay, fine. I'm talking about you now. If you were in a situation that you didn't want people to speculate on, would you be out in the open with that said person?
In the past year, it's been very quiet.
Not really.
But I'm asking you, if you did not want people to continue a rumor about
personally?
you, yes, and you knew every time you're with that person, it creates a lot of buzz. Are you hanging out at the house, Netflix and chilling, or are you out and about and letting yourself be photographed and letting the rumors continue?
If it were me and I was in a relationship,
I'm not. Okay, go ahead. No,
if I were in a relationship that, this is such a weird question because I am new to this whole celebrity thing.
You're just dodging it. You're dodging it. You're
I am
dodging
not.
it. You can say, I don't want to answer.
Me.
You can say,
no,
let me fix your
you
hair.
asked me about
Come
me.
here.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. If I were in a relationship that I didn't want known, right now, well, no, I'm gonna hide out at my house.
I rest my case, Your Honor.
Tell me about being there for Kyle as she navigates separation.
It's everything.
It doesn't matter. It could be somebody else next week.
It's just weird for you to see.
I have to.
You have to digest
move
it.
forward.
You were on the phone, 3 times today. Last night, the night before, we were on the phone crying, laughing so hard. I like that with her, and I like it for me.
Kathy has been very supportive of me, but she's also been oddly emotional about it. She's broken down crying to me about my separation. Many times. She struggles to talk about it, and I think this is so interesting, and sometimes she's so emotional, I'm like, I can't talk about it with her. She wants to see me happy, move on, of course, but she's also a little bit heartbroken that it came to this.
I still care about him, and he is my, niece's father, and he's been wonderful with Farrah. And, he and Kyle were a great couple, and we used to have so much fun. And it's sad. I've called to check on him, you know, when their anniversary, I called him. And he was on a trip. He was on holiday. I don't remember, where was he? I think he was in Austria skiing or something. And I called, he goes, is everything okay? And I said, I was just calling to see how you're doing. I felt bad for him too. I could see in his face that he was sad and confused and a little, I felt this was just as tough on him. And you look back at the pictures, they're so young, and I just wanted him to know, no matter what, I care and we're here.
Do you think in some weird way that the separation has helped your own relationship with Kyle?
You know, that's a good point in the sense that she knows I'm there for her and she needs me and I need her. I think, but I'd rather her have her marriage, and that relationship is more important than anything. But it has given us some time together.
Can you please explain to me?
Well,
the heck
now
is this?
Well, okay, so I didn't understand circular fashion at the time.
I don't know the inspiration behind this capsule collection, but I did see her name.
I see things that say name 'em on it.
I do know that she put, lack of a better word, appliques on them.
It doesn't seem cohesive.
I don't know if she got these things and redesigned them.
I just don't know if she's a designer or who is and what's happening.
But now I understand circular fashion.
Oh, hallelujah, please.
Okay.
Because I've heard Sutton try to explain it.
I am going to take these products, I don't care what they are, where they're made, because I'm saving them from going to landfill.
I like that.
Right, so it's not like ground beef.
And I really don't think she understands
I
it.
believe circular fashion is when there is fashion on a shelf, which is not bought, and instead of going to the landfill, it makes its way to another shelf.
Right.
And that shelf is Sutton's.
Yes. So.
I'm having a hard time believing, is Sutton really genuinely this concerned about the planet, or is she just picking up some old clothes and putting her name on them? This is what I need to know.
If you had designed something that didn't sell at retail, okay, and you're looking at it, you're like, this is not selling, and Sutton came and bought it at a discounted rate, would you be upset about that?
Hell yes.
Dorit started coming after my business. She was asking me like, do that designers know? Yes, of course, Dorit. The designers. What, are you kidding me?
I'm speaking from as a designer, as someone who has done runways.
Homegirl clocked it. She
No,
said,
I mean,
let me give you my learned opinion.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
She was trying to conjure up that my business was taking designers and tearing off labels and putting them on without anybody knowing about it.
If I'm sending it to the landfill to be destroyed, there's a reason.
Okay.
I didn't put it up for auction and say, who wants it? I didn't say,
How do you know
anyone
that
want
that
to buy
happens,
this?
though? You think she doesn't get, I don't know.
Listen, again, that's just my opinion. Other designers might feel differently.
If this woman starts coming after me and my business, we're gonna have some problems.
You know, I could put my name on this later. I'm gonna put my name on this Prada skirt. It's sustainable. I mean, does that count? I'm so confused. I'm still confused, guys.
When you're 82 and you're
That
stuck at
says
the
a lot.
airport for
Yeah.
12 hours, I mean, she really did
That
try
says a
her very
lot.
best.
Well, I was very excited to come.
I think you would have enjoyed it.
I'm not sure if that would have enjoyed it, but I would have enjoyed enjoying your success.
I felt so let down by Reba not coming. I thought maybe you were just going to surprise us and she was going to show up. Like, I didn't want to believe that it was real. Well, because it's such a big deal.
Garcelle was like, I don't have to pick her up, yay!
And then towards the end, she was like, if I come to LA, will Garcelle pick me up at the airport?
She did. I almost offered to go with Garcelle because I was like, this could be a really awkward airport pickup situation. But then I was like, nah.
Even though there was like this whole conflama with the airlines. I can't believe you were at the airport so long.
I gave it my best shot.
I know you did, and I'm very thankful. She stayed at the airport. I can't believe
That's
it.
amazing.
Okay, I still, to this day, can't believe that she did.
I felt so bad about that. Oh my God. Not only was it such a big deal for her to come to LA for this fashion show in the first place, but she was stuck in the airport. And then on top of it, Sutton, who was so excited and so proud to show off all her hard work to her mom. I really felt so bad for both of them.
I played a song at the fashion show about Mama, and I just wanted her to hear it. I just wanted her to know that it meant a lot for me to have her there. But yeah, didn't work out. She tried. She tried.
Has she continued to show her support since?
I think because of what has happened in Augusta, the storm in September, big storm, things have shifted a little bit.
Jim.
And Jim, losing Jim. So, you know, I'm like, it's okay. We had a good summer together. Things just have settled, and we'll get there again. But right now, it's more about her, making sure she's okay.
Oh my God, I got some new decor.
Look at all of this glamour this morning.
Look at all this glamour.
Look at this all cleaned up and glorious.
And I cannot thank you enough. We knew we wanted to do some renovations, but we're on a budget, okay? And I have no problem saying that because I've lived many years not on a budget. Well, yes, it was a budget, but it was bigger. So now it's smaller, but that's okay because it's all mine. I looked online at several designers. Martin's style spoke to me, and there was no chance that this man was going to do this. Like, zero chance. Reached out, and the answer was yes, and I was blown away. I still kind of am. First off, Martin's client list is like, you know, great. There's Cher,
Icons only.
there's Madonna, there's Pink, there was, I think it might have been Pink's house, but it was everybody in between, and then Erika's little tiny house. Erika's little tiny house.
I loved him from $1 Million Decorators.
I'm known as the designer to the stars, and my world is pretty extraordinary.
Oh, I didn't know that.
He had a tagline, decorating is
totally delicious.
We met, we vibed, and then the next thing you know, we're shopping. Not only is he talented, but he's a fun, cool guy.
We're just gonna cleanse the space. It's gonna give us a cleansed spirit.
And I love what we did.
It seemed like your project was moving really fast,
It
which
really
I really
was,
love
but
and
I'm one
appreciate.
but I have to be honest with you. I'm one of these people that, like, I will say this, give me 3 options. I'm gonna tell, first off, I'm very direct in what I like. I want this, I'm feeling this. The home is
I'm all
Spanish
over it.
1920s, we're in Hancock Park. I feel like this needs to happen. Yes, I agree, great, show me what you got. Showed me, and I said, yes, 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 can I have an option on this particular thing? Boom, option, done. And that's how it went. And we just knocked this house out, and it was great.
I want to copy your entry, the halls going down. The
Yeah, the black and white.
Yeah.
And I still have to put my black and white photography up. That's one thing that didn't happen. I need to finish it.
Your house inspired me, and then Bose's, all her color in her home, the wallpaper and everything. I'm
Bose's
adding more
wallpaper
things
is
like that to my
very
house, too.
special.
It's so great.
It's
I
really
love
cool.
it.
Thank you, Martin. I love my home. It's amazing.
At Santa Lucia, who knows if they have the kind of chocolates and the little candies I like, so I did bring some snacks, yes.
Coming up on The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills after show.
You know that I would never want to do or anything on purpose that would hurt you or the kids.
And looking at it, it looks a little suspect.
Did you, at any point, want a divorce?
I don't think PK wants to get divorced.
So what do you think he's doing? I came in the hospital one day. I was like, get this bitch out of here. Yes, it is a double standard. Was it fair? No, but it was my truth. For Kyle, I feel like that is where she needs to be. Let's just take ourselves out of Beverly Hills and see if we can have a beginning of a civil conversation.
What would it actually take to heal this group?
Therapy. The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills after show starts right now.
That was the first time I had seen him in person since that happened. And I knew that he would not want to talk about it. And I didn't want to put him on the spot, but he clearly knew that that was the elephant in the room, the unspoken thing that was going on. And when he brought it up, I was actually really surprised. He actually said out loud, you know, I'm not going to talk about, you know, what I know you probably want me to talk about. I'm not doing that. And then all of a sudden he like paused, and then all of a sudden he started talking about it.
So obviously the Mykonos, you know, I got photographed, you know, in the airport. You know that I would never want to do anything on purpose that would hurt you or the kids. I really am sorry for, you know, hurting you. I would never want to hurt you on purpose.
And I just sat there like, oh, okay. And, you know.
Her husband has clearly moved on and has his arms around or is kissing another woman and has the right to do so. I mean, let's not, you know, it's not like we caught him cheating. They're separated, they're allowed to live their lives, and he's doing just that.
How did you feel seeing those pictures for the first time?
It was a little strange. Sad. And then I saw the Dancing with the Stars picture, but I said to Kyle, I said, that I don't think anything of, because if it was dark and I was walking to my car, he would probably take my arm, and I didn't look at it as being anything.
Can I talk about how I didn't like the delight that I saw in Garcelle and Sutton's eyes and tone about it?
Did you see the photos of him in Greece at the airport with the girl that has no clothes on? He has a lot of time to tag on this picture.
They look a little too delighted by this and a little too elevated. But I think Mauricio moved on. He did exactly what he said he was going to do.
I, you know, wanted to be alone and take advantage of, you know, seeing what that looks like and just be, you know, run around and make decisions, you know, last minute. And
that's what men do.
That was an awkward moment, you know. I mean, I know he did not mean for that to happen. I know he was not aware that that was happening. That's clear to me. He would not do that intentionally. You know, my girls were not happy. It was really strange for me. I had people calling me and texting me, and I was like, I've already seen, okay, enough already.
And you believe they didn't call the paparazzi?
I mean, I have no idea. I don't want to speak about someone that I don't even know. I know that Mo definitely did not know that photo was being taken. I know that. I can't speak for anyone else. I really don't know. I mean, in looking at it, it looks a little suspect, but that's all I'm going to say.
I don't think PK wants to get divorced.
So what do you think he's doing?
That's what I'm trying to understand. Did you, at any point, want a divorce?
I believe that, unfortunately, this is what ends the marriage. I believe that rather than bringing out the best in me, you can bring out the worst in me.
I think he needs to understand what he's doing.
What he's doing.
Before I can understand what he's doing.
Well,
We
unless
never
I've got...
actually had the conversation about the apartment.
Yeah, but I didn't want to have the conversation
That's
about the
my
apartment.
point.
Well, that's my point.
It's very complex.
Because it's like if he doesn't want divorce, then this is not helping him.
The reason I asked you to retain a lawyer was in an attempt to try and have a commercial, sensible conversation because we were not able to communicate. So bring in some experts to read.
I kept telling you that we need to communicate.
Like if he wants his marriage, this is not the way to keep it.
I think it's complex. I think it's layered.
You know, defending your spouse, I've seen myself do it. I've seen Kyle do it. I've seen Dorit do it now. And they're telling you exactly what's going to happen.
I wake up to a 7-page email, and it was a barrage. It was predominantly financials.
And I think when men say, I'm going to do A, B, and C, and write it down, I think you need to, you know, pay attention to that. You know, if you're not going to be together, let's get a plan, a financial plan, a visitation plan, whatever. It's the unknowing. That is horrible. And I see Dorit experiencing those feelings that I had in a different way, in the sense of, where is he? What is his next move? How does he really feel? And I've got these 2 children. I said he's ruthless in business, so he would be ruthless in the business of divorce. And I believe that then, and I believe that now.
Is he doing his therapy?
He is.
Okay, that's good.
But, you know, he's been doing a lot of it, and
Yeah.
I just don't see.
The results of it. Oof.
And that's what unfortunately makes me feel less and less optimistic. Now, I'm not suggesting that I know what I want.
Yeah.
Because Bose, I'm not in a place where I can tell you, I really want this or I really want that. I don't think I am.
Right.
I don't know.
Maybe it's easier to answer like what you don't want.
Yes.
Because like I would say,
Tell
you can
me.
say your words yourself, but I would say you don't want divorce.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't.
And that's okay to say.
But I don't necessarily
know
know if I want.
I'm not saying you should say what you
No,
want.
no.
I'm saying you don't want divorce. Now, we don't know what the opposite of that is because it's not as simple as being like, well, if I don't want divorce, it means I want marriage.
Right.
It's not as simple as that.
Right.
But being able to say, I don't want divorce,
You
is
can
a
have
very,
that
you can
without-
have that without having the opposite of that also be true.
Interesting.
It's like that's not they don't equate. You can say I
Interesting.
don't want divorce, but it doesn't mean you want marriage. You might
Interesting.
want a different marriage. It may also be true that you don't want to be married to him. To the him that is him right
Yes.
now. Or the him that was him.
Yes.
You might want to be married to a future him. But maybe you don't know who the future him is, and maybe that's what you're waiting for.
Yes.
And that is okay.
Damn. I mean, all those thousands of dollars for...
Girl, just buy me a bag. It'll be fine.
Honestly.
It'll be okay.
Seriously? This is just absolutely 1,000%.
Do you not wear your ring normally?
So when we first separated, I had them on.
Yeah.
And I couldn't take it off.
Yeah.
It felt so
Oh,
weird.
man.
I couldn't.
Right.
It was like 10 years I had them on and never took it off. It's funny enough, I didn't think about it, right?
Yeah.
But the paparazzi were following me around, and then I would see, like, she's still wearing her ring. She's
Oh, Lord have
so
mercy.
it was something that was like
Yeah,
brought
it became
to my
like a thing.
Yes.
That was like not even your thing. Somebody
Yes.
else's thing that they brought to you.
Yes, much like Kyle saying about the pictures.
This looks like a shrine.
Oh, God,
Why does it look like a
Kyle.
happy anniversary party?
And then there was a point, and it was, I think, I was just so hurt and so upset and I was processing and realizing, okay, this is real, this is blah, 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 that I just thought, you know what, it doesn't feel right to wear this anymore.
Yeah,
And I
and
put it
took it
away.
off.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting. When Peter died, I had a very hard time taking off my rings. I remember like an aunt, a very well-meaning one. She was like, you know, you shouldn't wear that. It'll hurt you if you keep looking at it. And I was so shocked by that because it actually brought me a lot of comfort to still see it. And then one day I felt like, you know, I don't want it on my ring finger, but I also don't want it to go away totally. So then I took his ring and started wearing it on my middle finger. And then over time, I felt like, I don't really need his either. And so then they both came off. You know, but it was like a gradual step. And I don't know that it makes logical sense for anybody else.
Makes perfect logical sense to me.
You know, but it's like, that was my journey. I feel like, you know, if more of us were honest about the way that we feel about things, we would be happier because then you wouldn't be so influenced by other people's opinions on what you should be doing with your life.
Yes.
Part of the reason why I could identify with what Kyle was feeling about seeing the picture of Mo with that woman is because I had felt very similar feelings of seeing my late husband with his new girlfriend. When we found out that his cancer was terminal, I came in the hospital one day and she was like, you know, rubbing his head and like giving him these like very tender kisses. And girl, I lost my mind. I was like, get this bitch out of here. By the way, which I approved of. I told him to go do that. And then he did it, and I was like, wait, no, I don't like this at all.
You know?
Like, but the thing is that, like, you can be honest about those things. Like, at least for me in that moment, I went to him, I told him, I don't like this. And I need you to get rid of her. And I know it was unfair, Because I had been the one to say, hey, go get a girlfriend. Like, we both need to move on. And then he started moving on. And I was like, wait, hold on. I moved on too, but I don't like you moving on. Wow. And you know what? Yes, it is a double standard. Was it fair? No. But it was my truth. And so I had to admit that to him. And for Kyle, I feel like that is where she needs to be. She might be like, hey, look, it's okay for me to do my little things over here, okay? But I don't like you doing your little things. And if that's how she feels about it, just go ahead and be honest and say that. But instead, you want to say, you know, like, it's fine, he should do his thing, I should do my thing, but yet you're mad. So just be honest. Let's be honest.
You are so damn refreshing.
Well, I mean, with Peter's illness, especially when we found out that his cancer was terminal, I knew that I had such little time with him, I was unwilling to share it with anybody else. And I am not apologetic about that at all. It doesn't matter to me that we were separated. It doesn't matter to me that I had told him that we should see other people. I don't care. When I knew that the time was short, I was like, you are mine, and that is it. Yeah. And she needs to go.
Yeah.
And I was okay saying that.
And he was okay doing it.
Oh, absolutely. He was so happy.
So happy.
He went right there on Facebook, told everybody. You know what I mean? And that was great. It was great for us. And especially knowing that we didn't have time. There was no time for the bull. There was no time for lies. And I wish that we all looked at life that way, actually. You know, it's not a morbid thing to be thinking that. It's like, if you knew that something was going to happen to your partner, the person you love, would you still behave the way that you're behaving now?
It's so true. How much time did you have?
Well, the doctor told us 2 weeks, and we had about 6.
Oh
my God, I didn't know it was that short a time.
We found the lump in May, and he was dead in December.
Where was the lump?
Well, the lump was on his head, but he had Burkitt's lymphoma, so it was really a lymph node issue, so it was everywhere.
Was it operable?
No. It was like whack-a-mole.
Damn.
That's what the doctor said.
Damn.
It was like you get one and another pops up. So there was no hope. It was not a situation where they said they could fix it.
And he was young.
Yeah, 44, almost 43. Well, we have tried for a long time to heal the group, right?
Yes.
But, I mean, St. Lucia is such a beautiful island. I was excited about, like, a suspended reality. Let's just take ourselves out of Beverly Hills, okay? And go someplace else that is gorgeous and fresh and new, and see if we can have a beginning of a civil conversation.
Good luck.
Bosie saying she wants to heal this group just shows how little she knows this group.
I love it. I think it's great. I think it was a great idea.
I love how sweet and innocent Bose is. This is gonna take a lot more than the St. Lucia trip to heal this group.
What would it actually take to heal this group?
Therapy.
Jesus to come down.
Jesus.
And Mary. And Mary. And then a bunch of holy water.
You know, sometimes when you're having such difficulties with people, it's helpful to get out of the situation. You know, almost go to like a neutral space.
Absolutely, change
and so
the energy.
why not? Yes. So it's like, okay, if we're having all of these troubles in the group, you know, it doesn't matter if we're at your house, we're at my house, we're at Kyle's house, there was trouble everywhere.
It makes sense too. You know, go to a peaceful place hoping that that peace rubs off on us.
Not that it wouldn't come with its disagreements and whatnot.
Challenges.
What do y'all want from me?
But at least to be able to have a more open dialogue, I was very hopeful.
Good luck, Bosie.
She's such a great marketing officer that she thinks that she can market this situation even better.
I can see her having workshops where people hit each other with like rubber baseball bats. I'm gonna make these ladies come together.
It takes a lot more than like a ceremony.
Santa Lucia, they had, who knows if they have the kind of chocolates and the little candies I like, so I did bring some snacks, yes. I still want to eat it, is that wrong? I get very hungry late at night.
What are your must-haves? What do you have to pack?
I like to have my pillows, my fan.
Are you bringing your fan?
Of course I am. My skincare. my vitamins. I mean, all the things that I'm used to. I do take a lot. I do. I'm trying to think of how I could just scale it down because you know what? It becomes to the point where it's taking control of me. And now what I do is pack. Let's say I'm going to be 3 days in cold weather, and then I'm going to be in warm weather. That's how I pack it. So I'm kind of living out of the suitcase at this point because by the time I get to the hotel and have to unpack it, I'm exhausted.
Oh, my knees.
How many bags would you check for a flight?
Well, it's not that I check that many because Rick doesn't allow it. He doesn't want to do that. And then if you have a better chance of losing luggage. And it's always my suitcase that we can't find it, or it's coming in on another flight. And then he gets angry. So I do try to jam it all into one big one and then just one for my toiletries. But my toiletries can take up 2 bathrooms. I bring everything under the sun. Oh, and I need my black mask I've been buying the same mask for 30 years. And it is so comfortable. It's got foam here, so you can actually have false eyelashes on and put it on, and it doesn't touch or mess your makeup up.
What did you think about the fact that your daughter is expecting you to have 1, but possibly up to 3 children?
First of all, that girl is not in charge of my womb, okay? We'll make things very, very clear, okay?
Well, she can have an opinion.
Sure, she can have an opinion, but
And
she's
it
not in
matters.
charge.
No, she's not in charge,
Okay?
but
The
she-
decisions are not made on whether or not she wants 1 or 3 siblings, okay?
Would you guys want like multiple kids or just like one more?
I'm gonna take a sip of wine real quick.
This is the same girl who didn't want any siblings before. And
When did she
so
say
now-
that?
Oh, she has said that since she was like, she could talk.
Okay, well, that's fine.
Up until probably a year ago.
Right. Until you wanted it.
Yes. And then she was like, okay, maybe. But yeah, no, she's not in charge of my womb.
I vote Leal being able to have some, being able to contribute to the decision.
Okay.
I vote for that. The nice thing is that you're going into this with someone that you know is thoughtful,
yes,
responsible,
right,
loves you, cares about you.
Yeah.
And that confidence sort of makes whatever the potential, God forbid, risks are, feel a little bit less scary.
Yeah.
Doesn't take it away.
What is the pa-pa-pa? What is that?
You know what? I know, I don't even realize it. Jewish people, it's like...
like a superstition or something?
Yeah, it's like, because it could be used in different things. So, but it's usually like to protect and to...
I like that.
Oh, it's
I
very
might take
much
that on.
protection
and
thing.
3, pa-pa-pa?
Yeah, well, it's like pa-pa-pa, tu-tu-tu.
Oh.
I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Learning.
I'm listening to your point there.
What's with the deep voice?
Coming up on the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills after show.
What do y'all f***ing want from me?
Sutton can dish it out, but cannot take it.
What about you and boats makes you so mean?
I sincerely apologize to you.
Let me look like I'm really trying it so I don't look like the asshole.
She's such a bitch.
I texted Kyle in the moment. Girl, he seemed a little on edge.
I don't even know if I would have said anything.
Kyle was really hurt.
Maybe I'll have a great story to share with you guys.
Kyle is not being honest.
I hope you have a great story to tell.
You're not backing me up. I just think it's bullshit, honestly.
I just got mesmerized by Jennifer's bosoms bouncing.
I stood up in a bathtub and I was full frontal nude. Designer goes, Jennifer, you've got to do something about your pubic hair. Brazilians are so not 1930s.
The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills after show starts now.
well, Sutton can dish it out, but cannot take it. And I don't think I'm being very harsh here. I'm just saying something that, number one, I've experienced and I've observed.
What the hell? What about you and boats makes you so mean?
You are very critical and sometimes very not the most compassionate to women that are going through the worst time in their life.
Coming from the woman who lived through all of the burn victims and the wives that, I mean, this woman doesn't even know me.
Sutton likes to go at people when they're at their lowest. Erika was in a really, really low place, and Sutton was just riding her.
So I've experienced it firsthand.
The car accident story, which you told everybody that he had broken his foot or something, and that's why
true.
How can I believe every single thing?
I helped Erika when she announced that she was getting divorced.
I do have a care package kit.
I got chips, candy, champagne.
That's the divorce kit.
And then I've watched Kyle go through it.
Is there something going on in your personal life that you would like to share?
With what, though? Like what?
For marriage.
I wasn't kicking Kyle when she was down because she told everybody that her life was perfect.
I thought Mauricio had bought it for you.
You didn't ask about any other things that you haven't seen. This is new. You didn't ask about that. I bought that myself. This is new. I bought that myself. That's new.
And Dorit going through it now.
You're angry, and you're not angry at me. You're angry at your life.
Oh. I was helping Dorit when she said she was going through her separation, and then Dorit yelled at me.
What isn't what that's about? Sutton, I was the one explaining to you.
So I defended myself. So actually, her 3 points are negated.
I feel like, look, if somebody was attacking my character, right? And I felt like it was grossly out of line, I probably would get very upset as well, right?
Okay.
Extremely upset. But
Okay.
I would follow it up with examples that negate what I'm being accused of. And that's what Sutton did not do.
What do y'all f***ing want from me? Seriously, what do you f***ing want from me?
Honestly, I think that part of her knows it's true. I think that when Sutton's confronted with the truth, she gets very defensive and reactionary.
I hate these bitches.
If Sutton could walk on water, she would have walked right off that boat, trust me.
I wasn't surprised that Sutton would react the way she did because she doesn't like to be cornered.
She wasn't even cornered. She doesn't want the truth,
Yeah.
which is ugly.
I don't think that there's a need for a blow up and a storm off and tears, but I think I'm right. And I think these other women know I'm right, whether they'll say it or not.
I think Erika is pulling this out of her little fantail.
She will say to you, like I remember when she said to me, I'll lend you money.
I offered Erika a loan while going through the divorce. Like, if you need anything financially, I've got your back. And if you have a fall, you've got a mattress to land on.
Thanks, but you don't really mean that. Like, let's be serious here. So I think it's just like throwing out these words. I don't know if she thinks that throwing out these sort of, I'll always be there for you, I'll lend you money, like somehow or another that either excuses the behavior or it just sort of throws people off, but it doesn't. Like, it's not authentic. What is authentic is that she's mean to people when they're at their lowest. And there's no need for that. Her wallet's too big.
I was sitting on my hands because I wasn't going to say anything.
No,
because the minute I said I would say something, it's like I'm taking up for her.
I am
So I was
glad.
just like, I'm like,
so
I'm
glad
not
you
getting
didn't, because you would have gotten so much, like, for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't love Erika, but I like her. You know, and after having a nice summer, I was a bit gobsmacked by this.
There are times I really enjoy, Sutton, she can be fun, she can be warm, but then it gets ruined. And I just, then it becomes, for me, just sort of a very transactional type of relationship. And I just, in my life where I'm at, it's like I would like more. I would like more of a friendship and more of a consistent person. But if you don't get that, then you don't get that.
I get seated at the table, I see Mo sitting like directly across from me, like this, okay? Maybe 10 feet away. And he's there with the girl. My first instinct was to be like, girl, I see your man with somebody else. I texted Kyle in the moment girl. And then afterwards, I gave her a full report. But for me, it felt
A 3.5
like...
minute long voice note.
I really did, I know. It was a real podcast. I said something like, I'm here at Little Beach House, and guess who is here? And immediately she knew.
I don't know why, but I immediately knew that she was out in Samo with a woman. And I knew it was that woman.
Why did Bose feel the need to tell Kyle?
Maybe under the guise of giving her a gift, like, oh, here's some information
Is
for you about your
is that giving a gift though, or is it trying to?
It
hurt
seemed like that's
Kyle?
how it was presented.
I was not in the inner circle with Kyle to understand whether or not this was appropriate or not. It doesn't matter whether or not we are on good terms or not. Like, when something is happening to you and it is outside of this group, oh, I'm coming for them. Whoever's on the outside, I'm coming for them. And that's how I felt about Mo in that moment.
I don't even know if I would have said anything.
I think it's hurtful, Bo's saying that, because it sort of drives home that it wasn't just a one-off thing. Like, oh, he's in a relationship with his girl.
Talk about weaponizing.
We also can't weaponize.
That was weaponizing.
Knowing how much this separation with Mauricio has hurt Kyle, I probably wouldn't have given the details.
I was on the phone with Kyle when she got the text.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it was a text.
She was not happy.
Or she did.
It was a text?
I think it was, or she had just gotten off the phone or something.
No,
Kyle,
I didn't know.
Yeah, and Kyle was like really hurt.
Yeah.
Oh, I was happy that Bose reached out and told me that. I really was like, okay, she really is a girl's girl, a friend, and, you know, not just that she told me, but in the way she told me and how she was, you know, she knew what I wanted to hear. She's a woman, she gets it. I wanted to know all the details. Don't leave out one little teensy-weensy crumb. And she didn't.
He seemed a little on edge. You know, like, clearly this was a double date. I mean, there was no mistaking that.
I even guessed who the other people were at the table. I don't know. You know, sometimes women were very intuitive, what can I say?
He didn't seem entirely comfortable to be in public because, you know, we were in center tables. And so all eyes were on everybody. You could see exactly what was going on.
Yeah.
So he wasn't necessarily overly affectionate, but I knew that he was with this girl versus the other girl that was at the table.
Also, who put Bose up to it?
Yeah.
To saying it?
Yeah.
Who do you think? Dorit?
This is the definition of a girl's girl.
Oh, well.
She's not even friends with Kyle.
Right. Look, I was ready to fight, though.
I know.
If Kyle had said, girl, I need you to pick up your fork and go over there, I would have.
How would you have felt if you received the same call in that situation?
I did. I was like, okay. I'm the type of person that waits. Yeah, I brought that all up at once.
And was that at the end?
More or less.
Yeah, I remember the first time someone told me they saw Mike with a girl, and I remember how. Like,
it feels weird.
Because then I kept on picturing what they were doing. I kept on picturing how it looked. I kept on, you know what I mean?
It's humiliating, and it's almost like the other person has something over on you. Ooh, guess what I saw?
If you see my man outside,
oh,
you better
I don't think I'll have
text
time.
me. You better text me immediately. Like, you better break your legs getting to your phone to text me.
I probably will text you with the blood dripping off of my nail. Because I don't think I could text you before I would have.
No.
Oh, no.
To shut it down, when we all see it, it's everywhere. It's on the blogs, it's everywhere, but yet we're not allowed to bring it up.
If I'm gonna be completely honest, I think what's confusing to me is that I feel like we tiptoe around Morgan.
When Garcelle and I have spoken in private, she's been totally understanding of my position that I'm in and discussing this. And in front of the other ladies, though, she wants to bring it up and bring it to the table. It just doesn't match our private conversations. So in these moments, I'm like, well, here we go again.
How can we get deeper in our relationship if we can't talk about things?
We don't know what that situation is.
There is no situation there. That's all I have, right? I mean, you guys see where I'm, you know.
Kyle is not being honest about everything that is going on in her relationship.
What do you mean she's not being honest in her relationship with Mo?
Yeah, with Mo or anything else. Like, I don't know anything else that's going on in Kyle's life, okay? But there's been lots of being alluded to about what she's doing. She hasn't told me about it, so how do I know? But my point is that if there are others in the group who believe there's other things going on and she doesn't want to talk about it, I don't know how they're going to be good friends to her if they can't speak about the things that are going on in her life.
However Kyle lives her life is really none of my business. I mean, I'm Kyle's friend. I'm kind of on a need-to-know basis, and I don't really need to know. Actually, Kyle asked me not to say Morgan's name, and I said, okay, fine, no problem.
Even if she said to me, you know, I don't want to talk about it right now, and then later pulled me inside and said, this is why I don't want to talk about it in the group, I would have understood. It's wild. If it was one of us, we would get crucified for doing that.
Okay, I'm listening to your point there.
What's with the deep voice?
That's her serious voice. That's your therapist voice. Go on, Garcelle.
I just started to understand you.
Well, that's what I'm talking
After
about. It's like if
6
he had
years,
said-
I think I'm understanding.
If she had just said, you know, listen, I don't want to talk about it because it's this and that, but just to pretend that it's not happening, I think we're not dumb. The people out there are not dumb.
Right.
We see it.
Before, Garcelle had said, you know, there were certain things about Oliver she didn't want to talk about, and things were off limits, and I have total respect for that. Her son didn't want to shoot this season or be talked about, and that just was not even an option. Sutton couldn't talk about her kids in the beginning. They were underage, they weren't allowed on the show. Like, and we don't do that. Like, you know, ask me about myself and my personal life or whatever, but like, I mean, you understood that when we talked about it before. I mean, obviously, if I've shared things with Garcelle and these conversations were genuine to me, and I leave these conversations feeling like this person's my friend, and then all of a sudden her actions are completely different the next time I see her, of course I'm going to question the validity of, you know, her words to me that we had in private. You know, I just want to say something that's, you know, there's a difference between arguing with a friend and someone that you feel like you have to have your guard up and not trust. You know, I've never felt that with Erika. And even with Dorit, we have been angry. She has said things that have hurt me. I've said things that have hurt her. But I've never felt like I have to have a guard up with Dorit. And I don't feel like I have to have a guard up really with anyone in this moment. I'm like, wow, do I need to have my guard up with Garcelle and Sutton too at times? It's like, I shouldn't have my feelings hurt after this many years, but I do.
Garcelle, do you wish Sutton had spoken up at the dinner table?
1000%.
Yeah, she doesn't like when I don't. Well,
yes,
you know,
yes,
but I've been trying to be very respectful of what's going on in Kyle's life because there's so much, and honestly, it's true.
I'm not saying it's not true. I just think it's bullshit, honestly. Because I think we've talked about that. We've talked about her. We've talked about her on camera when she's not around. And then here we are at this table, and you're not backing me up.
If I'm going to be completely honest, I think what's confusing to me is that I feel like we tiptoe around Morgan.
One day, you know, maybe I'll have a great story to share with you guys. Maybe I will not. Maybe I don't.
I hope you do.
Well,
I hope you have a great story to tell. I hope you have a great story to tell.
You know, it'd be different if Garcelle said something and then Kyle was like, you're right, I should blah, 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 and then had gotten into the conversation, and then Sutton would have also then jumped in. That's different.
Yep.
But if Garcelle is challenging and then Kyle just is, I'm not giving you anything, and then Sutton doesn't even add on to it, then Garcelle looks crazy.
Yeah.
I wish you would have said something.
Like an
so that I'm not the only one asking all the questions.
And you know, well, I will always speak up for myself. It had been a very long day. I had just dealt with that person, tired. I may have zoned out, you know?
Yeah.
And I'm sorry that you feel that way. I really am. But you're talking about a picture in a magazine, right?
A lot of pictures.
Just the scenario, the narrative of is she not, is she not? And she doesn't have to tell me if she is or she not, but can we talk about it? Can we not, we're supposed to act like we don't see it.
But I wasn't understanding. I'm dealing with Dorit, which is a lot. And I'm like, just leave Kyle alone.
You could have backed me up and then came to the room and said, leave Kyle alone.
Garcelle knows
It would be
how
frustrating.
Sutton feels.
Yeah.
And so if Garcelle knows how Sutton feels, and then at the table, Sutton isn't saying anything, then I can understand why Garcelle would be frustrated.
Me too. She's kind of leaving
She's
Garcelle.
like, I'm out here by myself.
Yeah.
Now I'm over here challenging her, and you sitting here, you had something to say yesterday.
Yes,
and Now you don't have
exactly.
anything to say now.
Well, we all compartmentalize parts of our lives.
What
We
do you,
all
what,
do
what,
that.
what do you compartmentalize?
There's lots that I compartmentalize. We all do that.
You're doing it again.
Well, no, I'm talking about myself. And we don't, just because we're on a reality show doesn't mean that we have to expose, our toe fungus. What I heard you say just now, I understand your point of view.
I just think if the tables were turned and it was us, this group would not let it fly.
I think you just made an excellent point.
Oh, do tell. Where? Tell me.
I don't know, I just got mesmerized by Jennifer's bosoms bouncing.
My makeup artist goes, can you
can't
laugh
stop
when you're
looking.
on camera? And I went like this. You know what? My bra is a little bit, and then the dress is a little
Give her
tight. And then
some.
they had the body mic. So there's not room in there for my bosoms. They're looking for somewhere to go. They're like,
Sutton knew that she went too low.
You need to pick on somebody else whose wallet fits.
I'm sure people in private, not with me there, but they had told her that it was too low.
You think you're bigger than her?
I think my wallet is.
It would have been nice to hear anyone say in that
it
moment
was
when
too
I
low.
was there, hey, that's not cool. But I didn't get that. But I think in private she may have gotten, some rumblings that it was too far, too low. So I think she felt obliged to apologize.
I said something at the caviar party that didn't feel like myself at all. I sincerely apologize to you.
It just doesn't feel genuine.
So I remember you were saying, that's really bad what I said. I
Yeah.
feel so bad.
I did.
And I have to
We talked about
apologize.
it,
And
too.
you were looking for the right moment to apologize. You really wanted to find the right
Yeah.
place to apologize.
It was below the belt and mean-hearted.
Basically, she didn't want to give Sutton the time of day.
It was kind of like, next.
If you had at any point since then maybe had said that, if you had felt sorry,
I'm doing it now. I'm doing
you're
it now.
very passive aggressive, and you don't really.
She's apologizing
to you.
But you're not accepting it.
That comment, I would have a hard time moving forward from that, honestly.
It's almost like you shouldn't have said it or you should have said sorry right away.
I get why Dorit is mad, but you can say thanks. But then again, hindsight is 20/20. She's in the middle of the worst time in her life, so I can't stand on the sidelines and say, and point the finger, because I'd be pointing it back at myself. I wasn't great either.
The apology it felt very singular and just about that moment when I felt like there was a string of things that I was hurt by.
Right.
Ask you a question. Speaking of best friends, I'm sorry, I
This
hate
is
to
the
interrupt.
thing
I'm so
about.
sorry. You're such a bitch.
Excuse me?
Listen, you're angry, and you're not angry at me. You're angry at your life.
And so it didn't feel like that apology was enough of a bridge to, kind of mend fences. You don't really feel bad. You just feel like,
Right, I got caught.
Yeah. Oh, okay, I went too far.
Yes.
Okay, and now
Yes.
let me look like I'm really trying so I don't look like the asshole to everybody.
And I felt bad because I knew how long you were going over it. I'm looking for the perfect place. I think I'll say it here. I think I'll say it there. Working on your apology and everything like that. And
then
it
she
was
was
like,
like-
just like yawn. Next.
She's such a bitch.
And Sutton's sitting there like a little Bambi, like, that went, okay.
I'm living in a place where I need real truth. And so I couldn't.
But I think then you could have then perhaps positioned it that way.
Absolutely,
You
I'm
know?
sure I could have
Which is that
articulated it better.
because what I was getting from that, right, was that you're like, look, I don't care. This is not real. This doesn't make any sense to me. I'm not accepting it. Now that you're saying it, I'm like, oh, okay. I can understand that. You're like, look, you're only apologizing to me because you feel like everybody sees it as wrong, and that's why you're apologizing.
Yes.
Now, that is a specific reason to be mad and to not accept an apology.
Would you apologize again, or do you feel like you've done enough?
Oh, no. We've done that.
Yeah,
You
we've
get
done
one
that.
from me from now on. One.
You revealed that you performed nude in a play attended by a boyfriend who had actually never seen you naked before.
It's the English guy, you know.
The English guy.
I had a scene on Broadway where I stood up in a bathtub and I was full frontal nude. Woo! He had never seen me standing up, walking around naked before. Okay. I would go in the bedroom. We had a very good sex life. Go in the bedroom. I would lay down. I'd arrange myself in a very attractive position. Turn the lights down low, and I'd be
Very
like,
1950s.
I'm ready.
That sounds like a lot of work.
First of all, he said to me, he goes, are you really going to be naked? Because I stand up in the bathtub. We were doing the women. And why do you do the women in the 20th century unless you actually stand up naked in the bathtub? Joan Crawford couldn't do it. I could do it. I just wanted to shock and terrify Broadway theater goers everywhere. So anyway, he said to me, are you really going to be naked? And I said very flippantly, I said, oh, no, don't be silly. I said, I'm going to be covered with soap suds. And so then I went back. So he came backstage. His face was white. He goes, Jennifer, when you stood up, all the soap suds slid off and everybody could see everything, including my pubic hair, which I grew specifically for that scene because Isaac Mizrahi, the costume designer, goes, Jennifer, you've got to do something about your pubic hair. Brazilians are so not 1930s. I'm like, Isaac, don't you have somewhere to go? I think that's the hair department. That's not the costume department.
That is not the hair department.
But anyway, then he said, I realized, he said to me, he had never seen me standing up naked before. And I realized because I was so insecure about my fabulous
You would
body.
lay
And I was
in
going,
certain...
I would go, I put on my little cute, I put on my sexy outfit, I turned the lights down low, I'd lie down on the bed in an attractive position, and then I'm like, I'm ready. And he would come in. But I never walked around naked around him. I mean, that's very undignified.
You never went to get a cup of coffee naked?
No, not in front of my boy, not in front of that particular boyfriend.
Right.
But now, you know, I'm older and I've got all kinds of wibbly wobbly things going on.
And feels great with
and
them.
I'm just walking around, feels like that's the greatest outfit ever. I'm like, honey, you haven't seen nothing yet. Wait till I take this part off. But he's not even, he's like looking up from his book like, that's nice, dear. But you know, I was so insecure when I was with this English child. I would wake up in the morning at 5 in the morning. And this is after being together for a year, a couple years. I'd put on makeup, like all natural makeup, brush my teeth, gargle, then go back to bed. So he would wake up and he'd go, look, Jennifer's so beautiful. When she wakes up, she's so natural and she smells so good. I can't even believe I did that. My God. I have very few years left on this earth, and I do not want to waste it putting on makeup at 5 in the morning.
No, and your man loves you.
He loves me however I am.
Yeah, he's a sweetheart.
Here, Garcella and I show up in the exact same dress.
No!
What are the odds?
Oh, how embarrassing.
It's so crazy because
I said you both wore it.
I went to the store and I was like, oh my God, should I buy it? It was, it was kind of pricey. I'm like, should I buy it? I'm sure I have a white dress at home, but I'm like, no, let me do it. Had no idea that Kyle was gonna show up.
You both
in the
look
same
gorgeous,
dress.
and it looked different on both of you.
It did.
I didn't even know you were wearing the same dress until somebody pointed it out.
Well, that's silly.
But
This dress is such a unique dress. It's not even mine. I borrowed it from Alexia, and she wore it to the white party last year at the SoFi Stadium. I mean, the fact that this has happened now, happened with Lisa Rinna and me.
What?
Get out of here! Get out of here! We really should have like a shared photo album of the outfits that we're wearing in this group because I mean, the fashion police are just gonna have a field day with this.
Did Kathy think that you were Kyle again because you were dressed in the same?
Right, exactly.
Oh my God! How are you?
Good.
Wait, I thought you were Kyle.
I thought you were Kyle.
Who wore it best?
Well, Garcelle's a lot taller than me, so she already has one up on me.
She's got sneakers on, and she said really sadly, she says, I look like Richard Simmons.
Coming up on the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills after show.
I spent a lot of time thinking about this.
So offensive.
It was Mean Girl.
Here she goes again. I'm tired of it.
She felt like everyone was attacking her. It seemed orchestrated.
Yes.
And I don't need to recruit anybody to feel the way I do.
Oh, I'm gonna say something very, very controversial.
She would like some blind loyalty from you.
This is like straight up comedy.
There's like two Kyles. There's the one that puts her arm around you. On the other hand, Kyle will take Sutton and throw her under the bus.
He was convicted on 4 counts of wire fraud.
Are you in touch with Tom in any way today?
The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills after show starts right now.
Tom was eventually found guilty. Looking back, how do you feel about that now?
I just got back from doing Broadway like 2 days ago. And I thought about exactly 5 years ago, right? When I was there in New York and everything was falling apart. I was just couldn't get a hold of him and it was just chaos. And I thought there were moments where I was think about him, but not. And it doesn't have quite the claws that it did. Could I have ever foreseen that this is the way this man's life would have ended? No. He was convicted on 4 counts of wire fraud. It's like 80 years or some shit. That dude ain't got 80 days in him. Did it really hurt? Did I grieve this for a long time for many reasons, many layers? Yes. It me up inside. Does it hurt less and less every day? Now, yes.
We've been fighting this battle for 4 years.
Every day.
Every day, yeah.
At least this part is over. It's time to move on.
I felt sad for Erika because she's taken a lot of the brunt of things that Tom did that she had nothing to do with.
I'm not sure you believe that Erika's not involved.
The $20 million elephant in the room.
Holy when you're reading about the victims and the orphans and the that's very hard to digest.
How do you think I feel?
And she's made so much progress and strides in her life recently that she doesn't want to have a setback, you know, and as her friend, I feel for her. And I also know that even though everyone has their feelings about Tom, she cares about the man that she thought she knew.
I knew when I married Tom, like, look, he was going to get to the end of life more likely before I would, you know, barring that something bad didn't happen. He was 33 and a half years older than me. So I could accept the fact that one day he would be gone, but not like this. You know, this was such a random, like, what are you talking about kind of ending? Just all of this cascading insanity. And that, I think, is what, you know, really hurt the most. If you were to compare it to, say, how, you know, Mauricio and Kyle, while painful, not taking away the pain, but it's more amicable. Like, this was chaotic. It was just nuts, chaos. And you're like, how do I make it out of here?
Are you in touch with Tom in any way today?
No.
No.
And what does the future hold for Erika Jayne?
Could be more Broadway, it's more music, it's more performance, it's going overseas and performing. It's, you know, there's a lot of opportunities. And I think that, like, by really just digging in and just, you know, scratching and really pulling myself together as best possible. And still, look, it's still a journey, but pulling myself together, I've been able to stay the course, have some success, and that will lead to further things. So that's where I'm at.
Carnival is the time of year when you get just lost in the celebration. You know, like, life is good. You're wearing beautiful costumes, things are colorful, you're drinking drinks, you're dancing with everybody. Like, just life is good. It's a big celebration.
I hated that.
I did not like that one.
Please never make me ever do that
Is
again.
it the feathers or the nakedness?
It was just the whole thing.
I mean, it was beautiful. Those girls, I could not believe those costumes. It was just like, wow.
Sutton was really pleased with herself. She said, I'm wearing sneakers. She said, that's what they say the real Carnivale girls do.
That's what I was told
They
by
wear
those.
sneakers, so we go down there. Everyone's got sky-high heels, including
Absolutely.
Rose. And
I did too.
she's got sneakers on. And she said really sadly, she says, I look like Richard Simmons.
But when the girls came that do Carnival, they had on sneakers.
Well,
so you're
we're not those real girls.
I was.
Sutton was giving Richard Simmons, no doubt. Everybody looked amazing. It was just the weight of those things on our head. I mean, I had a wardrobe malfunction. My stuff didn't show up. Sutton just dropped this off, though, for me to put on. Wait, what is this? What is happening here? This is an outfit. I had a bathing suit with a G-string that I wanted to just die that was digging into me. I was like, what is happening? I mean, I felt like Erika Jayne for a minute with the costumes.
I've always wanted a Carnival costume, so I asked for extra feathers and I got them. Okay, I asked for extra. I wanted my costume to be the loudest and the biggest, and I loved every minute of it. It was like cinematic that it was raining on us. I mean, my glam was like we looked like wet dogs, but it was all good.
It was pretty crazy. It was like a monsoon, and we were just dancing away.
Everywhere we went, we were bumping into people with our feathers.
Dorit's feathers, I wanted to kill her.
I wore that costume with so much pride.
Yes.
That, so much pride that I asked them if I could keep it.
Oh, did you really?
I did.
Oh my God.
I said, please let me buy it. I said, I really.
Now, where in the hell were you gonna wear that? To the grocery store?
You know what? It's just a memento. I look at it and I think about how good I felt.
Oh, you should take a photo of that night and blow it up and replace it with the one of you and PK in the room. Damn. And that way you could look at it and be like, damn, I'm good.
Well, y'all were asking me questions at the table, and I was like peeking through I was like, Kathy, can I? And I was like, well, what I really thought about that subject while we're at it, and then the feathers would close, and I'd be like, and then
it's like Chicago.
It was like looking through the blindfold. I was like, well, then
when you're wearing a Carnival outfit, there's not much that you can hide. You know, you're out here, you're naked.
Yeah.
So my hope was coming out of that we had finally shed all of these pretenses, and that perhaps it was a new starting off place. That even though, our time together was coming to an end, it was actually just the beginning of what could actually be a really great sisterhood.
It was a great relief, I think, that we had finally come together and tried to put our issues to rest. And what felt even better was leaving and taking my shoes off. And that G-string. Marcel's so concerned about how everyone reacts to Sutton.
She would like some blind loyalty from you.
But not how Sutton's treating everyone else. She will defend that no matter what. But it doesn't even make any sense.
I'm tired of blind loyalty, okay? That doesn't exist in real life. Maybe it exists from a mother to her children, but that does not exist, so stop.
This is so crazy. It was Erika's argument, and now it's my fault. That. This is like straight up comedy. Are you kidding me? The way that I have been unsupported is beyond. And the fact that I have had her coming to me when I was at my lowest moment and getting mad at me for storming off. Everybody has bigger problems, but yet this is all they can focus on.
Come on, let's go.
And now they're looking at me like, why are you not supporting Sutton? You've got to be kidding me. You know what? I'm done.
There's like two Kyles. There's the one that puts her arm around you, shows you the ropes, helps you, rents your house to you. And then there's the other Kyle, because I've also said to Sutton, I've also said Kyle is not your friend, because I feel like there's a strange dichotomy in that Kyle, I think, genuinely likes Sutton. And then on the other hand, Kyle will take Sutton and throw her under the bus on occasion.
Don't be a bitch, Sutton. Now you're being a bitch.
Don't do that.
Don't you be a bitch to me. You have a habit of losing your in ridiculous circumstances, too. I didn't know if this was your first drink or your fifth.
I think everybody sees it, but Madame over here, that
It's been a pattern. It's been a pattern. And I know when we're not filming and you guys are talking
No, I've
in the
seen
morning.
the pattern.
and
I have seen it. I've seen her pull my arm. I've seen her like say no. I've seen her, you can't leave. I've seen her do these things to me. I think maybe I see a vulnerability in Kyle.
It's almost like
I don't want anything from Kyle.
Well, no,
There's
I'm not
nothing
saying
that
you
I
want
or
anything.
need from her at all.
No, nobody's saying that. What we're saying is the need for her friendship is important to you. In Sutton's story, you're the hero. So she wants you to come and save the day.
None of us said anything. Why am I being singled out here? My God.
Because I think when you don't do it, it hurts more.
But why?
Like she's Reba.
Oh, Jennifer Tilly, come on down. Come on. Yeah, there's something about that that's validating.
Look, it's not just these two that say it to me. There's lots of people that tell me, Kyle is not your friend, but I like her. Our relationship can have some private moments.
Yeah, but those private moments I feel like are manipulative for you. You can't really be a friend of mine if you hang out with people who despise me. You can't. You can't.
There's this thing that I'm learning about, and it's how not to be volatile, and it's to remove yourself from the situation so that you don't get volatile. I'm about to hit the hay.
Well,
on that note,
yeah.
So I guess we're not going to see you next season. Little Housewives
so
humor.
quick. That's f***ing bullshit. Because, you know, I thought, I'm done. And it was midnight. You know, I can go to bed at midnight. I'm a grown-ass woman. I can get up and leave when I want to.
Well, I mean, it's an easy out to get upset and walk away.
It's deflection.
I mean, it's a good strategy.
It's a consistent tactic.
Yeah.
She shows up, but made it incredibly clear she didn't want to have any conversation whatsoever.
Right.
Y'all are not gonna mock me tonight. I'm not gonna do it no more.
Nobody don't talk like that, okay?
I am defensive, and I'm not gonna do it.
Nobody talks like that.
No one was allowed to speak to her.
Sutton showed up late for the birthday dinner because she doesn't care. She probably would have skipped it if she wasn't stuck on the island with us.
Well, it took a lot of courage, okay? That's why I gave her so much love and attention when she came back.
I just want to be like one of the Barbie dolls. Can I just be a Barbie for tonight? Am I allowed that?
Yes, you are.
Thank you.
And you look like one.
Thank you.
Because I knew that was a lot for her. You know what? For some people, it wouldn't be, but for her, that was a big deal.
I came to the dinner. I bought some stuff. I hit the pinata.
You did. You put on a good show.
I listened to some really bad Southern accents that are so offensive.
I spent a lot of time thinking about this. Listen to what I'm saying. Nobody talks like this, okay?
It was Mean Girl.
Her feelings were already hurt, so I guess they got hurt some more.
Another big, huge victim Sutton, oh my gosh. Where this is the same woman that can say, why don't you pick on someone
Right.
with the same wallet size?
Right.
You need to pick on somebody else whose wallet fits.
Who can scream in your face.
What you did was ridiculous.
Name 'em.
Not having.
Name 'em.
Well, be quiet. So
Name
let me
'em.
talk, Jesus.
Who can go as low as can be.
You've already lost two sisters. Do you want to lose a third?
Wow,
really?
don't do that.
Go yourself.
Who can weaponize the
Right.
out of people's real they're going through, okay?
Listen, you're angry, and you're not angry at me. You're angry at your life.
Which is very, very, very low. She just is constantly drama. Drama, drama, drama. It's like we're all forced to just accept it.
Yeah.
And what happens is I've reached a point where I no longer have the patience for it. I no longer am okay with it.
Right.
I am tired of saying, oh, you know what?
Yeah, here
I know.
she goes again.
Here she goes again.
It seemed almost like an ambush.
Yes, and something that was also
pre-planned,
talked about.
It seemed orchestrated.
Yes.
She felt like everyone was attacking her. Erika started saying about the problems that the group has with her, and then you kind of jumped in a little bit. She felt sort of like it was like a coordinated group effort.
Oh, like we planned that.
Yeah.
Not a coordinated attack, and I'm offended by that. No, we didn't. And I don't need to recruit anybody, but in the sense of sisterhood, we should be able to bring everything to the group.
Can we just try to bond together in sisterhood? Just know that we can talk openly without fear.
So I was just bringing it to the group.
You pose as a friend and then oftentimes work as an enemy. What do y'all f***ing want from me?
Don't look at me crazy. Nobody coordinated anything. And that's not a good thing to accuse us of. Like, now you're going to make us really come together.
Bitch, if you can dish it, you better f***ing be able to take it. Don't start with the like just this insane reaction.
This is not gonna be Sutton on trial at sea.
The storming out, the not showing up.
Right.
Everything, every kind of deflection possible.
Garcelle and Sutton have been in lockstep for several years now.
You're the one that said it, but it also seemed like Dorit said the same thing at the same time.
I think that Jennifer Tilly is now on board. Garcelle's a very loyal friend, and I get all that, but sometimes when your friend is not being their best, you can say, hey, like, I see it differently. I didn't like the Jennifer Tilly, she feels like it. Like, girl, don't. We're not doing that here. It's not some big conspiracy. Please don't do that. And I like Jennifer, but, like, don't do that. Like, no.
I'm tired of it.
Well, why
I'm
is
tired of
somebody
it.
else tired of it?
Well, I'm gonna say something very, very controversial.
Okay.
Sutton, she wants to buy her friendships.
Oh.
It's funny because her and Garcelle, when Garcelle and Sutton, they joined the group at the same time. And Garcelle really did not like Sutton at all. At all. And she, she would kind of poke at her.
But I want to know, how'd you get your money?
What do you mean?
Like, where did all this money come from? Did you inherit money? Did you marry money?
Like, she really, Sutton rubbed her the wrong way. And Sutton was not having that. She wanted Garcelle's affection.
Okay.
And Garcelle invited Sutton to a fundraiser for Haiti. And I remember hearing, that Sutton came and bought a $25,000 table.
Oh, wow.
And then Garcelle was at Sutton's for New Year's Eve, not too long after. And they became friends. I think Sutton counts on her wallet to get what she wants.
Wow.
Rather than using,
Yeah, her personality.
charm, like your heart, your compassion, your care, doing things that would earn like a real,
So she buys, not earns.
Yeah.
Well, she didn't spend enough on this trip then.
No. Well,
She didn't
listen.
spend anything.
No. Well, when she has to, she will.
How are you feeling headed into the reunion?
Oh, can't wait. Everybody can go themselves, I don't care.
I'm wearing a bulletproof corset. Especially, I'm having
I
it
think it's
specially
gonna
made.
be, I think a lot of things have to be cleared up with everybody in this group. And I just hope everybody shows up with an honest vibe.
Oh,
I know.
that's so cute of you.
My hopes for the reunion are to explain a lot of things that were taken out of context and to move forward, especially with Dorit.
Have you texted with PK since?
Yes. Leaving St. Lucia, I felt much better about the group. Of course, you know, I had some disappointment. Some people, today Erika that was her issue with you, that you will go after people when they're at their lowest moments.
And do you think that's true?
The reason I kept my mouth quiet.
Do you think that's true?
Let me finish.
Do you think it's true?
Don't do that.
Do you think it's true?
But overall, I felt hopeful for the future of the group and some of the relationships. Not all.
I'm sure Dorit and, you know, Sutton will slug it out.
Don't think I'm superior to anyone.
You don't exactly live like the Queen of Sheba.
I'm just going to be watching and interjecting.
I was talking to Sutton the other night. We're dancing, we're laughing, we're singing, we're silly. She said, it's bad. It's bad. I said, really? She was, yes, Kathy. I said, oh, okay. There's a lot of drama.
Dorit, I would like to just come to a place of calm. I don't want an apology. I'm not going to give an apology. But I need for her to just stop coming at me. I don't need her to be my friend. But I don't think it's healthy for the group to have this constant beating up of someone. You don't have to like me. Just stop beating up on me.
I'm not activated, want to tear someone's eyeballs out. I don't want to be that person.
Yeah.
But I do want honesty. And I think for real resolve, there has to be honesty. There has to be an acknowledgement that there are two sets of rules at times. There's some hypocrisy. And I think that there are things that need to be put on the table.
I would like some acknowledgement from some about, mostly Sutton, about, look, what I said on the boat was not, you know, like, can you acknowledge this?
You pose as a friend and then oftentimes work as an enemy. What do y'all f***ing want from me?
I think everybody else sees what I see. But I don't think that we're in a place where we can't go forward.
I want them to show some compassion for each other. I think that's really important. Actually, I have a T-shirt that said that I wore. Compassion cannot wait.
You'll have to wear it to the reunion.
Well, I'd like to. Wait a minute. I like that idea better than a dress. I wish I had enough to give each one of the girls one. Wouldn't that be great?
I'm going to ask you a series of who is most likely to questions.